Что вам известно о контакте землян с инопланетными расами?
What do we know about the contact of Earthlings with alien races? Is paleocontact a myth or a reality? International Research Project, live broadcast on October 13, 2020. What is paleocontact? The Anunnaki and the Apexians. Who are they, and what role do they play in the history of our planet? Hidden historical facts. What happened 24,000 years ago? Is the Earth indeed the birthplace of the human race? What happened to Mars? Who gave the unique knowledge about the structure of the universe to the African tribe of the Dogon? How will a comprehensive study of paleocontact help preserve our civilization? Evolutionary leap in development of science, the exploration of other planets and galaxies by humankind. Comprehensive development of civilization, a life worthy of a human being. All this is possible if we invite experts and scientists from various fields of science, as well as researchers and bloggers for joint research. Anyone who is interested in this topic, together, we will be able to find answers to these and other questions. It's time to bring the truth back to people. October 13th, 2020, Third International Online Conference Paleocontact. Within the framework of the global unique project, Kaleidoscope of Facts. Initiated by participants of ALLATRA International Public Movement from the USA.
The topic of today's live broadcast is paleocontact. Get comfortable, as during this program, we'll be connecting the dots and revealing information you have not heard about before.
Сегодня мы раскроем скрытые страницы истории человечества, которые старательно стираются, осмеиваются или обесцениваются. Так зададимся же вопросом, почему так происходит? Что в этой информации о палеоконтактах скрыто и заложено? И почему было сделано столько усилий, чтобы стереть эту информацию
in order to erase this information from our memory. But it's impossible to erase all the truth, and thanks to the joint collaboration of scientists and researchers all around the globe, we will answer the most debatable questions of our today's conference and the humanity as a whole. Whether the paleocontact really happened or occurred, and if it is happening now, and if it is continuing, what is the purpose of it? Why is this information so important for us, especially now, in the period of global catastrophes? And today we will talk about opportunities of people and humanity as a whole.
And now we'll see.
on Vie une affaire d'État, UFO a state affair. A journalistic investigation with this name was released on July the 15th as part of the news project Temps Présent on the central Swiss television channel RTS. In this video, politicians, senators, scientists, intelligence leaders and business people from around the world publicly declare: it is time for humanity to admit that unidentified flying objects exist. They have already been recorded by intelligence agencies many times, and there is documentary evidence of this. The film provides information that many countries have created secret programs aimed at studying unusual phenomena and unidentified objects. Projects aimed at establishing communication with extraterrestrial civilizations. The main plot of this material is based on the fact that in April 2020, the United States officially published 3 videos with UFOs. When analyzing these videos, experts confirm that the objects move violating the laws of physics and that their nature is unclear. Imagine, if 3 videos were officially published, how much more UFO material do they have? Thus, through such an investigation, they supposedly hint that there is still some information that could create a sensation for humanity and change people's views. Nevertheless, this information is not new to us. We have repeatedly said this on ALLATRA TV and brought undeniable facts that alien civilizations exist, and contact with them has never stopped. They are still in contact.
For scientists in general, it's a kind of a challenge. This information is so unique that from the point of view of modern understanding, it is impossible to understand. But anyway, it puts a high level that we can strive to. And undoubtedly, it is quite a great gap between modern science and what can be done in the future. And it is very inspiring. It inspires for search of planets which are similar to ours. Professor Summers, astrophysicist, who is in collaboration for a long time, will talk about exoplanets. Dear viewers, excuse me for this technical problem. The video will come soon. While our technical support is tuning this video, I'd like to give a floor to Elena Podlachikova. She's hello dear friends. I'm working in Switzerland in observatory which observes planets, and you will see a beautiful video. But before you see it, let me introduce a little bit. Before we thought that the sun is moving around the Earth and stars have their particular place, but now we know that it's not so, and our understanding of the world is changing step by step. For me, our understanding of the world changed in 2016. Then, for the first time, the observatory announced that there was a new planet close to ours. It's not only the closest one, but it was also inhabited. Not inhabited by creatures, but scientists decided that people could live on that planet. Then people started to dream, how can we reach this planet? And if this environment is suitable for living, how can we understand this? And what is our environment for us? The sky, mountain, and so on. And if we try to observe the sky at night, we can see the stars not only in our galaxy, but in other galaxies. And modern devices can show it even from our planet. But the Hubble telescope shows us great possibilities of the life, different in different directions. And we know that even our solar system appeared from ancient Aztecs called this part. Excuse me, I forgot the name. I forgot the particular name. Kotlikoe, yes, it is called Kotlikoe. And our solar system appeared from this part. It was protoplasm, Laplace, and something happened in it, some kind of a heat, as scientists call it, and in such a way the solar system appeared. Firstly, it was just very hot star and some kind of dust around, and from that our planets appeared. But not only planets. Before the 20th century, we considered that we were quite static, nothing really changes. But later, when we got the different methods of observation of our environment and ourselves, we understood that it is not so static. There are asteroid belts and some other belts which are much farther than asteroid belts, and scientists started to find information about appearance of planets. Sometimes planets can come into resonance and can make some substances into dust, and it is considered that the moon appeared as a result of the collision. And everything is changing, and everything is alive. Our star, for example, exists 9 billion years. Scientists think that at first stars are hot and then they become colder, they all born and they die, and it is considered that in the beginning a lot of things had been happening, and now we are planetary system of middle age, And with the time, we are getting older and nothing would happen, but actually I'm not sure, because according to the theory of and if we ask if there is a life in the universe, if we don't know anything, then 50%, according to this theory, we can say 50% yes or no. But if we get some facts about it, and if we can find more and more inhabitants planets, then this probability is getting higher. That is, so the probability is about 70% that the life not only on the Earth exists, and this probability is becoming higher and higher. And what else I would like to say? That I really believe now that when now I'm sitting in the mountains and observing the sun, the planets, and investigating the high amount of discoveries of which we get from the far space, I believe more and more that we will all know about the existence of another life very, very soon, and I really want to believe in it because I work with it every day. And of course, there are investigations about the life, some signals. So what signal can we get if it is a form of life? Not particular of our level, on another level. There was a hypothesis which is just being investigated. Probably the polar this form is a signal from the extraterrestrial civilization, or maybe not. Maybe some kind of signals which we have got accustomed to and cannot just decipher. That's what I wanted to say as an introduction to the video which you will see. Now the video will be even more interesting because a very famous specialist in the sphere will speak, who works in the sphere of exoplanet every day and follows these discoveries every day.
And then on exoplanets, we found, I don't know how long you want me to go on this, but exoplanets, we have found over 4,000 planets that orbit other stars. And that's how we define an exoplanet. It's a planet outside of our solar system. And we found planets that are Earth-like. They're bigger than the Earth. Some planets are mostly water. I mean, think about that. A planet that is not just covered with water, but an ocean 10,000 kilometers thick. And just 30 years ago, we didn't know if there was water anywhere else in the universe. And now we know their whole planet's made out of water. And there are planets that have abundant carbon, the elemental basis of life on Earth. There are planets that have atmospheres that are somewhat similar to the atmosphere of Venus, with carbon dioxide to give it a greenhouse effect and have it to warm up. And then there are planets that are even rather bizarre. There are planets that orbit 2 stars, some that orbit 3 stars. We've even found a planet that orbits 4 stars. It would never get dark at night there. And the carbon is interesting. We found planets that appear to be made almost entirely of diamond. And so it's, we're finding so many amazing things that we never imagined. Well, we didn't even know that there were any other planets in the galaxy or the universe until about 20 years ago. A little over 20 years ago, we found the first planet around another star. Actually, around a pulsar, the cinder that's left over after a star explodes. And since then, we've been discovering more and more of these, and over 4,300 right now. We're discovering new planets at the rate of about 1 per day. So every time I give a talk like this or in my class, I have to check something called the Exoplanet Encyclopedia to find out how many planets are now known. Sometimes that number will go up by 40 in a weekend, or sometimes it will stay sort of the same for a few days. Numbers of these. Before I answer the question about life there, I want to tell you about the numbers. Our galaxy is a whirlpool of stars, about 400 billion stars. It's a number that's hard to get your mind around, but that's roughly speaking about 10 times the number of people that have ever lived on Earth. if we extrapolate the number of planets we've found, there are over 100 planets in our galaxy for every single person that's ever lived on Earth.
Да, друзья, действительно очень интересная информация по поводу изучения экзопланет. Это одно из таких перспективных направлений изучения космоса. И вот интересно, что ученые задаются вопросом, а какие критерии планет, на которых возможна жизнь человекоподобных существ. И вот однажды мы столкнулись с такой интересной информацией, что одним из главных критериев возможности существования жизни, особенно человекоподобной жизни, является эллиптичность орбиты планеты. Ну вот подобно как нашей планеты Земля. То есть эта эллиптичность, она задает цикличность. Ну, например, день, ночь, лето, зима, ну и так далее. И вот эта цикличность, периодичность, она является основным таким пусковым механизмом формирования и существования жизни. То есть жизнь, она есть вот этот первичный толчок.
This is where this initial impulse there is.
Вот. Мне кажется, что
I believe that
факт
this
в
fact
дальнейшем позволит науке
further will help
приблизиться к изучению и
approach
открытию
the
экзопланет,
discovery
пригодных для
exploration of
жизни
planets,
человека.
exoplanets that are suitable for human beings.
Да, спасибо, Володя, очень интересный факт.
Yes,
И
Volodya,
действительно
thank you very
интересно,
much.
что
A
эта
very
планета
interesting
называют планетой
fact,
вне Солнечной
and
системы.
it is considered to
Но
be
даже в самой
a
Солнечной
planet
системе
outside of the solar
еще
system,
совсем
and
недавно
in solar
были
system itself,
неземные
there
цивилизации,
were
о которых мы, к
extraterrestrial
сожалению, не так много
civilization
знаем
which we
сейчас.
don't know
И
about
я
now.
приглашаю вас
So
посмотреть
I
фрагмент из
offer you
передачи
to
«Изменение
show
климата. Начало большой
the
воды» с
program
участием Игоря Михайловича Данилова, как раз на этот
changing of the climate, the
Пожалуйста,
starting of the big problem. Could you play it, please?
Ну да, потому что люди, кто на сознании, они даже понимая неизбежность катастроф, они пытаются, не знаю,
Yes, because people who are guided with consciousness, even understanding the inevitability of disaster, they try, I don't know, to arm themselves to create some reserves to keep everyone alive if they can survive alone. Yet what they're able to do? How can they survive if world changes? I'll say more, did Mars survive? No. So why should this planet survive if the planet that was in familiar conditions and was rich and better didn't survive? Well, no one has any doubts now that there was water, there was life, there was civilization on the planet. There is too much evidence of that. Well, where is Mars? After all, there wasn't just one planet in the solar system. I'm not talking about Fire, okay, but planet Earth. It exists, its history is much longer. The massive artifact proves this. Nowadays, any curious person can find a lot of evidence. Let's say this is not 100,000 years ago as we appeared, but there were people millions of years ago. There was humanity, there were civilizations no less developed than now. There are too many artifacts that cannot be erased, and there's a lot of evidence. And thank God many scientists start talking about this, even though the system itself resisted this very strongly. And excuse me, the scientific community resisted this very much. They say, where's the evidence for that? While they themselves hid all the artifacts and expelled from their ranks those scientists, so to say, who tried to say something and tell the truth. When people encountered this, yes, found a lot of evidence for this. Well, thank God not everything was destroyed. There's a lot of everything. Not read this, but back to the fact. Igor Mikhailovich, yes, there is a negative program. Yes, indeed, many scientists say in voice that this is God's punishment. This is not God's punishment, by no means. God never punishes anyone, and it's true. And we ourselves who create these conditions. Yet can this program be changed? After all, it's people's power, isn't it? On the whole, we will not change it. We will still face a huge disaster. The question can be different now. Can catastrophe be avoided for our entire humanity? It can be. Can humanity be saved? It can be.
Да, дорогие друзья,
Yes,
давайте
dear friends,
посмотрим,
let's
как с
have a
Марса.
look at the Mars.
В нем была жизнь, настоящая
There was life there. No, real scientists have no doubts about that. We connected with Alexander Mikhailovich Patnov, and he's a geochemist, and he's the author of the book Apocalypse on Mars. Alexander Mikhailovich, could you please tell us how did you come to the conclusion that on Mars, not very long time ago, there was another atmosphere, life and plants, and even civilization? Please tell us. Alexander Mikhailovich, we can't hear you. There is no sound yet.
Could you hear me now?
Yes, now it's okay.
Wonderful. Greetings, and I would like to say that the Mars itself has always been a red planet, right? For as long as it's known to humanity. But the red color of a planet is the only correct indicator of the fact that this planet has a life. And all of the exoplanets that are covered by the basalt are black, and they don't have anything on top of them. And the only correct indicator so far for our level of understanding of the knowledge is the level of absorption of the oxygen or ozone in the atmosphere of the planet, or if it's impossible to measure, it's just the color of red. The red color in this space is an anomaly, really. If we would use like the Texas blade, you would actually try to cover the surface of Earth, then all of the minerals on Earth would be red, because it has a big number of two-valent or two-atom theorem. It's becoming oxidated, which oxide of which is bright red, and this kind of planet actually becomes red itself. And so we are a blue planet just because we have so much of the photosynthetic plants on the surface, and we have a movement of tectonic plates that are just changing the surface or the blocks of the planet. And in general, Mars, as far as we know, it's been red for all of its existence. The red color, it was understandable that it's hydroxide of the theorem, but when we had like the spectral analysis, it has become prominently known. And this was the oxide of the theorem, and the basalt and everything, and the really big parts of the core of the Mars, or the lithosphere, or the surface of the Mars, that this is actually a spacious minerals that are actually caused because of deterioration or of the magnetic minerals. It's black basalt, right? But if you have it covered by the kilometers layer of the minerals, or it can be a 3 kilometer or 4 kilometer actually layer in depths of those basalts, it's mainly is covered by red in color minerals, because it's how rich it is with the ferrum oxide. It's only possible if the planet has an atmosphere that contains oxygen, and this is possible to calculate how much out of the atmosphere was taking the free oxygen atoms for the coverage of Mars surface. I conducted such calculation, and it turned out that to create such a color of the surface of Mars that's made of glue and ferrum oxide and other minerals, like the precipitation-based minerals, it's actually needed 400,000 trillion tons of free unbinded oxygen. Just to compare,
I can tell you that right now in the atmosphere of Earth, of our planet, we have 1,200 trillions of tons of unbounded free oxygen, which actually means that during hundreds of millions of years on Mars, they had such a wonderful process of photosynthesis, and this process has actually created the manufacturing of enormous quantities of oxygen that was actually observed by the black basalt of Mars, because it has two atom or two valent theorem. By oxidizing, it comes to the three valent type of theorem oxide if it acts with oxygen, which means that Mars had life before, because there's no other types of possibilities or models that would allow for us to have free oxygen in quantities that it was required for it to turn red. Because yes, there are cases, those models do exist maybe, but it gives just a small and teeny tiny amount of a free oxygen. The amount that would be observed by the surface of Earth and the surface of Mars can only be created in one case, where they have their processes of actual life or photosynthesis. And this is why the red color is the color of life. If you see an exoplanet, you don't have to think of what had happened there, why living or not. You have to look for red color, which is an indicator of life.
Do I understand correctly that they were planets which produced oxygen?
I have really no doubt that plants were there. There are the carriers of chlorophyll. They can be actually an animal, like we have with Glenna Green, which is one of the animals who have chloroplasts themselves in their structure. So the human being is actually having hemoglobin in his blood, but the molecule of hemoglobin is really so much alike to the chlorophyll or chloroplast molecules. This is how it works on this level.
Yeah, thank you. And please, could you tell what are evidences of the idea that there was civilization on the Earth, on the Mars, and your slides will be shown on the screen?
Well, let's wait for this slide and...
Okay.
Will you show one by one? Because it's better to see them. Yeah. So the slides are given from my book based on the pictures made by Telescope.
Yeah, could you please move back?
So I'm taking the NASA Mars drivers units pictures. So this is... So they found a structure based on stone, but it's not really correct. It looks like a skull, or like a strauss, or like a dinosaur, or... And it has, you can see that. And this skull has fractures. The stone doesn't like divide itself. It doesn't separate them that way. This is the typical like actual separation of the skull or bone. And this is the typical thing when we have it deteriorated by air on the surface of Earth like skulls, and it changed a lot. And in the same way, you find those changes, which is called like the scopial changes, which is only characterized by a living being, leftovers like mammoth and others. So like the animal that look like a strauss or something, they can also have this lupus parts of bones. This picture is actually of an American scientist. He was studying the pictures that made by NASA, Mars rover, and you can see here, you can see that there's a road, that like a wagon is moving on. I mean, it's his American interpretation. I do agree, and I actually think that if there's like a car of a train, you can see that it's really, it doesn't have such an interesting, it has rails on bottom of that. Like we have those floating trains in China, and it's just have like the magnetic forces for moving and transportation. This is my own picture because I've been on the NASA website and I've seen there as those Mars rover actually moving, and it had studying like a structure that has been. Then could you go back? Yeah, and so you can see that this was made by a living being. Could you go onwards? And here you could actually see precisely on the right picture that there's a destroyed or like the basement of a giant building which has a diameter or perimeter of like 300 to 500 meters, which is a big building, to be honest, that was covered by dust and sand. And on the right, there's also been a building, a radio building. This is something look like an iron or like part or unit or just like a part of an instrument or like something that was a part of something. And on the left it's better seen because it's like magnified. So it's obvious that it was made by a human being. So this is just a fragment or a particle of the civilization that's been there and was wiped from the surface of that planet by the maybe it was from the like planetoid that was flying around Mars.
Alexander Mikhailovich, thank you so much. And can I also show a number of images which you can also see, which also prove your words? Just a small collection, also photos from Robert Curiosity. Yeah, we will see it on the screen. And there are also some figures similar to living beings. And I saw in your video that around these figures, Robert is going around and looking at these figures. And there are also photos where there are some bone remnants with some ribs, some humanoid kinds. Yeah,
it does look like a skeleton.
Yeah, photos of sculpts. Yes, we can see them quite well.
Yeah, it is a skull.
Or some kind of technogen details. In geology, in mineralogy, there are no such or very rare objects. It's technical. Yes, and we see them quite right away. And for example, this is the top of the pyramid, and we can see it quite well. The next, please. Or, for example, steps. It's obvious that there are some buildings or something like this, but unfortunately, NASA do not comment on these photos. And next slide, please. Yes, some other photos of fundaments of buildings. Or probably they had some circle building or something like this. And such objects which are similar to technological constructions in the unusual form, in Gexa craters, some kind of quite unusual thing for meteors. And this is an example which I also see in your book. Or there was even a flash on Mars. There was even a light. The understanding the idea that even now we have some spots of light there. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you that you joined us and shared your professional opinion, that you're not afraid to voice the truth, and for your book. Our viewers ask what is the name of this book, and probably they will read it. And now I give the floor to my colleague Alexei, and he will tell us a little even about more unusual constructions on Mars.
Yes, Lisa, thank you. Thank you very much. I think that after what we have seen just now, everyone understands that Mars had previously a civilization on its surface. Maybe not now, surely, but still. The foundation for research of this topic was Richard Coughlin and Marco Carlot work, who have conducted research by a long Viking mission, Viking 1 and 2. It was in 1976. A total of 60,000 images were taken, but today we'll focus on 2, okay? So on July 25th, 1976, Viking 1 takes the picture 035A72 with the region length of 2 kilometers. Later it is called Kidonia, or Cydonia in English. It is located at 40.75 degrees north latitude and 9.46 degrees west longitude. There was something similar to human face in the image. On initial examination of the image, Viking program leading expert Jerry Sofrin classified these images, what we call face on Mars, as a game of light and shadow. However, the face was also on the second image obtained through 35 orbital windings later with a falling of different angle of light. So after computer processing, this object turned out to be very symmetric. There is proportion and symmetry of 95%, which indicates that it is of impossibility of natural or accidental formation of this shape. Of particular interest also are pyramidal forms located to the left of the face at the angle of 90 degrees. And Dr. Mark Carlot, who was a leading expert in the study of images using truly innovative technologies at this time of recreating and analyzing 3D objects that cast shadows in two-dimensional plane. This is called photometric stereo technology. So, in order to, gain weight for this work, Carl Sagan also mentioned this in his TV series Cosmos. So, the main key of to deciphering the Cydonia message was not the face, but a pentagonal pyramid, a 5-sided pyramid, which is 3 kilometers long and 800 meters high. It is located a few kilometers away from the face. The internal geometry of this pyramid is called D&M, is really amazing. Now we will see on next slides the geometry that is present there. So there are certain angles and parameters that show that it was made intentionally to convey some sort of information. So after repeated measurement and relations between these angles within the pyramid and other objects located around it, there was a certain observation of pattern. So very interesting aspect of this research work was a large list of facts that shows a connection between Mars and Earth. So if some people consider exploration of ruins on this planet next to ours is not a good some sensation, but still it's very interesting. So besides resemblance of Sphinx in Egypt and this face on Mars, which actually shows some sort of cultural connection between these two planets, we can also consider the location of the face. So 40.9 is a constant of base of natural logarithm. So the number of Euler is P divided by E, and Sphinx is located around 30 degrees north latitude, and so the tangents of one and cosinus of the other, can we say something for certain? Maybe not. But still, Richard Hoagland team continued their research, and they found the following. If we consider Fibonacci spiral, and all three pyramids fall into it, and we measure the distance between these pyramids on the spiral from west to east and from south to north, so the ratio between these pieces will be the same as Euler constant, which there is more to it. Another region was found on Earth in English, in England. Let's move to this a little bit. And it also shows relation to Mars. So to the right, we see a spiral mold, which is called the Tholus, similar to some Greek structures. So the morphology of this spiral mold in Silbury Hill, it resembles the same mold in Silbury Hill. There is an interesting place there, and we can find really round-shaped land, which is surrounded by rock. There are a lot of some 100 stones, each weighing about 50 tons. So there are a lot of intersecting details, but let's go straight to the most interesting thing. So having noticed the similarity of these structures and these areas between Mars, Cydonia, and Silbury Hill, Avebury on Earth, they correlated the scale of the maps in Cydonia and Hill, and as you see, they actually matched completely. So in my opinion, it looks quite convincing. In conclusion, I would like to draw the attention to the fact that what we have just seen, all these facts, in more detailed was presented in the UN on February 27, 1992. But as we know, this information has not received wide publicity, and the official version that all that we see on these pictures is just a game of light and shadow. But subsequent images apparently were edited before being published. So as you see here, that what the face was turned into it, or the image of the face. Okay, thank you very much. So I would like to suggest to watch the video which we have just prepared by the team of climate control.
Was there a life on Mars? Pyramids and Sphinx were found on Mars. A flood on Mars and on Earth 12,000 years ago. Ice age on two planets simultaneously. What happened to the red planet? See later in this issue. Despite the fact that Mars is separated from Earth by tens of billions of kilometers of space, it is connected to Earth by its close ties. For many centuries, the red planet has been attracting the closest attention from mankind, and it keeps the greatest secrets of long-gone cultures and answers the questions that concern people from ancient times. Mars, the first planet, resembles Earth more than other planets in the solar system. If you were to compare Earth to Mars, they have the similar angle of inclination and the axis of the orbit, and they make the full revolution around the axis of there at the same time. The axis of Mars, like the axis of Earth, is subjected to cyclic oscillation, which astronomers call the precession. For Mars, the duration of one cycle is 771,000 Earth years, while on Earth it's only 26,000 years. Like the Earth, Mars is slightly flattened at the poles and expanded to the equator. There are 4 seasons and change one another. On Mars, there are polar ice caps, mountains, deserts, and sandstorms. And although today Mars is a lifeless desert, it's the evidence that the ancient times there were rivers in the ocean, that the climate atmospheres were similar on Earth. Sphinx and pyramids. Pyramids and Sphinx. First, the images were taken in 1972. This depicted the section of the surface of Mars known as Elysian Quadrilateral. In the east of the central part, triangle and pyramid structures can be seen. Particular interesting, there are 4 structures which form a clear structure on the Martian surface, very similar to arrangement of Earth's pyramids. In this respect, they have much in common with other Martian pyramids located in the region called Kidonia, 40 degrees north latitude on the other side of the planet called Elysia. The Kidonia pyramids were photographed in 1976 by the Viking 1 probe from the altitude of 1,600 kilometers. The image shows many elements that are artificial origin, like the most amazing is a huge humanoid face, similar features of the Great Sphinx. There are a second image received 35 Martian days later under other lighting conditions. Another image actually was found there. This is made possible to make comparative analysis to the accurate measurement of the face. It's about 16 kilometers to the face. There is also a 5-sided D and M pyramids like the Great Pyramids in Egypt, in the oriented almost exactly to the north-south axis. Very precisely measurement of the Viking pictures indicate another curious evidence of a reasonable intention. The top of the Danilov pyramid located to 40.86 degrees north latitude. The tangent of the angle 40.86 is 0.865, being exact value of E divided by pi ratio, which is related 4 times to the international structure of the pyramid. As the reporters of the artificial origin of Kidonia points out, the huge pentagonal monument, it tells us that he knows where he is on Mars. The Danilov pyramid has a 3-sided located of 60 degrees. The essential axis indicate the face. The angles of the left of the axis point at this central object, which researchers of Kidonia nicknamed the city. The edge of the right of the central axis points to the top of the dome, the structure. In fact, the name the dome. Opening of the pentagonal pyramid, Di Pietro and Molinar noted that its size of 1.6 kilometers by 2.6. These figures are exactly close to the ratio of golden section.
Yeah, thank you so much, Alexei. It's very interesting. And there is another interesting fact, as you said. Officially, NASA does not recognize these objects as megalithic, which were built by the previous civilization. But there is one very interesting fact. In CIA, there was a program, Stargate project, the idea of which was to understand if psyche could bring useful information, which is useful for CIA, and this project existed for 23 years, and it gave good results. And one of these psychics in 1984, John McMonigal, with the help of the method of distant vision, described the surface of the Mars 1 billion years ago, and precise coordinates were given. This particular place, Kidonia, or where these pyramids are placed, he saw huge constructions, pyramidal constructions, and he saw that there was a cataclysm which is demolishing the planet. And it was given him the order to return to the time when when humanoids were living there, and he saw them, but they were similar to humans, but 3 meters tall, and he communicated with them and asked what happened, what was happening, and they were at this point of the catastrophe, and they were expecting that somebody will fly to them and they will take them to another planet. And this interpretation could be called just an idea, but one of the important facts, John McMonigal did not know that he was sent to Mars. He was given only coordinates, but the description of the place was in the envelope, which he did not know till the very end of the session, and this session was recorded. And when he was told that he was on the Mars, he says that he was very surprised because he thought that it was on the Earth. And the most interesting fact is that the document can be downloaded on site of CIA in the archives. If you can find and download it. It's interesting that officially CIA does not recognize these constructions, but anyway, with such a method, this object was studied. It was not directly CIA. The person who asked for this order, he was anonymous. Thank you for your attention. Yeah, thank you, guys. It's very interesting. Information about Mars. It's completely stunning that we had this exoplanet which was inhabited by human-like beings. Maybe there was another planet in our solar system which is similar to the Mars, which was also inhabited, and people and somebody could live there. Yes, really, it existed, and it was the planet Phaeton. And let's watch the video. You have seen the artifacts which were found in Mexico on the hill El Toro, and on all of them there is a planet which is just breaks into pieces from the kind of the cataclysm. And it's interesting that a similar object in astronomy is being studied, and it is asteroid belt, and the place which was planet which was on that place, Phaeton. And now I will ask Gaston to speak about this planet. Gaston, you're welcome.
Thank you so much for the time and for giving me the word. I would just like to comment a few words on the olden pictures and all of that, where it's mentioned on the raising planet and all of that. And so this planet, if you would to refer to the information that was received before, we would be able to understand that this was a big number of data, and we were trying to study all the data that was present in the field, and everything that is present there is for it to be possible to actually give us an overall general picture, not just like a jigsaw puzzle piece by piece. And this is why we were trying to understand, by seeing all this present data, by signs and pictures and everything, that there was a planet that was in fact there before, and there was a planet that actually is have been destroyed, and just we have the leftovers asteroids there, and that has created this by the society. And that this exists, the society was trying to look for that planet specifically and to prove that it has existed before. And they have found those leftovers, that they were present there, and that in fact that it's not only were present there, that we have specific presence of that. The astrophysicists that were trying to prove it, they actually came from the oldest times. And many of older physicists that are long gone have been writing about this leftover planet, not leftover planet, but planet that have been there before, and we have leftover pieces and particles of that. And for that specific reason, we have many pieces of a puzzle, that there was something there, that there is something to look for, and that there is something to prove. This is why we understand that we need to look forward to not only the data that are present in the midst of something, but also the studies and the tests of the previous astrophysicists and astronomers that were in the field before, and that dedicate their life to the fact that what was happened before. And we have to propose that Mars itself have like the people moved to Mars after that Phaeton, if it was inhabited, actually moved there. What was important is the fact that there is a hypothesis that the planet that was destroyed, or the planet that ripped apart, the meteorites or meteors, that are the proof of the types of minerals that have been on that planet that have erupted. This is what we can say so far.
Gaston, thank you so much that you observed the historical point, and we have with us Doctor of Astronomical. And tell us, please, your professional view, if there was an asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter.
Hello, you called me, yes?
Yes.
The question was for me?
Yes, the question is to you.
Thank you, that's what I thought, because we actually study this fact, and it is considered that a Phaeton planet existed in the place of this asteroid belt, and even there is such a hypothesis there were other planets because this asteroid belt was quite large, and this belt is located a little bit further than our planetary system, which is called the 3 astronomical units between the Earth and the Sun is 1 astronomical unit, and if we take 2 more such units, there will be an asteroid belt. Why one hypothesis why it is considered that the Phaeton was destroyed, or maybe some other planets which were of the size of the Earth? It is because the Jupiter was forming. Yes, Jupiter is the moon, is some huge body, and when it appeared, other planets, smaller planets, started to move away from their orbits. They collided, and this is one of the hypotheses considered right now. Those planets started vanishing, and also Jupiter was helped by Saturn, because Jupiter and Saturn had in a resonance, and they, seized the influence over other planets in the solar system. Jupiter used to rotate around the Sun once and Saturn twice. That's why this gravitational interaction emerged this disturbance, which actually caused the destruction of other planets. Basically, the emergence of the Jupiter changed the evolution of the smaller celestial bodies of the solar system, and actually everything went along another route. And right now it is considered one of the, let's say, almost proved hypothesis in the circles where I go to the conferences and communicate with other scientists. Probably, there is another hypothesis that probably part of the water which used to be at Phaeton, it got to the Earth together with other bodies and particles, because the Earth couldn't form water on its own. It's quite an interesting point too. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much, and I give the floor to Konstantin.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me well?
Yes, well.
Hello, friends. I listened so much attentively, and I became a viewer. I forgot that I need to tell something. Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. So I have some information about the origin of Phaeton, or rather the asteroid belt. There is some information about, well, some very hypotheses as well. So we'll cover them. All right, so the fact that between planet Mars and Jupiter was something in between, people knew about this in legends and myths. And our friends will tell more about this further. So one of the first ones that I was able to find in history who stated this was the astronomer, mathematician, and optician Johannes Kepler in the 17th century, and he observed this and he said that something is missing there. So according to this indication, other scientists began to take interest in this asteroid belt. So they found a Cerera planet, which was thought to was a dwarf planet. So they thought the mystery was solved, but since their size is just from 500 to 1,000 kilometers, they cannot be planets. They just asteroids. So nowadays, on our asteroid belt, there are about 200,000 asteroids found already. So next, there were two scientists, Titius and Bode, found out, or they rather found the rule that each planet is approximately twice as far from one another than the previous one. So if you take a look at the table, table, you will see AU. AU stands for astronomical unit. What Elena has mentioned, this is the distance between the Earth and the Sun. So, if you take a look at Mercury as an example, so if you take a look at 0.34, then about twice as much 0.61, then twice as much Mars, and then there is a discrepancy, so 4.8. So they have, well, since they noted it, they begin to dig further. So scientists began to have certain questions. So if it was a planet and now there is none, so how it originated and where did it go? How it disappeared? So there were some quite common opinions that a planet was on unstable orbit and it was influenced by the gravitational fields of, say, Jupiter, Sun, Saturn, Mars, and so on. There were a lot of hypotheses of this. So the gravitational force just tore it apart. But there is a question. So scientists say that it happened 3 to 4 billion years ago. Some say like 350 million, 700 million, very different hypotheses. But there is a question. If it happened so that this planet was torn apart by gravitational forces, then why, for such a long period of time, these asteroids have not fell like an asteroid, shower on some planet like Jupiter or Saturn with all their, huge gravitational fields. Second point, which is mentioned by scientists, is if it happened so that if photon was torn apart by gravitational fields due to this, then after this, it will take about 2 billion years for Jupiter satellites to stabilize themselves. Another theory states that there was a huge cosmic body. I think that it still exists. And there is a theory that the planet was destroyed or exploded due to some natural processes, say radiational activity or gas activity, something like this. So there was an aerostatic astrophysic who said that if it had been like this, with the explosion of photon, then it would lead to death, to season of life on Earth and actually on the whole solar system. So, according to paleontological data, we did not find on Earth over last 16 million years some strong influences like cosmic influences that could relate to this. But the main thing, he proved that explosion of this planet could not actually make this asteroid belt. Sorry, could you go back for the slide? So since all of its matter would go into vapor and small fragments, not more than 25 meters in diameter. So another theory states that some asteroids existed before F5, and they just fell on its surface. Next. Okay, I would like to ask, it's very important for me to see the colors in my report. Someone is highlighting this. Okay, so okay. Since the asteroid belt exists till now, there is some logical explanation to this. So, the study of these asteroid belts, was carried out by different traders. And there was information that their shape looks like similar to oil droplets in water. there was a scientist Schmidt, Soviet scientist, and it was very common in CIS countries that these asteroids are intermediate bodies of the planets that did not have time to form a planet because of this gravity field of Jupiter and their speed became so fast that they could not stick together. But the facts state something different. What do we see? We see that if this asteroid had been formed randomly, then their composition would be different and not similar to one another. But it's not so, since what the asteroids that they have been found in since 1925 and so on, around 10,000 asteroids have been preserved in various museums. Yes, right, this is correct, Light. So, Itokawa asteroid, for example, Japanese scientists found water. There is assumption that it evolved around the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. Similarly, on March 22, 1998, several meteorites fell around the city Han in Texas, and this arrow indicates a 15 micron drop of water that got inside this salt crystal of this meteorite. So many scientists believe that no water cannot form on asteroids. It requires the conditions of a planet. So therefore, I would like to show another slide. Yes, thank you. Due to some experiments by Photon 2, it was discovered that lithium can adapt in outer space without being a single organism. So these creatures can actually travel on asteroids from one planet to another. Next slide, please. No, previous one, please. Okay, never mind. In 1960s, a meteorite, or some meteorites were found that they resembled small fossil of Gaia pollen, some other biological objects. There was a morphology of, say, some different ancient life forms on Earth, but they cannot be related to anything of bacterial forms of nowadays and even before. So there was pollen and weed and so on. As the experiments showed, they can withstand, some of these biological forms can withstand traveling on asteroids from one planet to another. So in the book Sensei 4, there is some interesting data, and I would like to read that it was the fifth planet in the solar system that orbited between Mars and Jupiter. It was a very big planet and 17 times more than Earth. 92% of the mass of Phaeton actually went into transformed into dark matter without release of energy. That is why transition. So if we add 42 days, then 5,105 years ago, there was the destruction of the most beautiful planet in the galaxy, Phaeton.
Yes, thank you so much, Konstantin, and I give a floor to Svetlana.
Thank you very much, guys.
Good evening, good morning, dear friends. Thank you very much, Kostya, for such a detailed story. I would like to tell about Phaeton from the historical point of view, the proofs that this planet did exist, and there are possible versions that of what happened to this planet. In the process of preparing for this program, I read quite a lot of myths, ancient myths from various peoples of the world, in order to understand whether this disaster was depicted, or the Phaeton disaster was depicted in the myths. Why in the myths? I think that for you, and for my colleagues and the viewers also, it's none of a secret that myths, most of them, contain grains of truth. They contain grains of the truth of what really happened. And if you read myths attentively with open eyes, check the sources, then we will be able to find some points that will tell us the truth about what really happened. So, I looked through quite a lot of myths, and I should say that in most of them, there are confused facts, some tangled information, they're mixed, and the most trustworthy source about the Phaeton planet is the ancient Greek myth, which reached us already in a changed form after the Roman authors, but originally the author is considered to be Hesiod, Rhapsode, and as it often happens in our history, of course, the Hesiod original text, we never saw it, and it's already rewritten copies by other authors, but still we have a more trustworthy source, Plato. In his Timaeus dialogue, he mentions Phaeton myth and how Archon Solon, we know that he got information from Egyptian priests who knew quite a lot of information. This priest told Solon that there was a myth about Phaeton, which contains grains of truth, and subsequently this myth was retold by Ovidius in his Metamorphoses, which is quite a picturesque artwork, piece of literature. I would even call it a tragedy. Of course, I won't tell all the poems and verses by Greek and Roman poets, but I will tell you the meaning of this myth about Phaeton, and then give you a brief analysis of what conclusions I've made. You see, in brief, the myth is the following. Phaeton is the son of the Helios. He was a mortal person. He asked from Helios, his father. He wanted to ride his chariot, in which Helios was riding around the sun. He wanted to control this chariot, and he wanted to drive with luxury around the sky. But this story wasn't funny, because his father didn't want to give him the control of this chariot, because the horses were quite wild, and he even couldn't cope with them. But he gave the control of the chariot to the Phaeton, and Phaeton, when he got into the chariot, he couldn't cope with the control. He dropped the control rods, and the horses were dangerously approaching the earth. And now we see a very interesting, because this chariot was approaching the earth. The earth was burning. There were fires. The rivers were drying, and people were dying. So it's one of the grains in this myth. Of course, this Phaeton died together with his chariot, which collapsed, and he died in a way. Of course, the story is not funny; it's quite sorrowful. But what actually we can see in it, aside from the proofs that there was some disaster on Earth after the planet was destroyed, because the forests were burning and the rivers were also burning with fire, and so everything was influencing the Earth. But here I would like to say in brief that after reading this myth more attentively, you can understand, or rather suggest a hypothesis of what actually happened in Phaeton. If we take as a basis the idea that Phaeton did exist and collapsed. Usually historians and culturologists, they conduct their own analysis, they take keywords from a myth or some text, and they study these keywords and think what these metaphors can mean. So let's look. Phaeton, the son of the sun, is mortal who was the son of the god. He got the ropes, controlling ropes of chariot. So he got some overpower. He couldn't cope with this. So we can say that probably if on Phaeton there was some life, and if there were intelligent beings on Phaeton, probably they could have some power or some technology. Well, it's, you know, kind of hypothesis, but still, they could have some power, technology, and they couldn't cope with what they had. And probably because of this, the planet collapsed. Probably that's what I wanted to say from my point of view as a historian who tried to analyze the myth. But I think that my colleagues will have to add something, because Constantine before me mentioned a very interesting date, 5,104 years ago. I think that not only me right now, I draw certain parallels with the ancient world, with 3,104 BC, but I think other guys would like also to talk about this.
Yeah, Svetlana, thank you so much. And Yelena wrote to us that when she was listening to Konstantin, a great understanding came to her and she wants to share. Yeah, Yelena, could you please tell us? Yes, I was listening to a report of Konstantin, and I understood as we are talking about moving of different objects and influence of the solar system and the life, and we should also mention there is a strict fact, scientific fact, and both which is investigated in different countries. There is quite a big animal which can live in and multiply in the open space and can go to anabios for quite a long time, and then coming to other conditions, become alive again and multiply. And this animal is called tardigrade. Yes, in English it is called tardigrade, and it is known that this animal can go in space and can transfer on it and inside it different genetic material and spread it around our solar system. Yes, such things exist, and it is a confirmed fact. That is why life can be spread not only in the solar system, at least through these tardigrades. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, Elena. It's a very interesting fact.
That those tardigrades, I remember a few years ago that they have actually found out and that it's possible to send them to space and back. It will be interesting to see their nature, what actually allows them to actually withhold those kind of environments and to stay alive after being like in the open space. And I would also like to continue the topic of the Konstantin we're mentioning and was supported by Svetlana, which is the date of death of Phaeton. In the Sensei 4 book by Anastasia Novych, the author mentioned the specific displace of the planet and gives a specific date of its death. The activities then happened to be on the 6th of June of 1991, and it was mentioned in 43 days from that date. 500 years ago, the catastrophe actually happened of the death of that planet. And if you were to calculate this death, and I had the 10th of August, 140 years before the Christ BC, and it happened that this is the beginning of Maya calendar. where they had the cycle of 5,100 something years. In Mayan culture, to that calendar, the civilization that have lived for a long time and happen to have a calendar of 5,100 years, and that they use this 20, so like the calculation system. So we have like 10 fingers and like 10 system of calculation. So that we have the till 10 and we have like 11 back to 1. And Mayan had the till 20, and then they had like the 20 plus 1 system, right? And here, what was interesting is that in the Anastasia Novik's book, in Sensei 4, the specific description of the time count on the Phaeton planet, and they had the day, they had 20 equal parts, which meant that they had 20 hours, or approximately hours, right? And so this in detailed time tracking on the days of Earth, like, and you have the universal meaning of like 1 Allat. So like in earthly calculation, it's 11 minutes, 52 seconds, 74 thousandths of seconds. So that we have, they had a day 1 hour like 44 Allat, and they had 880 Allats, and 1 year consisted of 200,000 or something Allats. So that this was the full like value that actually you can allocate to the Paleocontact. What I've also seen here is that when you have the description of Phaeton as a planet, in this book it's mentioned that there's beginning of the crossover times. As we know that Mayan calendar, it has finished on the 21st of December of 2012. This is the beginning of time of the crossroad, or beginning of the time to pick up the vector of development of our civilization. And that was an interesting, actually, parallel drawing there. And I'd like to give the floor back to the studio.
Спасибо большое, Александр. Из доклада Константина я поняла, что
Yes, thank you so much, Alexander. And from the report of Konstantin, I understood that the reason for the why Phaeton blue, because of some kind of, and there are a lot of information about Nibiru, that there is an idea that there is civilization there, and we also ask the question, what do we know about it? And I'd like to give a floor to my colleague. Please tell us about Nibiru. Hello, dear friends. And from the historical point of view, I paid attention to this unusual word. Yes, we all know that Nibiru, we can see this word in Sumerian language, and quite many people also devote their life to the investigation of this this language. But this word can be pronounced not only through these vowels, and if we look at this combination of vowels in the word Nibiru, you can, dear viewers, you can look at the screen. Then we can understand that there is a hypothesis of translators of Sumerian language, and there are only about 100 people, and mostly they are translators of Enuma Elish. And one of these tablets showed that there was a Marduk, which placed this planet or star, as Sumerian researchers of Sumer suppose. It is an idea of people who study Sumer, and it is an idea that it can be a god or a planet, but mostly it is a planet, and at the same time is God.
It is so accepted in the community of scientists to, if you look at the etymology of this word, please look at the next slide, you can see what scientists do. Let's take all possible languages. Yes, we find the word "nu" in ancient Egyptian language, but it is translated as gold. But if we look at the Italian language, we also encounter nubo, nubi. These are the nouns meaning sky and clouds. Basically, it's an Italian language, and it doesn't reflect the transliteration. But if we take the Dogon language, and we know that many people know that this ethnos and these people, this tribe, know many records, keep many records about the origin of the universe. But we can look at the Dogon village, one of the Dogon village in the north, and there is a district called Nubi. Since Dogon tribe and also Teleb tribe, very ancient people, they also say that such sounds, which then influence fictional words, they were transferred by aliens. And this was described of Pavel Anatolievich Kutsenkov, who was the doctor of cultural sciences, and he was chief of the expeditions. He indeed proved that there is such a sound as Nubi. Such a conclusion is about the coordination between the ancient languages, leads us again to ancient Egypt, to who was God Ra. If we separate and look the Nubi word and the Ra word, Ra is the Egyptian god of sun. It is the supreme god of ancient Egyptians, and his name meant sun. So, according to Egyptian myths, God Ra ruled earth as the pharaoh. And this complies with the Dogon mythology, but also Nubi. Nubi is not only god, but the title of the god Set. If we look at the papyruses of ancient Egypt, we can find that Nubi is associated with such a concept as protector. Who's protector? Protector of the god Ra, protector of the sun. And in the early translations of the ancient kingdom of Egypt, Nubi was the title of the protector of king pharaohs. So that's why he was called protector. And in the papyri, we find such words as Ru, Ra, Nubi, the golden name. It's as the title of the king of Thes, as a god, because originally this god wasn't perceived as evil god. Why do we make such a conclusion? Because we study hieroglyphs, where in the Egyptian language there are over 700 hieroglyphs. So this god Ra had his own hieroglyph and image, and Egyptians depicted it as a sign, as an image, a symbol. And this sign was found on a stepped pyramid made by Imhotep, architect Imhotep. It's a 3rd millennia BC. Such interesting conclusions we can make. And now I give the floor to the next speaker. Thank you very much for such a detailed description. And from Sumerian epics, we know that in the solar system, we also have another planet which is rotating, but it has quite an elongated orbit, stretched orbit. And in 2016, astronomers from the California Technological Institute, Michael Brown and Konstantin Matygin, made a discovery that indeed in our solar system there is another planet. And they called it the 9th. They discovered this planet thanks to the fact that around the solar system, if we'll have the illustrations on the screen, we'll see there is an asteroid belt, which already was described by Yelena today, and the further asteroids in this system, they are rotating along a strange, very strange orbit. And astronomers come up with the question, when they started discovering these asteroids, they were amazed with such orbits, and they were amazed why these asteroids are rotating in such a way. So mathematically, they calculated these asteroids can rotate only because they are influenced by a gravitational force of some other planet. And the more information arose, the more they clarified the parameters of this planet. You can see here the yellow ellipse is the orbit of the 9th planet. So it turns out that this planet flies around all the planets which we know in the solar system. It has an elongated long year which lasts about up to 20,000 years. So this planet comes near us very rarely, and this mass is about 10 times more than the Earth's mass. So scientists calculated this planet theoretically, and now they are going to study it, to study a big sector of the sky in order to photograph this planet. So far, it's just the theoretical conclusions, but these conclusions say that indicate that the planet does exist. In the internet, you can find information that Nibiru comes into the solar system, but as a matter of fact, it goes around the solar system, around the orbits, and all other orbits of other planets remain intact. Now, I suggest that we watch an excerpt from the video with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov about Nibiru. I would like to start with the question which came to the mail about the name of very mysterious planet. How to call this name correctly? Nibiru.
Neither way, really. In fact, you have to understand that what Nubira or Nibira, it is written differently actually, and where it has came from. As a matter of fact, this planet is called quite differently, and if you were to translate it correctly, what Nubira, or more correctly, Nubira Tianius, there's such an expression, right? Nubira is translated as from behind the sun. Nubi as Ra, and when the sun was called before, or Ra, in those times. And yet again, why was that? Because the sun was compared to the god Ra, like life-giving and so on. Therefore, from behind the sun, from behind the Ra, the ones who came here. This is why Nubira Tians.
So it's in the physical plane or on the spiritual plane?
No, literally speaking. So it's directly material sense. So for them we are also Nibira sense.
So it is those who are on the other side of the sun, but the correct name of this planet we can address to Anunnaki. In one of the videos you said that Anunnaki from the Nibiru planet.
I'll say it again. Everywhere it's written as Nibiru, but many says also Nibiru. That's what the expression such as the phrase Nibi, and it was Nubi from the other side. And Ra was actually precisely the concept of God as the sun.
And at that time you said that in translation it was the from around the sun, but also from behind the sun, but also you mentioned that it's not the real name of the planet. So the question is, what is the real name of this planet?
Shall we tell them? Well, you can tell them, it's not a real secret, right?
Vamfim.
Thank you very much. And today, just now, we learned the true name of the mysterious planet X that the science has been studying for so long. And also, thank you so much to all the speakers and all the scientists today for sharing the knowledge about Mars and what actually happened on Mars. This is very interesting and needed information for today. And what happened on Mars, we're going to learn that later, yes?
Yes.
But today, right now, we know that Mars, there was life on Mars, and this is a very interesting fact. And also, we've learned about the planet Phaeton that actually existed, and possibly what happened to that as well.
Оль, знаешь, у меня такой вопрос, что мы поняли из видео ребят, что довольно-таки
You know, we understood from the videos that they were quite developed civilizations, and some of them, especially on the Phaeton, they were quite technically supported. And I have a question to our speakers. Maybe they came to us, maybe they exchange their opinions, maybe we have Martians or Phaetons from among us. Maybe you can answer this question. Yes.
This is a really interesting question. We'll try to figure it out, and I think in this we will be helpful. Artifacts will help us because we already looked at the question whether life existed anywhere except the Earth from the historical astronomical point of view. But what do artifacts tell us? Regarding the artifacts, I would like to tell you about Sumerian cylinder, which it's 243, and objects of the solar system are depicted here. It's please show another slide, the biggest one. This slide is also okay. So Carl Dunk performed a mathematical analysis of this cylinder. Could you please go back to the Sumerian? Yes, thank you. Carl Dunk conducted a mathematical analysis of the solar system planets and compared it with the radius of the planets which we see on this cylinder from Sumer. And it is interesting that he saw a correlation between this data. So it's an algorithm of the real radiuses complies with the 1/10 algorithms of the radiuses on this picture, Sumerian picture. It means that this Sumerian picture actually is a zoomed model of the solar system. I think that another scientist was who once didn't stop on that, and he used these calculations. They managed to put planets in their respective place, and they concluded that it's actually a very big chance that all the planets will be in their own places. So he also noted that there are angles between the planets and the sun which also comply with each other. Also detected the movement of the planets, and such arrangement of the planets moving around the sun also was possibly existed in the past. We can thus conclude that in this cylinder from Sumer, deep astronomical, profound astronomical knowledge is presented in a zoomed form, because this cylinder is actually very small. And you know, to make such a picture, you see this cylinder, and it actually complicates how to convey this knowledge. But we noticed that when we looked at these artifacts, it's interesting that there are some signs and figures, symbols which we don't know. But now, after listening to the legend about Phaeton, we can assume that actually these signs and symbols depict Phaeton near the sun, which this planet was larger than the Earth, and it was located between Mars and Jupiter. Also, another interesting point on this tablet, you can notice that in the middle we can see another planet, another point, dot. We analyzed these artifacts on the previous Kaleidoscope of Facts when we discussed Atlantis, and we analyzed that many artifacts contain such very many symbols, and every detail or important information. No symbols, no dots were depicted just in vain. So we can assume that this planet, which is in the middle, exactly Nibiru, it is kind of a little from afar from the solar system, and it attracts a lot of attention because it is located in the center. And also we can say that basically the inhabitants of this planet were depicted on this disk. Also, I would like to note that in fact Sumerians had knowledge that the solar system contains 12 planets, and this is evidenced by the texts. There is such a phrase about it, shock 12, which means that there is a belt of 12 planets. Also, Orientalist Ernest Weber he decoded the meaning and read the following Sumerian phrase that whatever belongs to the sun, whatever rotates around the sun, there are 12 of them. So we can see again the evidence that the ancients knew about the 12 planets, and also there is an interesting point that they considered the moon also to be a planet. And if we understand all this symbolism, we understand that this image is kind of comprehensive. Now I would like to show another very interesting artifact. Could you switch to the next? It's an Assyrian flat map, which also depicts profound astronomical knowledge. On this map, we can see constellations. We can recognize Orion constellation right away. On the other side, there are 7 points, 7 dots, which are the Pleiades, constellation of Pleiades. And also there are many numbers which can denote certain coordinates. And we have many inscriptions on these tablets. There are many scientific interpretations of this disk. According to French scientists, Maurice Chacun from France, this map really represents nothing else but the guide for space flights with a map of the constellations of the sphere. So here there are mountains, cities, also the atmosphere layers are depicted on this scheme, and it is very interesting that scientists managed to decode these inscriptions, and the trajectory of the spacecraft movement goes between Jupiter and Mars. It's a very interesting place in the solar system, in fact. And also, could you please go back? Yes, thank you. There is also a triangle which is accompanied by the phrase, the path of the root of God Enlil, which can denote some place on Earth in the northern hemisphere. According to the other version, on this disc, we have depiction of the events that happened in 3104 BC. And these events relate to the fact that close to the Earth, at the dangerous distance, some huge cosmic object was flying. Either it was a massive neutron star, which was just a hypothesis. And as we already discussed, this date also leads us to one interesting event. If we compare it with the date which is mentioned in the books by Anastasia Novych as the date of the collapse of Phaeton, and it is also 3104 BC. According to this tablet, it is the same, almost the same. So basically, we can make certain conclusions that this tablet could actually depict the events that took place with Phaeton, and this collapse, this disaster was seen from the Earth. There is also another very interesting artifact, but we'll proceed to it later. It is related most to modern scientists. It's about the asteroid 288. It is also, the origin of this asteroid is also from this main asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. It was discovered in 2012. The unique about this asteroid is that it is active and it is double asteroid. This means that there are 2 parts rotating around the same axis. And here we can also denote such a fact that they are formed, this asteroid formed, according to scientists, not earlier than 5,000 years ago. Again, see a correlation with the event which you are talking about. Now let's proceed to the next artifact. It's the stellar map. Could you please show it on the screen? It's such a wonderful golden map. A golden disc was found. It was a part of the wall map. It's only a part of the whole conversation in gold. It was a map of the solar, of the stellar sky, where we see gods who came to the earth. On this map we can see, could you please go back to the map? Yes. What attracts our attention is there is some kind of a dialogue between the aliens and the earthlings. Why earthlings? Because there is the continent of South America, there is a depiction of South America, and maybe it was the place of the contact. By this picture, we can see that there probably was a transfer of some practical experience. Why can we make such a judgment? Because see, we see maize or corn. We'll go back to this plant later. Why this plant? And also we can see the sign, which we discussed on the previous Kaleidoscope of Facts. It was usually associated with the Pleiades constellation, but it's several dots, and the seventh dot is located to the right. This means that by means of additional consciousness, some practical information was conveyed. Astronomical part of this disk is the following. You again can recognize here the Orion belt right away, and also we can see here, yes, right, and here we see a very mysterious oval region, and this tragic, it's the region which is kind of symbolizes the place from where gods live. So it's the coordinates of the place from where some deities came. It's we can see that this oval, behind this oval, there is kind of like a second, something like a second sun. And Viracocha god was depicted this way exactly on the artifacts. This one, yes. So, what is depicted on that solar disk? Here we can see such an interesting point, that depiction of this deity, we see 7 stars again. This could be Pleiades, and we see 3 suns which are associated with the Orion constellation. And also we see 4 mysterious balls, spheres, which actually denote exoplanets in this area. Now let's go back to our artifact. Yes, here. I would like to draw your attention to the anomalous zones in this map. We can say that this is a constellation, but if we look more attentively, we can say that this structure is totally different than where the stars are depicted. It's kind of like broken stars. And we also see stripes going different sides. Scientists have such a hypothesis that this way they could depict the explosion of a big comet, but this probably have to be some big object, big celestial body. We can characterize this depiction as picture as very laconic. This image, this whole map shows very precise and specific data, and if this is an explosion, probably it was kind of a very important event which the ancients wanted to depict and tell us about or warn us about. And if we combine all the puzzle pieces together, everything we know about Phaeton, about Paleocontact, Mars, etc., we can actually come to the conclusion that this event of this explosion also could relate to the processes that took place in the solar system due to the collapse of Phaeton. So all these facts evidence deep astronomical knowledge, and not only because is evidence paleocontact, it's an indication of paleocontact, because such knowledge could not be taken by people just from observations. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Olga. You know, according to this stellar map, or even the artifact, we can, you know, read many things if we have the knowledge. But if you don't have the knowledge, for you it's just a piece of precious metal which depicts something mysterious. So I kindly very much thank Olga for such a great work with a detailed description of what is depicted on this artifact. And now I'd like to give the floor to our next speaker, Vladimir Aksyonenko, and he will tell us about the proofs that we are probably aliens and we are probably from different planets.
Thank you very much to all participants. Thank you, Oля, for giving the mic to me. So, yes, indeed, if we ask ourselves the question whether Earth is truly a true home for humanity, and getting deeper in the study of this topic, the answer was quite an expected one. Okay, let's go with step by step. So, if we base ourselves on the knowledge set forth in the books by Anastasia ALLATRA, for example, it is interesting that the functioning of the body of the living organism depends greatly on gravitational forces. It is, figuratively speaking, the force of gravity affects the human body. And practical study of this issue proves that we are, in fact, aliens, that planet Earth is actually not our true home. But let's gradually get to know this more and more. Okay, so we have a hint in the books that gravity is related to the process of regeneration that occurs in living organisms today. In fact, scientists already getting the answer, and they find interesting facts in ISS orbiting planet Earth in the study of regeneration of living organisms. One of these examples during which snails were taken, and on Earth an eye tentacle was removed them on the Earth. Then they were transported in container into the orbit in the space station, and it was found that in the conditions of zero gravity, the regeneration of this eye tentacle of the snails was quite quick, and this regeneration is present in everywhere, like in plants. For example, we observe like trees. Leaves are falling from trees in autumn, and they regenerate in spring. Also, farmers can grow a plant out of one just branch of a tree. Then there is a very interesting regeneration in invertebrates. For example, starfish. If for some reason one of the tentacles is damaged or removed, then it fully regrows. Also, we have this in crabs, crayfish, when a claw is removed from them, a new one regenerates, regrows. So we can, therefore, it's natural to wonder why some living organisms have regeneration process in them, and while others, quite developed organisms like ours, these processes are not so obvious, so pronounced, but yet it is present. So it is possible to state the fact that the properties of regeneration in human organism is inherent, is embedded in the human body, but due to the conditions in which our bodies are, like gravitational conditions, they are not so much expressed. So they're present, but they're not so much expressed. For example, we can observe when nails or hair, human hair, can regrow, regenerate, or blood, or skin when been damaged. Then there are some well-known facts of regeneration of liver, but can entire organs regenerate? So we have continued studying this issue, and we came across a very interesting information in the book of by Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, Osteochondrosis for the Professional Patient. The author of this book describes in practical results of studying regeneration, reparation of tissues in intervertebral disc. And a very interesting conclusion is drawn by Igor Mikhailovich that for a full-fledged regeneration of tissues, it is necessary to reduce the constant interval disc stress 37%. And this figure we actually gave it some thought because it's quite an interesting figure. Under the conditions of gravity which we exist in, to create such conditions, so this load on the disk will be reduced by 37% in order to start this regeneration process. So in fact, these practical results of research prove that our organism, our body, was made or was created in a slightly different conditions of gravity. So this actually is a proof that planet Earth is not a true home to mankind. And our body was created for another planet, where the gravity is 37% lower. And if we assume that, let's say, scientists come to the discovery of exoplanets where conditions of gravity gravitational field is 37% lower, and the science continues to develop to such an extent that we have the possibility to visit this planet, then in such conditions of this planet, it turns out that the regeneration process is fully activated, and the life of human beings is prolonged very much, so beyond this species limit or species span. Nowadays, traditional medicine, traditional pharmacy does not be able to cope with this. So, what is interesting, our presence on planet Earth indicates that there is interplanetary flights, and there is life on other planets. And the proof to this is our existence on this planet. There's also some other questions like whether this planet of native, so to say, when we were created, actually exists, where the gravitation was 37% lower than that of the Earth. And if we make a little calculation, or approximate calculation, we come to the radius of the planet is approximately 4,014 kilometers, with the assumption that the density of both planets is the same, of the Earth and the supposed planet. So naturally, these numbers are approximate, and they're, let's say, a reference for further research by experts and scientists. And I would like also to add that with the development of primordial physics, primordial ALLATRA physics, we will come, or we already one step away from these discoveries that allow human beings to go far into space and make long-distance flights between the planets. So it is natural that the search of the planets suitable for human beings or already inhabited by human beings is very relevant. In fact, we're on the verge of the possibility of setting on other planets, settling on other planets, and the information It seems to me that the key now is to find these planets as we are close to possible, well, travel, so that humanity can reach and reveal its potential, because in its fullness. Of course, this information requires more thorough research by experts in order to expand it, but there are keys, there are and the word is thanks to the scientists.
Yes, thank you so much, Volodya. And yes, we have just to make one step. Yes, let's make this one step, because it's so interesting to learn something new, unusual. These faraway stars which attract with its light, with new life. Maybe some people live there. It's just fantasy. Yeah, I'm for this step, and I completely agree with you. The space travels is a dream of our childhood, and we want to come closer to this. And Volodya, you said so interesting about regeneration, and I also come across this information while I was reading the book of the ecologist from the USA, Dr. Silva, which he also where he also explained this extraterrestrial beginning of life of human, and where he describes that conditions are not perfect for humans on the earth, and the structure of our spine is not suitable for these conditions, and in these conditions it is not it cannot regenerate, and that is why many people have problems with their spines. And the information which is interesting for people who would like to know where this planet was, what kind it was, and so on. There is such information that some problems with our sleeps is connected, that we, in our body there is a necessity that it lasts for 24 hours. That is why many people cannot sleep, cannot have enough sleep. Now we understand that we just need to have some more sleep and some more time for being awake to have enough. So, and also a person cannot stay under the sun for quite a long time. And some animals can be under the sun for quite a long time and nothing happens with them. And another interesting fact that people are not adapted to birth of children, and this information makes us think, and it motivates us to have some further researches. That is why I just want to thank you all and say that let's research and investigate further. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Marina. And let's just sum up. What did we learn today? So far we have learned that intelligent life on other planets existed. And most likely it exists today. We just don't know about it yet. We just saw plenty of evidence, and scientific community confirms the fact that Mars was once inhabited by smart beings. We learned that the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter was a planet called Phaeton. The question remains why life on planet Mars ceased to exist, and we will uncover this mystery at the end of our broadcast. And much evidence points to the fact that planet Earth is not the home of the human being. And this is very interesting information, and thank you, Marina. I definitely agree that a little more time during the day and a little more sleep would be beneficial for all. And finally, today we learned that the 9th planet, Planet X, is Nubira, or its true name is Vamphim. The information along is valuable for scientists today. This is only the first part of our research. Stay tuned. We have a lot more information that we will be covering. And yes, thank you so much.
Да, ребята, замечательно знать,
Yes,
что
guys,
жизнь на
it's very
других
pleasant to
планетах
know that life on other planets exists, and it can be quite favorable for humans.
И хотелось бы
And
передать
I would
слово
like to give a
нашему
floor to
следующему
our next
спикеру.
speaker,
Marcelo.
Marcelo
Gaston.
Gaston.
Hola. Hola. Bueno, de hecho, el origen del maíz es un gran misterio para los científicos. Se considera que
Greetings. I would like to tell you that the big mystery for scientists is the of corn, because they think that it has originated in Central America or Mexico. The thing is that many plants have their own number of genes. And so how did we know where the corn came from? The thing is, the corn, it doesn't have like a predecessor, really. And during the excavation of the old Indian actual bearings, they have the sites of the corn, actually. And it looks like the modern corn. It's not the most important thing. That the biggest mystery in corn is this plant is unable to grow without the human being. They can't really be spread or germinated because if you don't have the care for it will just rotten. It be rotten, so it cannot survive without the care of human being. You can continue. So it's what was interesting. Yes.
Wanted to say something for us. Gastón.
Sí, chicos, gracias. Bueno, estamos hablando de evidencia de vida en otros planetas y se ha mencionado
Since
a
we've talked
Marte
about
y a Phaeton. Y bueno, ya no tenemos la presencia de
proof of life on other planets, we've talked about Phaeton, we've talked about Mars.
Lo que fue su lugar, o donde supuestamente estuvo Phaeton.
Although Phaeton is not located now on solar system, but we can speak about the dwarf planet Ceres. And recently, some years ago, there was an article, some articles published in Fabae, for example. This is a Spanish issue, quite a distinguished one. It shows a very interesting pyramidal structure, which is of artificial origin. It also it is geometric patterns that correspond to what we have been talking today.
Yes, Gaston, thank you so much for your addition about Phaeton. It was interesting to hear. And I'd like to return to the topic. You know, it turns out that we have enough of potential to know and explore other worlds, not only through telescopes, but with the spaceships of a new era. So let's have a look at what technologies we have nowadays. As specialists explain, the appearance of the UFO in the sky, which was proved by many people all around the globe, and you know what physical principles on what physical principles they are based on. Maybe we also can develop them. Olga, are you ready for the completely stunning information?
Let's buckle our seatbelts. And actually today we have a really great chance to ask a few questions to researchers that have been in the field for a very long time. And today with us we have Dr. John Alexander, who's a retired U.S. Army colonel, leading advocate for the development of non-lethal weapons of military applications of the paranormal. And he's also an author, and he's written many books. And all the way from Chile, we have Rodrigo Herrera, director of the Onveological Research Group of Chile, AION. Hello, Rodrigo. Hello, Dr. Alexander, if you're here with us today. And I believe our first, Marina has the first question for Rodrigo.
Hello, Rodrigo. Hola. And our first question, because we know that you're from Chile, and we're so wondering how UFO is studied in Chile. Could you please tell us more about that?
¿Qué tal?
Hello. So first of all, I would like to thank all of you for inviting me to this wonderful initiative where we can discuss the phenomenon of unidentified objects and so on. And I believe that we all are trying to understand this phenomenon right now. And as for Chile, the official position of this country is towards UFOs is it has been investigated since 1997 on official level. There is a committee that created to study these abnormal phenomena of the UFOs and also various elements of unknown origin. So we also have some possibilities to incorporate research with universities. Also, we conduct debates and we have information from media about UFOs, and I believe that we still are missing some elements, some information that allow us to understand the general theory. When someone notices how, for example, an alien or UFO behaves in reality around us, we believe that these intelligent beings, they are aware of our civilization. They are well developed, and we as humanity, I believe, can also come to the point of development when we can communicate. Some people believe that UFOs do not have any explanation, but as far as I'm concerned, or they will have some sociological and cultural environment, and I believe that they do all have this. It is necessary to understand and know all this in order to understand the UFO phenomenon. So some hypotheses actually explain the UFO phenomenon in just a narrow, explanation. Some hypotheses state that this is like a local phenomenon. Others state that they are beyond three-dimensionality, and we in Chile have a possibility of doing research from extreme north of the Atacama Desert to Patagonia. And we also have a lot of reports and sightseeings, landings, and experience of close encounters with humanoids and some kidnapping maybe, but we're in a quite interesting position, positive position in terms of environment in order to understand the UFO, what is happening with UFOs in our world, like in global terms. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rodrigo, for sharing. And we just noticed that John Alexander is not with us anymore. We'll try to get him on, but right now let's move on and learn more about the technologies.
Итак, по списку у нас идет антигравитационные технологии.
Anti-gravitation technologies.
Может быть, нам кто-то хочет рассказать про типичные характеристики.
Maybe somebody wants to tell us about some typical characteristics of sources. While we are preparing for the video, can we ask Rodrigo once again?
Спасибо за столь подробную, интересную конференцию, за разбор каждой темы.
Thank you so much for this conference. It is very impressive, and one of the most important questions that I would like to speak. Guys, we have some technical difficulties. That is why I offer to continue our conversation with Rodrigo, because he had a very interesting answer. Because not long ago we had a video on ALLATRA TV Spain, and he told very many interesting things. And one question that is still interesting for me. Tell us, please, what do you think we as civilization get benefit if we understand that there is life on other planets, that there are developed creatures which visit us? What does this information give us?
Mira, pienso que, como señalaba, que los visitantes tienen una relación.
Okay, like I was saying that we have come to the point that when we can state that they have a direct influence on us. So we could be able to learn today or collect some knowledge from myths or ancient cultures that indicate there was a certain contact with aliens or with extraterrestrial beings, and we have always been having this contact, like direct contact. And what I would also like to add, that we can say that the same is indicated in Mapuche culture, in Chile, on Amazon culture. It also presents a lot of interesting information, how these visitors were the part of our reality, of our world, and probably they have not abandoned us, as one might think, but we have just sort of lost this ability to have contact with them, to perceive them. And also, we can say that for them it takes some effort in order for these contacts to happen. So probably they come from other dimensions or from other time periods, so to say. The access to their reality, the reality that we could have, I believe we need to have a certain perception in order to perceive them. So there is an Argentinian doctor that indicates that states that these close encounters with the UFOs could be possible in people who have a certain features, so to say, with a spiritual molecule inside them. And then a person with such a molecule could have access to could be able to contact. So we can say about our development that we need to evolve, so that we would again be able to understand the ancient knowledge, nature, and the universe. All the knowledge that we lost, we need to restore it, and in order to restore also this contact with very wise, intelligent beings. It is not so mythical as it might seem. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Rodrigo, very much. I completely agree with you that it is not so mythical, and it can also all can be explained, and it's worth thinking about this question and trying to understand our responsibility for our future and not to put it on somebody else who would come and help us. It's very important. Thank you for your understanding, and we will with pleasure return to you in a few blocks. We will continue our conversation. Thank you very much that you have joined us.
Ok, gracias a ustedes nuevamente. Como bien señalaste, la responsabilidad está en nosotros. No tenemos que esperar que extraterrestres vienen a arreglar el problema que nosotros hicimos. Nosotros somos los responsables.
Also, thank you so much. It was wonderful to have such a joint input.
It was a pleasure having you on with us today, and thank you for sharing your knowledge. We love to learn from you, and of course from all the other scientists and researchers that are with us today. Thank you very much. And now let's continue the topic of technologies. Let's learn about the ancient technologies that we found information about, as well as what is known about the technologies today.
Добрый день всем. Приветствую всех на конференции. Хотелось бы сегодня рассказать немножко про антигравитационные технологии.
I'd like to speak about anti-gravity technologies. What kind of technologies are they? It is quite a mythical word. What kind of technology is it? This is a technology which is supposed that UFOs work on them. They are objects which disappear very quickly and very high speeds, and such effects are created. And it's very interesting what physical laws are on the basis of the work of such machines. And I'd like to say that even on Earth, our scientists paid a lot of attention to the idea to develop these anti-gravity technologies. The first steps into space were made with the help of spaceships, and that is why we can study our solar system, but we cannot go beyond this. That is why we have to make the step to this future technologies, anti-gravity technologies. Basically, these machines create a big electric and magnetic field, very quick rotation, and also influence on in the environment and other characteristics. Many scientists dealt with this, such as Tesla, Killer, Korovin, German scientists, Thomas Gum, and others. The interesting thing is that these technologies are connected with ether, with the physics of ether, and the scientists also developed these machines with the help of these modern technologies connected with ether. But as in the last century, ether theory, it was decided that ether does not exist. This technology was not developed at the end of the 19th century. Nevertheless, nowadays, anti-gravity engines are being developed. For example, M-Drive. Interestingly, it works, but the matter is, experiments which were conducted and results, they are not published. Although engine functions. The matter is, in the official physics, it is adopted, such an idea is adopted. Each discovery should prove all laws which are already discovered by physics. That is why, because of such discrepancies, nowadays we cannot see how this engine functions. Of course, it's not a real flying saucer, but it's a step to such technologies. Can I please ask you to play the video with Andrew Maklakov?
Wow.
Tanya, I'd like to ask you, we saw this triangle in Afghanistan, but how does it work? What principle does it work on? Anti-gravity or another one? I think it's better to ask this question to physicists, because it is quite a serious mechanism, how it works. And we also can watch a video with Andrei Maklakov, who is telling about these technologies, and he is explaining how these engines really work.
I think we cannot start discussing
The history of anti-gravitational technology starts in 19th century. Nick Cook actually thinks that he was the first historian to study anti-gravitational technologies. And he's an author of the book, The Hunt for Zero Point. In general, this is related to Nikola Tesla. This is another physicist, John Orwell King, created the so-called aero navigator device. He was quite an mysterious person, although at the end of his life, his reputation was somewhat tarnished. Nevertheless, his ideas really impress, and they actually maybe were much interested in Nikola Tesla. Again, as an Englishman, Cook could do something in Russia and Germany in late 19th century, but there are also very interesting discoveries made. Another person to call is Alexandrovich Korovin, Vladimir Alexandrovich, who actually built an interesting apparatus, and he traveled by air in an unknown direction. Most likely it was in Paris, where he graduated from Polytechnic University. It was a really interesting time. In 1919, Kovsky, two German engineers, they actually made it possible for electromagnetic field to cause zero gravity. It was able to lift a weight of 25 kilograms. Another interesting research was done by Victor Schauberg and Bill Kolk, German scientists, and they used some very interesting liquid. The Nazis built this UFO by Dr. Schumann, with the help of Dr. Schumann in 1934. There is also information the generator Lagrange gas converter was used in this device. Another interesting research was done by a professor that gives very interesting data. For example, to have a trip on Mars, there will be no requirement for fuel at all. Another interesting thing is travel to Alpha Centaurus, which is the closest star system to us. Again, this is a very different physics, so the theory of Einstein no longer works here. So, to travel to a close star system, it will just take maybe 10 years. Another interesting person to mention is British scientist John, who between the period of 1946 and 1972 had made very many interesting generators. What is the secret of his devices? It is quite similar to magnetic field, a magnetic generator by Mohammed Yields and other devices made all around the world by so-called amateurs, those who study free energy. But what's the secret? If we just take traditional physics, we can't reveal it. But if we approach this from the position of dynamics, electrodynamics, then these devices create a certain field, an ether field, which make the energy to rotate certain objects and deprives them of weight.
Very interesting video, and I'd like Antonia to comment on that for our viewers to become clear what it is about. Yes.
Yes, I will comment. Andrei is saying that anti-gravitational technology relate to ether, and conditions are created when the aircraft is flying up with this lightness of air, and it gains ultrasound speed. And basically, the frame of this aircraft doesn't change. So this new technology actually goes across or opposite the theory by Einstein. It doesn't comply with Einstein's theory. That's why this is a new step into science, and humanity can do it, can make this step in the future so that such aircraft would be available. It's interesting that anti-gravitational technology, in addition to flying sources, to engines, we have to resolve other issues like communications. For example, if we invent some device or flying saucer, which we saw, and if it rises up with an ultrasound speed and flies to a certain direction, we will have problems with communication. So if the waves will not come from the Earth to that saucer, to the aircraft, we won't be able to coordinate this device from the Earth station. So also, in order for these technological devices to work, we need highly conductive materials, and we have to process and develop these materials. Andrei Korovin, for example, mentioned he used such a flying device. He dreamt going all the way to the moon, and he was working all his life on this technology. He created such a material which gets magnetized, and it attracts, it draws many things to each other, and it flies up very easily, and it doesn't need any fuel like oil, gas, or solid fuel. It actually works on free energy. And what Andrei was showing about the Third Reich also developed flying saucers, spacecraft. Schumann was the one who discovered the standing waves, so-called standing waves, which are in the ionosphere of the Earth. And he actually studied the wave nature and how these sources operate. And today also there are developments, as I've mentioned. Originally it was a prototype by Brown, one of the scientists, but now it's Embraer and they're working on this as well.
Yeah, it's very interesting. The great field for the scientists is completely undone, and there's still a lot of work to be done. And the information about it was not completely erased, but somebody knows it and somebody uses it, as I understand.
Yes, exactly. And such enthusiast scientists, they didn't stop due to any obstacles or barriers or any pressure on their reputation. They tried to develop and do their best to develop a new technology, and were searching on how everything is operating in nature. They were trying to discover new laws of nature and how other civilizations live on.
It's amazing when scientists are led by this inner wish for the benefit of the whole humanity and develop their work in the right direction. Yes, it's very interesting. Thank you so much, Tonya, that you explained it in details about this anti-gravity technologies. I would say technologies of the past, which different countries possessed and probably possess them even today. And I'd like to move to our next speaker. But before we go to another speaker, I'd like to thank Andrew Maklakov because he allowed us to use this part from his video. It was a very interesting investigation which he's dealing with nowadays, and I also we're looking forward to our meeting with him to record the whole interview with him and to talk in more details with him. And now let's watch another video with another scientist. Please show it.
I think we cannot start discussing openly the UFO and the alien presence topic without touching upon the knowledge about the free energy and ether. Please share what is known today about these technologies used by extraterrestrial beings, if you can.
Most importantly, we have millions of sightings around the world over the last 70 years showing that these craft are anti-gravitic. So we know the craft are anti-gravitic. That's important. They're able to maneuver through our airspace without wings, without jets, using some other technology, which clearly humans do not have. That's very important. And we've had confirmation of that. So I believe that our confirmation of anti-gravitic technology on these ET craft is nearly 100% certain. So we got that. That's profound. Now, what else? It's suspected that the energy systems that the craft are using are not comparable to anything humans have. Now, this is a little harder to assess. It's obvious that crafts are anti-gravitic, but how do you know what the energy system is? We don't. We can only speculate. Given the performance capabilities of the craft, we suspect that that energy system is extraordinary. Not only in how much energy it can generate, but that it's operating in such a small space. These craft, in many cases, are not very large. But we can't be certain. But there's enough there to raise the prospect that the energy systems that are being used by extraterrestrials in their craft, and I'm talking about the saucers, I'm not talking about the larger craft that undoubtedly are used to move between star systems, could be a major paradigm shift for human beings. In other words, if the energy systems are good as we think they might be, it changes everything in our world. One of the things our own physics has determined is that space is in fact not empty, oddly enough. It is a teeming cauldron of particles, being virtual particles, coming into existence and then going out of existence. That's heavy stuff, not easy to understand. But the fact is that because it's not empty and because these particles are coming and going, it has been concluded by a lot of top physicists that in fact there is an enormous amount of energy in space if you could figure out how to tap into it. And so the speculation is that the ETs have figured out how to tap into that. That has a certain resonance with me. I like it. And if it were true, it would mean that you could probably derive energy using relatively small tech, taking that energy out of the ground, from the ground state level, out of the empty space, which would explain how they operate.
We would like to thank Stephen for this wonderful interview, Stephen Bassett. And you mentioned a very important concept that ether is something that could change our research for the better. And we know that if we can tap into that free energy, a lot of things in humanity will change. And this, if, of course, we use it for the positive, for the benefit of humanity. And right now, I would like to pass the word to Anastasia.
Thank you, Olga. And so I have a question for Rodrigo. So, Rodrigo, I would like to ask you, would it be possible, in your interview, you were mentioning super interesting information about the material which was found from one of the flying object. Could you please give us more details?
Nastya, we didn't hear it. Can you please turn on your mic?
Родриго, я бы хотела спросить вас вопрос о материале, который был найден.
About the material that was found as a part of the UFO. What data do you have after this analysis, and speak more about this material?
Простите. Sorry.
Rodrigo, I have a question to you about the material, yes, which was found. Yeah.
Okay.
Could you please tell us about that?
En un sector de la cordillera chilena llamada Cajón del Maipo. En este lugar.
It has happened long ago in Chile in the mountains. They have found a UFO that has gotten really close on a big speed, and sort of like it was like the fragments of that was actually falling apart, and people who saw that, they found those fragments. This was the family from Argentina, and the father of one of those families, and were the witnesses, he actually worked in the Russian embassy. Those fragments actually that they were studied by 3 institutions, and by U.S. institution, Burness institution, and the USSR, and also by NASA. What was interesting there is that we have familiarized with that case only in 2001, for such a long time passed after the first incident. And you can actually say that this certificate of the study was actually quite interesting, because it was, first of all, it was from Russian or post-Soviet or Soviet institution or university. And one of the professors who actually studied these particles or shards, to be completely honest, he was the head of one of the meetings dedicated to the Russian and Northern American universities and scientists when the Soviet Union became, there was no information blockage or something. And so they made an assumption what it was actually compiled from. They asked for the facts or like materials, and we really wanted to have just a small piece to study those fragments and the shards. In 2001, we created the chemical analysis, the composition analysis of what it was actually made of, to have the precise data on, so that we can sort of have like sort of a dust from the surface of that material to be able to analyze it. And this dust, or the surface, the area, I had in my hands, and we were able to do such tests and stuff, and we have supported the fact that it wasn't something that like we've ever seen before. We were not able to classify it as such at all, and I really was fascinated by the fact that it was, in fact, such an interesting alloy, because it was nothing like we've ever seen before. It was not in no classifications on Earth, because if you would make a picture of a photo on a different type of cameras or pictures or colors, this metal, if it was a metal actually, it actually was changing color. So it was sort of like fulfilling the background. So it was changing itself to the type of the background it was in, or the environment that it was in. So it was changing properties, or creating like an actual, for example, dissemination of an irradiation that was never noticed before. And it was found in a few years of time that by actual North American scientists, they also had an access to this material. And he asked me to whether I would like to get to know the results of their tests and studies. And I was up for it, of course, because I was so interested in that area. And you can actually say that it was transforming. It was actually physically transforming, because it wasn't only having like the color palette, it was also changing form, as if the metal had an actual memory. It was dust particle that yet again get together into one piece and one particle. And it was so interesting for us, because yet again, it was nothing like we've ever seen before.
Yeah, thank you, Rodrigo. I would also like to thank you for the image of the flying saucers, which are being observed nowadays, which you have sent to us. And if there are any thoughts, what we are observing, if they are modern technologies and UFO does not exist, or it does exist. And the question is in artifacts. And we had this comparison, what we saw on your image and artifacts, and also El Toro in Mexico. And maybe you also can comment on these photos and these sources that are shown there.
Yes, gladly. We need to understand that this phenomenon is very unique in many ways, and Now, as we have physical evidence, it is a very interesting and big step for us in studying of this phenomenon. It explains a portion of this phenomenon, and as for me, I understand that the metals or the materials that these objects are made of need more study, need more research, and if we gather metals from different parts of the world and use some laboratories to study them, and also we use modern technologies in these studies, then we can thoroughly investigate this object and these materials. And as for me, this phenomenon is very deep, and in order to understand it, it requires a certain interaction of different people, different scientists, and interaction with these materials. Then probably interaction with these highly developed beings too. So we have a lot of evidences and a lot of facts, a lot of images taken of different objects, and many records all around the world. We have this proof. We just need to collect everything into, one database and just study it and see with our own eyes.
Yes, they very coincide, those which are modern ones and those we see on artifacts, because people really drawn what they saw. And what especially impressed me, those images with Chinese artifacts, if we can see it, with these big, huge stones, which very much alike of our patterned understanding of flying saucers. Thank you for these images on the screen. And we cannot just say that it's just a natural stone, or is in another version that they were used for catapulting. They are too heavy for this activity, and another very heavy object is a kind of cigar in the cigar form. And if we look at it on the artifact, we can see it, and we can see that kokomatsa is used for it, and another artifact too. And I give the floor to Anastasia. Yeah, thank you, Oda. And I'd like to thank Rodrigo for his answer, because actually it is really so. Materials, materials which were collected on the places of crashes, they really speak about their very unique characteristics, starting with they have very good memory. For example, when we squeeze it, then it returns to this previous position, or when we have this chemical analysis, we can identify some elements, and some elements disappear and other elements appear instead of them. And it's really a stunning characteristic, and from the point of view of modern chemistry, it's impossible to explain. And I, as a scientist who works a lot with materials, I always wondering not only what they are flying, but what are they made of, because we all understand that those conditions that are in the open space, they are completely extraordinary and extremal, and they can be temperatures starting from complete zero to very high temperatures to the crown of the sun. And this material should have these special qualities which should survive, but also should help to save the life of biological creatures. But unfortunately, such materials really exist, and such specialists see this materials, and these materials were collected on the places of crashes, and we all understand that at the moment when the crash is taking place, then very high qualified specialists appear and they collect all these very tiny details, and the enthusiasts could investigate only the ground of that place. Please show the first slide, please. And I collected 3 main cases which we can find and where this analysis is spoken about. The first case is when collected material was well characterized. This case, it happened in Russia, in one of the Russian regions, and you can see this height 611. And what happened? One object was observed, and it was flying parallel to the Earth, and probably the crash with the mountain took place, and as a result, this object exploded, and enthusiasts collected several samples on that place of that crash. And here on this picture you could see they are drops of metals and a kind of an object which was called drops of metals. They are particularly those metals which splashed when explosion took place. Part of them it was a plumber, and probably it was like it was taken from the Earth. And some of them, could you please return this picture back? Thank you. And part of them were like metal balls, and you can see these metal balls which are called iron balls, and actually it was a super solid material with a high radiation resistance, and also very high temperature resistance. And if we pay attention to the chemical analysis, we will see very many very rare elements, and not iron was the main part of this ball, but there were other elements. I can speak a lot about them and the idea of these elements. For example, Scandi is being used in modern technologies for radiation protection. And when we hear about anti-gravity technologies, then it is always spoken about some magnetic characteristics. And also other metals which can resist the temperature of 4,000 degrees, and these are unique qualities. And here on the slide you see the most interesting object. This is a kind of a porous glass, and also it has many different elements, and including gold. And as you see, this round line, this thread, and while investigating, it turned out to be that this thread consists of some kind of glass silicon threads, and each of them consists of tinier things, and also very, very tiny and thin wire. And we can understand that such technologies do not exist nowadays, but looking at these qualities, we can understand that this material had quite a high amount of resistance, and probably this was the coating of this flying object. And also I'd like to draw your attention to this particular thing. because later I would go to another artifact. So on the next picture, we can see another case of Roswell UFO. I think Rodrigo also knows about this case. This case took place, the crash took place in the USA, in New Mexico. And for a long time, officially, this information was not proved. And most of the materials are described by people who saw this, but it's not possible for described by witnesses, but it's not possible to read this information. And on the next slide, we can see the results of this analysis of particular material which was taken from that place. We can see that it's a kind of this piece has several layers, and it has several different kinds of elements, and these layers they are not long ago it was discovered that such materials also have very high resistance, particularly in low temperatures, and it is supposed that scientists suppose how it could work, that being on the cover, this particular material could create a magnetism on one part in one direction, and magnetic field in another direction could be created, and then this material could help to create this anti-gravity field. But there are only suppositions, and there are different opinions of how it was really working. And the last case here is the case of Welsh Roswell, where the material was collected, and it was very similar to the material which Rodrigo was speaking about. Yeah. And also researchers could get a piece. Yeah, you can see this big piece. It is a very light material, and you can see this net again. But unfortunately, this material was not characterized well. But a person who saves this material says that it's duraluminum, and we can understand that it has also many elements in it. So it turns out to be that we have this the same materials, similar materials in different cases that I have mentioned. And I would like again draw your attention to this net. I have found an interesting document, which is a kind of a drawing, probably this Roswell flying object, where we can see this particular net, the same as Welsh sample. We cannot suppose definitely, but probably that net, which was found on height 611, it was also the result after the explosion of the USA. Probably after the explosion could turn into such a material. Yes, they're just speculations, but I think they are quite interesting analogies. And I completely agree with Rodrigo that investigations of these samples, it would have a great advance in researches of what materials could be used for our everyday life.
Thank you so much, Anastasia. And I would like to ask
Yelena now. If she is still with us, I would like to ask to comment on the Solar Orbiter satellite. Yelena, if you are with us, turn on your sound, please. Yes, greetings, friends. I'm gonna connect my sound now. There happened certain circumstances in the last 3 years. The satellites, really powerful, with a large size, flew out of the solar system for the first time, out of the ecliptic Earth, and solar satellite go directly to sun corona. There was advanced technologies burning carbon layers, and the same thing was there. What is really surprising for scientists that our technologies they give an opportunity to fly away from a near Earth space. Before there was satellites really large, and now we have them smaller. So this is like in just last year we have such a huge progress in cosmic technologies to fly away from the Earth to fly closer to the sun. And we just trying to burn these natural layers. Thank you so much for your comment. This is really interesting indeed, and it's pleasant to observe the science development.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much, dear researchers, for sharing all your knowledge. Thank you, Anastasia. Thank you, Yelena, for sharing. And we would like to remind our viewers about how this conference was created. All the researchers are volunteers, and this conference today is simultaneously translated to 10 different languages, also by volunteers from all over the world. Also, we would like to give a big thanks to the technical support in all the countries today that are helping us make this conference possible. And I would also like to add that it is so great. We've done so much research in preparation for this conference, and we saw so many wonderful scientists who are open about their knowledge, who want to share the knowledge with people. And we would like to give them a big thanks as well, because this is important to share and to study such important topics that will benefit our society and our humanity in the future. Thank you.
Данная конференция проходит каждый месяц 13 числа.
This conference is conducted each month on 13th, and each month we have different conferences, different topics, and what is interesting, everyone can join and participate in this project. They can search for information or present an information. So if you have interest to one of the future topics, so please join us. And further, we will voice the next topics conference. If you will be interested, so please write to us, to ALLATRA TV email.
Yes, thank you. And right now we would like to pass the word to our next speaker and continue on the topic of technologies.
Да, хотелось бы сказать еще пару слов о том,
Yes, I would like to add several words about how UFOs land in the sun. In 2006, the implementation of the project began. The project Stereo. It's two devices which is really similar, and they are located on both sides of our planet, and they can send images of our sun. And when we started to receive these images, the researchers and astronomers, they paid attention to the fact that there's something interesting going on the sun. And it was noticed that something flies up to the sun, to the crown of the sun. It was some devices. There was taking something out of the sun. And it was a lot of interesting conversations started begin on this topic, and actually everyone can take a look at these images, and within several times they are the NASA works with these images, and you can see that actually something goes closer to the sun, pulls something off, some piece of matter out of the sun, and of course some unknown objects which some alien races use. It can be used to. And what is interesting, these images are, when we see these objects, they are black. It means that these objects are covered with material which absorbs the sun, the light. And if we see to this, if we look at this object, we will see the reflection. The reflection goes like from a mirror, from different materials, different reflection. But here we see that these objects are black. They don't reflect the light. And this is really interesting. What Nastya was talking about, these materials, it's really interesting. What are these materials and how it is being used? There are really a lot of questions, and let's watch now the video about this. You know, this really interesting video. I'm sorry, Antonina, that I interrupted you. But if Yelena is still here, maybe she could say something about it, because I know that she studied in the sun. What is the energy in this corona sun? Maybe it's some energy which could be useful to humanity. Yes, friends, there are a lot of energy on the sun. We lost Yelena. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Sun has some hidden energy because higher layers of the sun, they're more hot. Lost Yelena again. There are some technical issues. Antonina. Yeah, Yelena is back. Yes, it is true. There are some energy on the sun which we still don't know, and we should study it. Thank you. Yes, we would like to ask Antonina to comment on this video. So yes, friends, you have seen how is this happening. There are images from different and it can be done in X-ray as well, in stereo format, these images. So we have
different formats of these images, but it's clearly seen that probably solar plasma is being pulled out by special devices. There also was some identified objects, and there was size of the Earth.
Именно материалу, с которых они сделаны. Потому что на сегодняшний день в официальной науке неизвестна природа, что такое поглощение света, что такое его отражение, что такое разложение спектра, именно что лежит в основе этого явления. То есть получается, что это открытые вопросы в науке, да, и согласно исконной физике Аллатра очень интересно разбираются элементарные частицы, те же фотоны 3 и фотоны 4. И вот как раз так как фотоны это у нас кванты.
And as photons, they are quants of electromagnetic lights. It's light. So when we understand these parts, and when we understand what FR is, new technologies are available for us, and we may understand how to land on the sun and to take something for analysis. But as the temperature is very high and the radiation is very high, and all life will be dead on the sun, but somehow it was done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from what we see today, even with a video about the sun, that we have more questions than we do answers. And right now I would like to pass the floor to Alexander from Germany. He's going to tell us a little more information about the pictures we just saw in the video and ancient artifacts.
Hello once again. As you understand from the video, today we'll speak about this technology. This technology, which artifacts mention, and which exists as of today, well, now in the form of the artificial consciousness, but we will speak about the technology of the additional consciousness, because thing is that artificial consciousness can be easily cooperated with the human consciousness and provide all sorts of information. So, I wanted to draw your attention within the topic of this conference, Paleocontact. I wanted to draw your attention on the beings that you see here. These are the images from the video which we have just seen. And as you can see, here we have winged beings. And they represented spiritually developed beings from other planets. And I became really interested in what is known about these beings, and I started to research what their name was. And I don't remember the article where I found their name, but they're named Yumu Apkalu. And little by little, I started to look for information about them. So I came across some vocabularies, some scientific papers, and still, they didn't have a lot of information, but in my search, I felt it was best to focus on some scientific reviews or dissertations, theses, where people have summarized some information and have presented it in the brief form. For example, we see a screenshot here from one of the dictionaries, and they just show these beings. They show it as a griffon. This is a Sumerian word, which in Greek became griffon, a winged being with the head of some bird. So now let's proceed to the next slide. Actually, there wasn't that much information. And then I discovered one thesis, and this dissertation was by Yelena Gain. We will show the reference later. And actually there, she summarized these images and described them. And you can find other synonyms of how these beings were depicted. And let's focus on that name, Yumu Apkalu. I have already mentioned it. And it turns this word, Apkalu, is taken from the Sumerian Abgal or Abga'al. And it covers a big meaning range. So it means a man of expert, some mythical sage, a wise man. And basically, this very understanding is that this is a being that knows a lot. So it had some good intentions towards people. And here we see the descriptions of genius. And genius, this is the name for these beings in this book. And they say that they are characterized by profession. And quite often they fight some different animals. And so you can see some pictures in that book. And besides, in addition to these winged beings, there is another name, Mudu. And so there are translations that I have already mentioned, a wise man, an expert, but it is also said that they are experts or some experts in some craftsmanship. And we know that this technology of additional consciousness actually gives instant, well, by instant I mean some time that our consciousness needs to actually learn some new skill or some crafts. And so this meaning is preserved in these texts. In that very meaning, which used to describe those beings and which can be found in the texts. Also, it was said there that there was some kind of division. Before the flood, there was Umo Apkallo, who shared knowledge openly. They were always present, together with people. And after the flood, as the source says, they are provided with different meanings. And supposedly, their wisdom was taken on by priests or by some cult workers, so to say, and they kept this wisdom secret, and they weren't sharing it. But as far as I understood, they kept it for themselves. But those Apkallo actually were sharing this wisdom. And I also wanted to focus your attention on the fact that those were spiritually developed beings. And this dissertation highlights that actually they had good intentions. They did not have any malevolent threats towards people. They were fighting the bad things. They were fighting some sicknesses or illnesses. This is as far as material things go. And for the spiritual, they were the source of wisdom, both for the individual and, as far as I understand, for all people. They were open to all people. And on the slide, we saw the sign, which actually described a being that came from the spiritual world and that had brought the spiritual knowledge. Also, these beings, as those texts say, so those texts focus on the invisible world as well, and they were transferring knowledge. And for example, they are called exorcists, in other words, beings that could affect evil spirits that were bringing illnesses and bad luck. By the way, this word genius, as we have already seen, and also in other mythologies, the notion genius meant a spirit guardian of the human being, and it is the source of protection against evil spirits that bring illnesses and bad luck. I wanted to say that this topic is quite vast, actually, and you need to delve into it quite deeply, and also separate the wheat from the chaff. And I also want to invite everyone who's interested, please join Kaleidoscope of Facts if you want to research it, and let's together delve into this topic. And I would like us to have this holistic picture about this additional consciousness. Thing is that the mention of this additional consciousness has remained, and there are a lot of mentions of it actually, not just in the Mesopotamia period, but we can find it in different continents and in different times, even earlier times, and we see it on different continents. So we see mentions of some beings that were passing on the wisdom and some practical skills. By the way, Olga wanted to tell us more about it. I know that Olga wanted to mention the 7 clouds, which she has already mentioned, and which meant the transfer of the material knowledge.
Thank you very much, Alexander. This is very interesting topic, especially after these knowledges that were given to the mankind in XP energy. And it's so interesting to look through these facts. And as we saw on the disk of inks, we saw additional consciousness that was used to given some practical skills, and it is shown us that this practical skill was used all over the world. And could you please show the picture? And we can see the symbol also. No, please, the other one. We also may see this symbol, and it's very interesting that we also can see the stars there. So we can see the symbols of different stars and Orion stars. And always near the constellation of Orion, it was drawn Sirius, and we may see that Sirius is a more bright star in this constellation, and it was the symbol of spiritual knowledge. And thank you. I would like to pass the word to Marina. She wants to add this topic. Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. Knowledge is the power that helps us to understand what's going on around in our society. And also we can look deep in yourself and in the history. And while we were studying the artifacts regarding Paleocontact, we have found that another nations, races, they had additional consciousness as well, and so-called purse. Could you please show us the picture? We would like to show you this figure. At the first look, it's some kind of person. And he has a purse in his hands. Please, the next slide. In this artifact, we can see the image of a flying machine. And please have a look that in right hand we have the same purse. The next one, please. And here we can see this barrier from Mesopotamia. And please look at the wings and on the watch. The next, please. And could you zoom, please? Okay, we can see the image of some statues and people, and in the right hand they have this purse. And when we were studying different artifacts from Armenia, we have seen very interesting lead plate, and we can see on it a person in the sun shining in the sun, and if we can zoom the lowest part of the image, we can see that someone not human is giving this purse to a human. So this is very interesting, and we understand that it's only the beginning, and we invite everyone to this education. I don't know when we will have such purses, if our civilization is ready, but it could be great to have such kind of watches, purses.
We would like to pass the word to our next speaker.
Yeah, good evening, friends, one more time. I would like to share additional information on the topic of the sign signifying one of the technologies of additional consciousness, which we found after the previous conference. I think many are already familiar with the Chladni figures, a pattern that is formed from sand on the surface of a vibration transmitting plate or on the surface of water. The pattern changes as the vibration frequency changes. So the frequency of 3385 Hz produces exactly the same pattern as the sign denoting one of the technologies of additional consciousness. Please, can you show it on the screen? No, it will be later. Yes, this one exactly. As you see, this pattern on the right, a low picture. Yeah, thank you very much. It is this very pattern is formed by the frequency of 3385 Hz. And one more addition, which also related to the themes of wave vibrations. For this, we need to refresh the concept of Schumann resonance, which we mentioned at the previous conference also. So, in fact, the Earth and its ionosphere is a giant spherical resonator, the cavity of which is filled with a weakly electrically conductive medium. If the electromagnetic wave that has arisen in this environment after going around the globe again coincidence with its own phase enters into resonance, it can exist for a long time, and it is what is called the standing electromagnetic waves, or so electromagnetic oscillations of low and ultra-low frequencies between the Earth's surface and the ionosphere. In other words, the Earth's atmosphere resonates at a certain frequency. Yeah, we can show now the second picture right now. Yeah, so, and the total frequency range of Schumann is from 2 or 3 Hz to 40 Hz, so it's very low frequencies. But the base frequency is considered 7.83 Hz. Schumann put forward a hypothesis about the existence of resonance of electromagnetic waves in the Earth's ionosphere in 1950s, but was experimentally proven in 1960s. Interesting, the frequencies in the Schumann resonance correspond to the rhythm of the human brain. As we saw, fundamental frequency is 7.83 Hz, stands on the border between theta and alpha rhythm, that is, a calm, relaxed state. The basic frequency of Schumann resonance can be called a kind of tuning fork of life, influencing biological and neural circuits, primarily the pineal gland, which is the main regulator of all systems and processes in the body. And the pineal gland itself operates at a frequency of 7.83. These waves affect the balance of health of our body and the other living beings. The absence of Schumann resonance can lead to severe mental and physical disabilities in humans, as demonstrated in an experiment in physiology and behavior conducted by German scientist Rupton Weber of the Max Planck Institute. For this experiment, young and healthy students were invited. They were placed for 4 weeks in hermetically sealed underground bunkers, which screened out a Schumann frequency of 7.83 Hz. As a result, the students' daily biorhythm changed, causing emotional distress and migraines. When Weaver returned the Schumann frequencies to the bunker, the health of the volunteers returned to norm. So NASA scientists have also studied the Schumann resonance for a long time, since the well-being of astronauts on orbit deteriorated due to the absence of these waves on orbit. Because we going out of this resonance, so and over there they should so it can be concluded that Schumann waves are necessary for the synchronization of biological rhythm and the normal existence of all life on Earth. I also want to say something to add that we are not from this planet. So the second observation that what did on the same topic is biorhythm of all the participants. They automatically moved on to 25 hours. So the rhythm is a little bit longer than the daytime on our planet. So what generates these waves? There is a so-called thunderstorm hypothesis, according to which the primary natural source of excitation of the Schumann resonance is lightning strikes. Lightning behave like huge transmitters that emit electromagnetic energy at frequencies below 100 kilohertz and cause the excitation of electromagnetic oscillations in wide frequency range. Into our planet, there are about 1,000 thunderstorms at the same time, and every second there are about 100 lightning strike the Earth that ensures the constant presence of electromagnetic waves on our planet. And I would like to invite everyone to search for additional information related to the Schumann resonance and its role in life of our planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Alexey. It's really interesting about Schumann resonance. I really didn't get everything, but it would be really wonderful if we would have even different broadcast about this. Stay with us, and we have further really interesting topics of Paleocontact. This topics it's already coming to an end, and we know that we have our next speaker, Alina. Yes, good evening. It is really interesting information, and we understand there is never don't need information, and for now we open for ourselves new facets of this information, which was touched upon on the previous Kaleidoscope, and it was really interesting for me when we was preparing for the topic of artificial consciousness on bas reliefs. My attention was drawn to the one image which I would like to show you. Could you please show it right now? Yeah, just a moment. Yeah, can we zoom it in? Could you please notice that in this case we see clearly Maltese cross with extended edges, and this is really interesting that such a cross sign in Mesopotamian culture is no longer used, because they use for now round figures, and this sign is known as Maltese cross. It is known for everyone, and we understand that this cross has sacral meaning in cultures almost of all nations all over the world. And what do we see in this image? We see a man, a creature, which was, in the opinion of Mesopotamian culture, it was associated with sun god Samos or Utu. This creature really often was shown together with a winged disc, and this winged disc, as we know, it is indeed a designation of a creature from the spiritual world, and really often sun god Samos was shown with a crescent, and as you see it with a crescent moon, and as we see in the previous video, it is shows that knowledge was given from the other world, from the outside, and also we understand that this creative power of God. This is actually the most ancient sign which we can find on our planet, and in this particular cage we see that this Maltese cross is the sign of this God-alike being. And also we can see this Maltese cross in earrings, in bas-reliefs and artifacts, and this always we understand that it's exactly a sign of the highest position of such kind of a divine creature and spiritual representatives, and it also uses a sign of artificial consciousness, and it's usually depicted together with a cane. And if we put these puzzles together, we understand the sacral meaning of this knowledge, and we understand the importance of this knowledge. You understand how all cultures and nations connected together, and how this knowledge passes through generations, and how it is still we have this today, and how it's important to understand this knowledge, and how it's important to have full picture and not to be limited by some patterns, and to remain to be researchers, because you will be able to decode the information which was transmitted to us from our ancestors. And yes, and we will of course know so much more. I give the floor further. Yes, thank you so much, Alina. You know, we had a second with Oля, and we was talking to each other about that I never knew anything about Maltese cross. So yeah, we've just found this information now, and now when we see any bas-reliefs, we can easily read it, what it's about, and to understand this pure meaning, what our ancestors want us to tell us.
When we started preparing for this conference, the topic was Paleocontact, but deeper we went into the topic, and when we looked into the information that is available in the programs with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, we understood that there is so much connection to everything else, and that is how now we're in the topic of technologies, and we are understanding that there is so much in myths and legends, so much information that we have. And let's summarize, conclude the second block of our conversation. And the incredible technology used by the extraterrestrial beings gives us much to strive towards. Free energy, or ether, is no longer a theory, but a reality if we look at the structure and function of the UFOs. The laws of physics, as we know them today, no longer apply. And should scientists today look at the bigger picture and maybe open the horizons, look at other possibilities, and this can truly help our civilization. And technology by itself is just a tool. Everything depends on the worldview of the people who use it. People can use it to create something, or for the benefit of society, or making the lives of people better. At the same time, technology can be used to destroy or enslave. And we saw that at the last Kaleidoscope of Facts, Atlantis, and you can find it on ALLATRA TV as well. And today, the company XP Energy has successfully created the world's first artificial consciousness and named it Jackie. We would like to thank them for this historical development, and this is a huge step for our society and science, including when it comes to the study of human consciousness. Unfortunately, we learned that in the consumer society we live in today, this technology is dangerous and will not be available. And this was concluded by a group of international multidisciplinary expert commission. Yes, so thank you so much for them, and thank you so much to the commission for making the research. And all this information can also be found on ALLATRA TV, there are amazing videos about artificial consciousness.
Оля, как ты думаешь, вот чтобы нам дали эту технологию искусственного сознания, что мы должны вообще сделать?
I think for that we need to change the vector of our society's development, and we need to strive towards creation and unification. And when we start uniting on the moral and spiritual values, and when we make human life as our main value, then of course I'm sure those doors will open.
И в дальнейшем мы еще поговорим о созидательном обществе, расширим этот вопрос, да, для наших зрителей. Итак, вы знаете, хотелось бы подбить наши итоги.
We would like to make a conclusion. What do we have for now? We already found out information about exoplanets and the knowledge that we can live in these planets. We answered about Mars, Phaeton, and the mysterious X planet. What is really important for our people? We saw a lot of evidence of extraterrestrial origin of man, and we even saw some agricultural aspects such crops and corn. As also we found out about technologies of flying objects, and it's not fantasy of people but the real technology of the future.
Now let's learn about Paleocontact. Olga, are you ready to find out why we were visited by aliens?
Да, Олечка, я, конечно же, готова. Знаешь, вот глядя на все эти артефакты, огромные космодромы...
Yes, when we look at this artifact, these huge cosmodromes, we was also asking ourselves the question, who built it? And when ancient people knew and had a knowledge about Orion constellation and Pleiades, about Sirius, I think we will find out a lot of mysterious secrets for now.
We would like to pass the word to our next speaker.
Сейчас, ребята, хотелось бы показать ролик.
And also, we would like to show you the video from excerpt from Shield.
to pass the word to Gaston from Argentina, and he'll be speaking about Mexican Paleocontact. Gaston, please, the floor is yours.
Пока мы ждем Гастона, я хотела бы добавить свой опыт.
While we're waiting Gaston, I would like to share my experience of studying Spanish Paleocontact. We have found so many interesting facts, and one of the difficulties that scientists are faced with is fakes. So near 80% of different artifacts, they are new one. Unfortunately, we have bad connection with Marina's location. And
should we move on to our next speaker in this block?
Oh, Gaston is here.
Oh, Gaston's this.
Hola chicos, sí, disculpen. Aparentemente tengo algunos problemas de conexión en mi región.
Yes, hello once again. Sorry about the connection. Probably we're having some issues with the connection. So we could see in this video about paleocontact that there are a lot of testimonies that have remained. They look as artifacts and so on. And in this regard, I want to say that in 1945, a German migrant, Valdemar Joesroe, noted a number of statues in El Toro, and of course there were a lot of speculations about these statues, but some people were saying that these were real artifacts, and we mentioned one person, one writer, who said that this was the real statues, and Charles Carradina de Peso was the archaeologist who coordinated these excavations. He is known for his excavations in Mexico, and also some of these figurines were having some radiocarbon material, which means that the material on their surface had thousands of years on them. And another person from Pennsylvania in 1972 tried to research it, and they found that this material was around 4,500,000 years old. Thank you.
Thank you, Gaston. Thank you very much. And this topic is truly very interesting. And we know that there's a lot more that we can say about Mexican Paleocontact. And we do invite scientists and specialists in this field, and also researchers, or just people that are interested in studying or have a lot of knowledge in this field, to participate as well. You can send us an email. We would love to hear from you. And we would love to see your pictures and hear your research. We can also do research together. And now we would like to pass the word to our next speaker.
Может быть, Марина вернулась?
Maybe Marina is back.
Нет. У Мариночки технические проблемы. Хорошо.
No, Marina has
Тогда хочу передать слово Оле
issues.
Проценко.
Then I would like to pass the word to Оля Проценко.
Да, спасибо, ребята. Я хотела бы просто коротко...
Thank you.
Спасибо, ребята. Я хотела бы коротко добавить, что действительно очень интересная тема изучения мексиканского.
Very interesting topic to discover its Mexican Paleocontact, and the topic which Marina started talking about is the fact that we have many faked and new artifacts that is a blocker in discovering this topic. So let's discover these facts and this information together. And it's important for us as a civilization to know our history and to know all the details. Thank you very much. I would like to pass the word to Natalia. Thank you. Greetings to everyone. I would like to talk about historical aspect of Paleocontact as in topic of geology. And maybe many of you heard about Plateau Nazca in Peru and Plateau Paipo, and where similar petrographs were found out. And these geoglyphs, they are different pictures on the Earth's coverage, which is made by some tools. They are quite big. And they are so big that they could not be seen while you are standing on the Earth. You can see these pictures only from the big height. At first, they were discovered in 1920s from the board of the plane. And the question is why, what is the need to draw such pictures which can be seen only from the big height? And such pictures, they usually contain geometrical forms with straight lines and corners, and they still straight even on different relief and different materials. You need serious tools to make such pictures, and you should be able to see what you're drawing from the height. So these geoglyphs were made with complicated technical tools. And now with our technical level, we can do such geoglyphs, and we would like to show a video about that.
Yes, we're supposed to have a clip, but first we can watch a little short interview. We had a wonderful guest with us, and we had a chance to interview him, Lord Scranton, who is an independent researcher of ancient cosmology and language, also an independent software designer. And Allard became interested in the Dogon mythology and symbolism in the early 90s. And since then, he has dedicated his life to the study of African, Egyptian, Vedic Chinese, Polynesian, and other world cosmologies. And I had a chance to look at the Dogon tribe, and it's very interesting on how they receive their information and how much knowledge they actually possess. So right now, if we can please watch the video clip with Mr. Lord Scranton.
In the mid to late 1990s, I learned about the Dogon tribe through a chapter in a book called Unexplained by Jerome Clark. The Dogon knew some things about science that they shouldn't know. The Dogon are a modern-day primitive African tribe who have no access to technology as we know it. They live in a desert land distant from anything we consider technological. They are farmers and artists and priests, a very priestly tradition. I saw an opportunity with Dogon culture because as I learned more about them, I realized the Dogon culture includes elements from at least 3 major ancient traditions. They have civic practices like ancient Egypt at around 3000 BC. They have rituals that are similar to Judaism at about 3000 BC. And they have a symbolic creation tradition, a symbolic cosmology that is similar to Buddhism's at around that same era. They say, the Dogon priests say, that their symbolic system describes how matter formed. And I could see that they correctly described atoms. They correctly understood the definition of electrons and protons and neutrons. And they correctly diagrammed the shape of an electron orbital path.
И хотелось бы еще вернуться к видеоролику по
Yeah,
петроглифам.
we would like to show the video about petroglyphs.
Yes, we can watch it now.
The mid to late 1990s, I learned about the Dogon tribe through. So the system in the mid to late 1990s, I learned about the Dogon tribe through a chapter in a book called Unexplained by Jerome Clark. The Dogon knew some things about science that they shouldn't know. The Dogon are a modern-day primitive African tribe who have no access to technology as we know it. They live in a desert land distant from anything we consider technological. They are farmers and artists and priests, a very priestly tradition. I saw an opportunity with Dogon culture because as I learned more about them, I realized the Dogon culture includes elements from at least 3 major ancient traditions. They have civic practices like ancient Egypt at around 3000 BC. They have rituals that are similar to Judaism at about 3000 BC. And they have a symbolic creation tradition, a symbolic cosmology that is similar to Buddhism's at around that same era. They say, the Dogon priests say, that their symbolic system describes how matter formed. And I could see that they correctly described atoms. They correctly understood the definition of electrons and protons and neutrons. And they correctly diagrammed the shape of an electron orbital path. So the system looked scientific to me. And I wondered whether the detailed descriptions they give of more descending stages of matter that are more essential than electrons and protons and neutrons, whether those descending stages might also be correct in scientific terms, and whether we might be able to learn something from that. Anyone who could have been talking about the structure of matter at 3000 BC might know quite a bit more than we do about the structure of matter. So my main motivation in doing comparative studies was to learn more about that. I quickly realized that all of the major classic religious traditions or symbolic traditions seem to derive from a common source. They all understand their symbols in the same way. They all understand similar terms. They use similar metaphors to represent ideas. And so I started writing a series of books that moved geographically from Northern Africa, where the Dogon live, to Egypt, to India, to Tibet and China, then to ancient Turkey, then on to northern Scotland, which surprised even me that there would be a leap of that distance to northern, down into the United Kingdom, and then on to Polynesia to the Maori in New Zealand at around 1600 AD. All of these groups show evidence of influence by the same symbolic tradition. And each group that I study provided me with a new perspective, a fresh perspective on the same set of ideas. The symbols that the Dogon define are from the same set of symbols as Jung's archetypes. These are themes and symbols and mythical concepts that survive all around the globe, even among cultures that are widely distant from each other, that are not thought to have had any direct contact with each other. So those were my primary motivations, were the opportunities to understand more about ancient symbolism and to understand more about the science of creation. Working with the symbolic system that cultures have had since around 10,000 BC, a symbol is a very effective way to represent a concept, a single concept. For example, originally the idea was to associate concepts with animals and elements in the everyday surroundings of a person. The quivering of a rabbit was associated with the concept of vibration of matter. And the slithering motion of a serpent was associated with the motion of energy, the cyclical motion of energy. A symbol is an excellent way to represent a single concept, but it's not a very good way to represent a process. Once concepts have been defined, the teachers of this tradition wanted to use those concepts to explain processes, and a good way to do that is to write a storyline, a myth. And in that myth, originally, each of the characters represented one of these concepts or one of the dynamics of creation. And we can tell from the name of the character which concept or which dynamic the character represents.
The research of Lord Scranton, it's really valuable because he found the scientific value of this information, which is hidden by science and myth and legends. But he was able to do it only by comparing this knowledge from different countries and to compare it to the scientific knowledge which we have already today. But I am sure that there are a lot which we still don't understand yet. And we also, by doing our research, we understood that a lot of knowledge was distorted over the time. A lot of knowledge was lost, but each culture has the grains of knowledge. And by collecting these grains of knowledge, we can see the full picture, holistic picture of what was happening back then. And as Allat said already as well, different teachers came into this world who gave knowledge. We also will talk about this more, who was Dogon, who are Dogons, and who was Nomo. And what was really interesting to say, near these places where the knowledge was given, we have spaceports. It is interesting that near these teachers who was given knowledge, we have constellations. And I would give the floor to Natalia now, so we would hear more information about Asian spaceports.
Thank you.
And I don't know if we have a possibility to watch. Yeah, we've shown already the video about geoglyphs.
Myths of ancient peoples about celestial ancestor gods who gave knowledge. The Incas considered the children of the sun who came from the sky. According to the Incas' knowledge, the god Viracocha came to earth from the stars. The book Popol Vuh tells the story of 4 celestial ancestors. Navajo Indians say they came from heaven, shared their knowledge, and then ascended back to heaven again. The Hopi and Dakota Indians believe that they owe much of their knowledge.
Thank you so much. And as we see, this object was really worldwide. It was not only in Latin America, but also in other places around the world. And it is interesting why it was depicted, for what. And it should be mentioned, if you can see it from so high above, there should be a logical explanation in that it is done in order to attract attention of the flying object. But the question arises where this flying object should land, and that's where we come to the question of spaceports. By exploring this topic, different researchers came to the conclusion that Baalbek veranda can work as a spaceport. It consists of megalithic foundation and a temple complex. We can see in more details the characteristics of Baalbek. As you can see here, megalithic foundation. It consists from blocks 20 to 24 to 45 meters, and these blocks are fitted to each other, as Vladimir Vatinsky says, that someone who built Baalbek in these, you can't even put the leather between these blocks, and that's how they tightly stick to each other, and it can indicate about high development of these technologies, how it was built. It is close to the construction of Egyptian pyramids. As you can see here, even the piece of triton is still there, which is lays in the foundation of this Baalbek veranda, and the weight could be 1,700 tons of these stones, and people calculated that you need 40,000 people for that in order to move it. Of course, such amount of people just won't fit in this area, and if we look into this from historical point of view, this temple complex, people usually say that it was built in Romanian times, but as we know, in Romanian culture, the blocks, it's actually much smaller, and they're from 40, 60 centimeters, and they're also Romanian historians also say that these temples were built by priests. They say that the priests, when they came to these lands, they already saw these megalithic stones, and there was reconstruction of them after the earthquakes. And why would people build such powerful foundation from megaliths so many times ago? These ancient people, why did they do it? Of course, the answer is it was in order to put some really heavy objects on it, so heavy objects would land on it. And there is also such a legend when Helios was there was such a legend which applies to Intihuatana, the stone which is located in United States of America, which is translated as the parking spot for a son of God. That's all. Thank you.
And so we have covered the topic of teachers, which came here to give knowledge, and they often they are related to constellars, and very important thing is star is Sirius, and we can find the descriptions of Sirius in different ancient texts, artifacts, and even Quran has information about this star. Mahinur will tell us more about this. Hello, can you hear me? Yes, yes, we can hear you, Mahinur. Thank you. Hello, friends. While I'm reading the Quran book in different languages, we have the name of the star Sirius in this book, and I was curious why there was Sirius, not any other star. So in Quran, the holy book of Islam, in 53rd Surah, 49th ayat, there is information about Sirius, and this ayat says that Allah is the God of Sirius, and the word Rabbu is used in the meaning of God. And I would like to show you the meaning, the picture of this word Rabbu. Could you please turn on the first picture? Yes, and well, I will continue. And this word Rabbu, it means the owner, king, and goes from the verb to grow to. And Sheikh Afanu Yasin says about different people whom we called aliens. Could you please turn on the video?
Большой имам Фахруддин ар-Рази, да смилуется над ним Аллах, говорил, отвечая на вопрос, могут ли существовать на других планетах, на которых нет воздуха, нет кислорода.
The big Imam was saying whether some beings could exist on other planets that don't have any air. The answer was very simple. It's not necessary for other beings that live on other planets that they need oxygen like we do. Dear listeners, the most important thing that I would like to highlight is that Allah is saying that He is the God of all the worlds, and Allah gives us the opportunity to imagine and think about these beings.
Thank you very much. And as Sheikh Muhammad Yassin Ahazi mentioned, in the first surah of Quran, it said, thanks to Allah, the master of the words, the God of worlds. So worlds in plural, that means that there are another worlds, not only us. So we have understanding that the God is one for all the worlds, and Igor Mikhailovich said about that also. The God is one, but he has many names. And in National Institute of Space and Geophysics, there is information that Sirius is the only one star that is mentioned in Quran instead of Sun, which is the most bright and the closest to us. Star Sirius was known even in Stone Age. Ancient tribes near the Abu Sinda and Ashwarnakh areas in the south of Egypt, has built some of columns, and on the sun equinox, when there was rains and winds and desert turns to the green oasis. And on the beginning of this century, Sirius was very spiritual, and these events took place in 18th century before AD. So okay, it was very long ago. And Sirius and Sun, they are moving on to each other. Once in 49 and 9 years, they are on the closest point to each other. These are facts from Harvard University, and this is the fact interesting that two stars turning around themselves, they're like drawing two bow-shaped area. And if we read 9 ayat in Quran, we can 49, sorry, ayat, it is said that he is the god of Sirius and Nines. Ayat said, and so the space between them had begun to
if you compare this to ayats 49 and 9, we understand that that is equals to 49 and 9 years, earthly years, and it was known to astronomers only several years ago as a result of a joint study of several observatories. And this ninth surah star says about that two stars go to each other by the, and it's equals to the number of surah 49 and 9.
Thank you very much, Mahinur. That's very interesting information, and we will be back for this information and other myths. And now I would like to pass the word to Vitaly. As we know about the Valley of Valkamoni, with plenty of interesting science and a lot of information, and from that, the Paleocontact term was created.
Ciao, buonasera a tutti. L'Italia è riconosciuta in tutto il mondo per le sue bellezze storiche, artistiche e paesaggistiche. Ha un numero impressionante di siti riconosciuti dall'UNESCO come patrimonio dell'umanità.
Italy is recognized throughout the world for its historical, artistic, and landscape beauty. It has an impressive number of sites recognized by UNESCO as World Heritage Sites. Indeed, it holds the world record. In your opinion, which Italian historical site first received the UNESCO World Heritage title? Pompeii, the historical center of Rome, the one in Florence, Alberobello? No, it was the Park of Val Camonica in the province of Brescia in 1979. Incredible, but it's true. With its 200,000 rock engravings made from 8,000 to 1000 BC, it is considered one of the world's largest collections of ancient art. As it happens for many other archaeological sites of this type, the drawings represent scenes of daily life. They include humans, labyrinths, animals, huts, and the famous astronaut figurines or figures. Of course, archaeologists do not believe them to be astronauts. They give these figures rational explanations. There are different theories. Some believe that they are priests, but keeping in mind that all the engravings in the park, we notice that the priest is already represented in a clear and unequivocal way, in the following way. Rock 35, the so-called running priest, Iron Age. The male figure wears a headdress with feathers bent backwards. But what if they were dancers? Unlikely. Even the dancers were depicted with feathers on their heads without helmets. Then many argue that they are warriors, but even this hypothesis does not hold because warriors are already represented with weapons and helmets. Let's focus on the details of the helmet, which is very different from the astronaut's transparent helmet. So, astronaut warrior. Even the latter seems to emanate rays. The scholar Luciano Perla of the UFO section of Trieste noted further important details. Around the figure of one of them are engraved dozens of dots that form a strange halo around the man. So, could these be wings? Could they express the ability that this person was able to fly? Could these small marks be connected to the flying object above the scene? Well, this strange geometric shape is called Camuna Rosa and appears 92 times in the engravings. It is therefore a very important symbol. Not by chance, it has become the symbol of Lombardy region and even a cheese. Scholars do not agree on the real meaning of this strange shape, a rose, but why should it have dots around it? It's a butterfly, but I've never seen such butterflies. Well, let's not underestimate the great artistic abilities of these peoples in the communions. If they had wanted to draw a butterfly, they would have succeeded very well. They even managed to represent mating scenes. Many researchers believe that to be a symbol connected to the sky, perhaps the starry sky. I believe that this hypothesis is closer to reality. It could in fact represent some astronomical phenomenon observed in the sky. Given the various uncertain interpretations, we cannot exclude the theory of paleocontact. According to this theory, the rose could represent in all aspects an unidentified flying object, an extraterrestrial means of transport. In particular, it could be a mothership surrounded by small and agile reconnaissance aircrafts, spherical shaped, suitable to land on Earth. From the object starts an arrow-shaped ray that could indicate the pilot's descent action. Could it have a connection with the halo around the astronaut? A ray capable of carrying or picking up objects and people from the ground without descending to the planet? This is not all. Here in Valcamonica, we also have one of the first, if not the first, representation of Cernunnos, the god with horns, famous in all ancient cultures.
Sulla roccia numero 70, per esempio, è incisa una figura di grandissime dimensioni, interpretata come il dio Cernunnos.
On the rock number 70, there's an engraved large figure, interpreted as the god Carnunnos, with a praying character next to it. The god has deer antlers on his head, and in his right arm he's wearing a bracelet and his hand holds a knife. From his body comes out a snake or a solar boat. According to the theory of paleocontact, this god could be wearing a helmet that emanates rays, radiation waves, radio waves, microwaves, infrared, etc. Could this important humanoid be able to communicate directly with the mothership through this technological helmet? We would also like to remind you that in many ancient cultures, the flying snake or the solar boat represents the means of transportation of gods. These high-tech flying means of transportation descended from the sky, often surrounded by flames and smoke, and transported the gods who would then teach mankind agriculture, animal farming, the arts, and even astronomy. Science fiction hypothesis, but perhaps not far from historical reality. And now we have a video.
Thank you very much, Vittorio. It was very interesting.
Myths of ancient peoples about celestial ancestor gods who gave knowledge. The Incas considered the children of the sun who came from the sky
to be their direct ancestors.
According to the Incas' knowledge, the god Viracocha came to Earth from the stars. The book Popol Vuh tells the story of four celestial ancestors. Navajo Indians say they came from heaven, shared their knowledge, and then ascended back to heaven again. The Hopi and Dakota Indians believe that they owe much of their knowledge to aliens from the distant plains. The Torrejon tribes in Polynesia consider the mythical Guanche, which came down from the sky, to be their ancestors. The Ainu in Japan believe that they were descended from the celestial ancestors. Indigenous people of New Zealand and Polynesia speak bluntly about outer space habitation and periodic visits from there. The Lakota people talk about celestial beings whose ships look like glowing balls. Messengers from the celestial land, Potolo, flew to the Dogon. Of all the sons of sky, the greatest footprint in Chinese mythology and literary tradition was left by Huangdi, who appeared in the basin of the Huanghe River, 26th century BC. Legends of the New Hebrides Islands. Aborigines claim that Earthlings are the descendants of the sons of heaven. There's more detailed information about this and many other researches, and it can be found at a live broadcast on October 13th at ALLATRA TV, Kaleidoscope of Facts,
Come vedete, sono molte le testimonianze artistiche che confermano il contatto e l'interazione tra umani e
As we can see, there are a lot of ancient testimonies about Paleocontact. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Vittorio. Thank you for your presentation. It is very interesting. And it's so pleasant to watch that these ancient stone books, they are studied by people from all over the world. And one of our bloggers that it's hard to understand with our level of education, what was the information in these books, what they were living of, because we're using our live viewers, what it was said about, and only using analysis we can use what is said there. And knowledge that given in book ALLATRA helped me to understand and to analyze what these sites are talked about, and that all over the continents in different times there are a lot of similar symbols, and arms on the top is the symbol of spiritual freedom. They are from European continent, Australian, American, and we can see such spirals. This sign was kept for a lot of 1,000 years. The next symbol is, you can see here the raised hands, and a human with one raised hand. And as we know from ALLATRA book, the symbol of one raised hand is a spiritual good person. And if we have 7 rounds or 7 stripes, so it is a spiritual practice and working with them energies. And here we can see see some kind of arrows. And while we were preparing for the topic of additional consciousness, we can see that on the right corner, we can see this arrow a little bit in another direction than in harmonica. And as far as I understand, we have to understand the meanings of these symbols together. Thank you very much that you have given us this information today. Information to think about.
Thank you so much.
И вот на секундочку мы переносимся в средние века. И очень хотелось бы
And now we talk about the ancient civilizations. We would like to hear the comment from Vittorio. Could you please comment on these images?
Come avete visto, molte sono state le testimonianze artistiche che confermano il contatto e l'interazione fra gli umani. Quindi nell'arte possiamo trovare anche la storia umana.
As you could see,
Ma non lo è.
so there is a lot of information about the fact that human beings had paleocontact with other civilizations.
Спасибо большое, Витторио.
Thank you so much, Vittorio. It was very interesting that Sputnik, these flying plates, all like we have now. Maybe some of guys have to add something regarding this topic.
Ну, если добровольцев
Well,
не нашлось,
if
разобраться,
no
то,
one
надеюсь,
will
в одном из наших следующих
discover
калейдоскопов
this
мы
topic,
раскроем более
then
полную
in
тему,
our
потому что
one of our
действительно
next kaleidoscopes
летающие
we will
объекты мы видим на
discover
стенах
this
церквей
topic
и
more
на каких-то очень
detailedly,
знаменитых гравюрах.
because we can see these images on some gravures and ancient coins. And the next topic is Africa. Oh, yes, thank you. We have Jason. And Jason would like to add regarding our topic of context with aliens and regarding the context in the Middle Ages. Jason will move us a little bit back, but not to Africa, but Latin America. Jason, the word is yours. Could you please share us this information?
Hello, everyone. It's good to see you all. Wonderful work that's been done by everyone so far. It's honestly exciting. The information that's been presented today is honestly vast, and everything everyone's discussed so far is actually connected, as we've all seen. So I'm going to share with you just a little bit about the Hopi Indians, that are found on the west side of the United States. But they're not the only ones that have a similar story, whether we look into the Cherokee, the Creek Indians, or the Iroquois Indians, the Crow, Blackfoot, so on and so forth. Everyone speaks of a single being that brought forth the knowledge from a star constellation. And what's usually referenced is either Orion or as we see here, the Pleiades, where essentially one being, and behind this being is multiple people, signifying bringing forth this knowledge. And they also discuss with us that they expect this individual to come back from the east, which is interesting information. And I'm good with the image, thank you. There's a lot we can talk about as far as the Pleiades goes. The three constellations that have been discussed today that are really found in petroglyphs, rock formations, all throughout the United States and in South America and in Canada, indicate that agricultural knowledge, hunting knowledge, and things of that nature were brought forth by beings from other constellations. So Paleocontact is evidenced, pretty vast around these areas. But most interesting to me that I would like to share with you guys, and our tech team can bring it forward, is the Starman picture of an archaeoastronomy site found in Wisconsin. And not that one, but you guys see everyone talks about the same thing. Next image, please. There's the Allat symbol, and thanks to Wayne Herschel and the information he put together, you can see why we've been referencing the Sirius star system, Orion, and Pleiades, by the way. So that's another interesting picture. Thank you, Wayne Herschel. Maybe you guys have the next picture, I don't know. No, okay, no big deal. Seems it wasn't uploaded. Anyways, there is a lithic effigy site that was found in lower Wisconsin. And I would like to remind you that naked eye astronomy was used up until 1609, when the first telescope was used by Europeans and other peoples. So what's the importance of this site that I'm mentioning for any of our viewers and our fellow researchers here is because this Starman site indicates both the Pleiades star system, the Taurus star system, the Orion star system, and Sirius, and the different rising or circumpolar constellations that were found during this time frame. And what's interesting is that this was dated to around 3,500 to 6,000 years old, which shows that the Native Americans of this area that occupied this area received the information outside of our anthropological timeline. So that so far concludes what I would like to talk with you all about. And if anyone's interested, I would share my references with them. I would ask that our tech team bring forth our guest speaker, Richard Thornton, and his evidence that he presented to us regarding the constellations and star systems that were evidenced by the Creek Indians and the native state of Georgia. Please.
In ancient times, a very tall race of humanoids, 7 to 8 feet tall, first came by space vehicles. There's nothing in the tradition describes them. And then later they set up in Georgia 3 stargates that formed an equilateral triangle, and which enabled them to come and go. And it's sometimes they would intermarry with the Creeks, or the pre-Creek people, the people here, right? And that's the reason we're taller than almost anybody else in the world. We averaged a foot taller than Europeans when they arrived here. And it was nothing unusual to have 7 foot tall leaders in the 1700s and 1800s. The only trouble is they got shot a lot quicker because they made easy targets. So the 3 stargates were here in the Nacoochee Valley, the Spiral Mound at Okmulgee National Park in Macon, and then the other corner that are equilateral triangles was the Rimbert Mounds in Elberton, Georgia, which we know as Wahasi. And they also had a round spiral mound there. And supposedly on top of these mounds are stargates. And it said that some keepers of the Wing clan were able to make the trip to the Pleiades, where these people came from, and come back again. But there were a lot of deaths, and sometimes they would come back mangles or just piles of flesh. So it was very dangerous for Homo sapiens. We weren't quite the same genetically as our friends in the Pleiades. And supposedly, they stopped coming just before the arrival of Europeans. We have another contact story, which is probably true. In fact, I think the details of it make me think it's absolutely 100% true, in that somehow one man became stranded here, an extraterrestrial, and he taught the Creeks our writing system and how to use trigonometry, high math, expressed a monotheistic religion, which we do have. We didn't have multiple gods, and we don't have animism. We all have believed in one female god, basically the mirror image of Yahweh among the Hebrews, but very similar beliefs otherwise, except she was a woman. And when the English began mixing with the Creeks in Georgia, the 1700s, they were astounded by our surveyors. They used equipment that Europeans didn't understand how they worked, and their land surveying was much more accurate than anything done in Europe, but no one understood their math or their equipment. Where did this come from? It's certainly, why would a people like the Creeks, who are not quite as advanced as the Mayas and Aztecs, have a much more advanced system of mathematics and of surveying? We had the only people in the Western Hemisphere that had a 10-base measuring system, numerical system. We had a 0 when you had knowledge of trigonometry, which enabled our surveyors to lay out vast tracts of territory. I mean, like Amogi National Park includes 38 miles of towns and villages and neighborhoods. It was all precisely laid out on a triangulated plan on rough terrain. How did they had these? And then about right now, October, they would fly back to Mexico. And so they would have ceremonies in which the people
Thank you all for that. Richard had a lot more information to share with us, even using current measurement methods and scanning techniques to discover that the towns and cities where the Creek Indians had occupied were actually arranged in such a manner that they matched the star systems that we have been discussing today. The other thing that Richard had mentioned that was interesting is anyone who understands human migration, he mentioned that they had a form of monotheism in which they weren't allowed to kill or destroy things within the temple. And given the information that we know of the Allat sisters pre-Islamic time, a similar information can be found there. So we have evidence that not only have Native Americans had contact with star beings or star seedings, or however you want to call them, but also that there is a common form of morals, a moral structured system that was brought forth by these people. Thank you all so much.
Thank you very much, Jason, for your information. And we're happy Richard could share his knowledge with us as well. And hopefully we can learn from him some more in later interviews, and from the interview that you and Marina did with him. And it's available right now on ALLATRA TV. And right now I would like to pass the word to Arif. Please, the floor is yours.
Tienen una vasta información al respecto, bueno, están hablando, ¿no?, de Nibiru.
So there is a lot of information regarding the evidence, various kind of evidence about Hopi, Cachinos, and others. And what evidence do scientists and researchers have regarding the fact that there is a cyclicity or a cycle of 14,000 years? What is connected to us? So there is the system that is important to all the people all over the world, actually. And now we have evidence of the fact that this system is in place and we can verify it. And so it works not just on our planet, but on 5 other planets. And if we look at all the data that we have mentioned, it has always existed, actually. 14 million kilometers. This is the distance where this system of lacrosse exists, and there are tools and applications that you can download to your phone and just to use your phone to have a look at this system. And we can see a model that tells us about the orbital position in the solar system, about Mercury, about Venus, and about other planets of the solar system.
Nuestros planetoides, tanto Ceres, Makemake, ¿no? Están por una órbita alta, ¿no? Elíptica, muy diferente a las posiciones orbitales de nuestros planetas.
We can also speak of the fact that a lot of planets behave in the way that is different from what we know. And this system has a very great importance for our solar system. And among the planets of our solar system, and also all the asteroids, or all this garbage, so to say, that exists in our universe, they create a certain gravitational fluctuations, and we can confirm that it happens every 24 hours, and it is quite visible. And what else I would like to say is that if we look at the planetary model, we will be able to notice that all the planets of our solar system if they don't correspond to what we see, we actually can observe that they move with at a speed that is huge. And also we can speak about the fact that this solar bursts spread at a distance that is enormous, both westward and eastward in all the area, and it happens every week, and we have a crossing of 2 planetary objects, And at this point, we see that these planets are at the distance of 4 million kilometers, and independent researchers have also noted this fact. We can also speak about the seismic activity, volcanic activity, and all of this is related to what is happening on the sun. Every time when some solar bursts occur, some bursts of solar energy, it influences what is happening on Earth. And the technology of today, the technologies that we have in the consumer society, clearly show us how small groups of elites can have knowledge about that and can see what's really happening. But this is actually a different topic. Now we're speaking about anomalies that are happening at this very moment. If we say these planets that we will get confused, there is red nana. There are actually 5 planets, 5 dwarf planets, and I can say that that various studies have been supported by some well-known and respected scientists and astronomers. And this is what I wanted to share with you.
Thank you so much for your information. It's really very interesting. And those topics that we have touched upon, they are just actually even a small part of that knowledge that had been given to us. And what's interesting, if we analyze all the information that our ancestors had given to us, and when they talked about the enlightened and about the celestial teachers, they even didn't call them as gods. They just said that these were sages, right? These were sages that transferred knowledge to people. And if you analyze even what kind of knowledge they gave to people, so we can say that these teachers, celestial teachers, they transferred such knowledge which would help people to preserve the civilization, the existence of the civilization. And if we look at all the aspects of that information, people have always been given knowledge, information about cyclicity, right? Cyclicity of processes and cyclicity of different civilizations. As we mentioned today, some information about Mars, right? So Hopi themselves, right, they said that they survived these climatic changes, right, and climatic disasters thanks to their teachers who saved them with the help of the UFOs, right? And also, as Hopi said, this civilization, well, our civilization, right, on the planet Earth, this is of course not the first civilization in our history, but they say that at least there have been actually 4 civilizations, and they stopped, they came to an end because humanity, the main reason, because humanity forgot the wise words of the celestial teachers, and People, they forgot about their true nature, and really it's so startling when you understand that, well, the same Hopi tribe representatives, right? So they, well, had that knowledge for, well, about 1,000 years, right? And they lived at those times, all the times, and they didn't have any telescopes or anything, any technologies like today, and they knew this information, right? And you know what is really just similar between all those legends is that maybe, well, if you just let me, I will draw a parallel between all the myths, how our universe was created. So according to the Hopi mythology, at the very beginning there was a creator, and the creator was in boundless space, without any form, without any living creatures. Then the land and air were created, and also there were some wise creatures, and then at the next stage there was a creation of a being, of a human being, and for this human being God created the first female creature. And so we can see that this is like the parallel with the first feminine principle, right? Feminine nature in this world. And after that, they said that after the life was created, so this first female creature, she created all the plants and all the animals, and then the time came actually for first people, right? But the first people, they were not able to speak, and they were able to understand each other telepathically, and they also said that they even kind of, you know, they could just pass their feelings telepathically, and all the knowledge, well, it was kind of on the different level, and it was given on the different level, right? Because today we understand how this knowledge transference was taking place, right? And we understand that all those different myths, they have the same core information, and it always said they always stated that the Sirius or Orion constellations, right? From exactly these constellations, wise creatures, teachers came, and they taught people, the early representatives of our civilizations, how to live. And that is why I'm so grateful to you for this great information. And let us just go to the other continents of really Alina, thank you so much for such conclusion of our Right That blog, and we move on to Polynesia, and we're giving the floor back to Paulina. Right, I would just like to add a few words what Paulina has been telling us about. So it's true that there is data on different continents about the celestial teachers that came and helped people. So today, well, I presented information about Easter Island for you. So I would like to say, the Easter Island is quite popular because many people today just know great, huge figures, right, from this Easter Islands, artificial made, of course. And actually, I would like to start with a sub-name of Easter Island. It is called like Metakiterangi, which means eyes looking up into the sky. So in European language, the word rangi, it means a noun for heaven. But beyond that, the verb sent, right, it tells us about the associative connection between these words. So we could say that creatures that came from other planets, as we have already heard today. They were called kind of messengers of heavens. And if you look at the picture right now, so you see that this figure light, it is looking not just towards, but just upwards. So Tarangi means again a word, just eyes looking into the sky, right? Medicate Tarangi. And the Sangi also means Ra, and we know that Ra was God in Egypt, and it was just revered, right? And there is also information about that, for example, in the past, the river Volga, right on the territory of the Russian Federation, was also named or called as Ra. So we might meet or come across Ra word in different legends, right? And we could say that also that Osiris, right? We are going to talk about other teachers which just gave knowledge to other people. Can I also add that what was interesting for me that in the Chinese language there was a symbol that just like connected with Ra symbol, as far as I understood, that it was also connected with people or just creatures that came from heavens. And also we can say about the Thai, the Thai people, right? They say that the ancestors came also from heaven, and from the Thai language, Thai, it means like high, higher, and Thailand, well, the name country, it means like high space, sort of, or utmost space or something. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And now we would like to pass the word to Alexander. And we will move to Asia.
Hello. I hope you can hear me. So, in Japan, as in all Asia region, it's very rich region for all kind of historical things that are speaking about Paleocontact. One of the most famous of these artifacts is found in Japan Dono figures. It is in the culture which is nearly 10,000 years ago existed, and we are interested in those who are called Shidogedogu. These are clay figures, and they were called like that for some reasons. Firstly, they were found in Togoku region, and these figures were called as figures, and for example, Eskimo, they use some figures for the sun not strictly into the shine into the eye. So this is a region where they shined, and so this is they really the snow glasses. You can see that they are quite familiar, but if we look at it directly, then we can see that they are not like that. Either the size, it's different. You can see they are quite small, and here they are much bigger, and so we should not say something bad for the scientists, because they were found in in the 17th century, and they really found that when they were building some building, and unfortunately There are not a lot left to our times, although they were kind of 15,000 of them, but many of them considered lost as they were driven in the unknown direction or sold to Netherlands. So now let's pass to the figure itself. Now we can look to the truth and say what it look like. It's look like an astronaut helmet. Okay, so it's really looked at a helmet that is considered to the aviation or cosmos. Erich von Däniken, a famous Paleocontact writer, they looked at it that they have really this helmet on them. Can you pass the picture? And here you can see really something looks like the aviation helmet, this linear. And although in the most of our helmets we have only one like a big glass, and here we can see two small glasses, two small lenses, and this kind of anti-sun glasses on a helmet, and you can see astronaut, and you can see here you know, different things that make them here.
And actually you can see that these structures are quite varied. So let's have a look at figure 7. Please get it back. Yes, this is it. And figure 10 and 11. Here we can see how many helmets there are. This is also the official development, but this is for simulators, and these are real helmets that we use in aviation. And actually you can find something in parallel, so with big eye sockets and also with these borders of the helmet on the edges. So a lot of structures actually. And let's have a look at the image with the respirator. Alexander Kazantsev in 1962 made a suggestion that, thank you, that this helmet is with the connection device. So this is an evident respirator device, so it is very similar to pilot helmets. And Von Green, a specialist in ancient Japanese history, he studied this for a lot of time, and he even published a book, Space Suit, which is 6,000 years old. So, and if you study all of this, then you will see it. So, for example, this is a space suit with hard carcass. And also, given the fact that if proportions are drawn right in the right way, then you can make a suggestion that it was designed to be used under high pressure. So now we see a picture that is quite clear. So the arms or hands, this is the classical manipulators that are used at deep diving exosuits. Thing is that under great pressure you will not be able to use your own hands, right? You would need these kind of devices. And this is all of this information can be found in just one figure, and you can draw parallels with the known space technologies, aviation technologies, and this is just one example that we had time to look into. And the evidence of the contact itself is not the only one. There are many of such events.
Thank you, Sasha. It's like shocking information. I'm really grateful for you for this analysis information. And it looks really beautiful in pictures, because for consciousness, there are no, let's say, irrefutable facts, that because what we saw, that is just incredible. I'm like in a slight shock. And you know, guys, it's not all shock information which we've prepared for you. Furthermore, we will have Apexians, Anunnaki, and much more interesting, we will find out the real reason of the death of the red planet.
We're moving to Africa, Olga. I know you were waiting for this information. So now next will be Victor from Africa. We give you the word.
Hola, buenas tardes, buenas noches. Muchas gracias. Es un honor para mí estar aquí.
Good afternoon, good evening, good night. Thank you so much. It's a big honor for me to be with you today. And I'm really grateful to you for the opportunity to participate in this conference. So I wanted to tell you about the topic that is not widely known, but it is quite interesting to study. And I would like to present to you this image. I would like to summarize the information that I was able to find. So this is the plateau on the south of Algiers, and this name in Arabic means the plateau of rivers. It is interesting because thousands of years ago it was quite a different place, and it wasn't an uninhabitable desert which it is now. Because in those ancient times it was the area where there were a lot of different good conditions. So there was lush plants, rich flora and fauna, and the civilizations that were living in that area left some cave art, and Plato has these caves with caves art, and there are more than 50,000 images classified by ethnographers in accordance to their style, and sometimes one images would overlap the other ones. And they use this, so they use the same rocks to paint their paintings, the new people that were coming. The age was also determined, although it wasn't determined in the correct way. And they are from 30,000 years to 9,000 years. So the eldest one, and they're called the round heads, they're the most mysterious ones. Actually, at that time, just like in the later time, they depicted the usual hunting scenes or some everyday life, and they depicted some really strange beings with a round head without any facial features. And usually they have some channels and this lower point on the bottom, and we don't know the structure of these images. And actually this figure looks like a broad suit or a dress with vertical lines that go below, and they look like wrinkles. So basically these beings are described in some images in gloves and in boots. So basically in the clothes that the people who lived in that area did not wear these clothes. So the question is, why are they depicted like that? Besides, anatomically, these people are different from the people who lived in that area at that time, and they are presented together with the current people that were living at that time. Thus, the difference between them is shown. One of the images that was highly discussed by experts consists of a being that is connected to a certain sphere with a special cable, and it emits some line, and it brightens and it lightens. So this being is leading a group of women towards the sphere. And the first Western people who found out about this rock painting, Tassili Najera, they came to this place in 1930s, and it's part of the French military expedition. And Henri Lotte heard about this, the French researcher, and he spent a lot of years raising the funds, and then he was able to actually organize an expedition, and the image of these round heads drew the attention of the researcher, and he found one of the beings who was up to 6 meters tall. He called it the great Martian god. This is how he thought it would look like, it should have looked like, this great Martian god. Presently, we do not have access to all the images that were in the Lot's image, because in order to have access to this image, they used a technique. So they made the image wet, and then you pressed a sheet against it. It was used to preserve, to make a copy, and as a result, the images, the original images, were just erased. In some cases, they were fully erased. So the only way to see them now, as far as they were back in the original, is through these prints received by Henri Lot expedition. And these prints were presented at several exhibitions, but then they were hidden away. And for decades, they were stored in a basement in the Human Museum in Paris. And also the conditions that in which they were stored were very, very bad. And only recently were they restored and again put on display for this museum, although they are absent from all the generally available databases. And presently, we do not know what was happening to the cultures that were creating these beautiful images. When the environment stopped being favorable for them, they actually abandoned these lands, and we lost the sight of them. And it is not related to the ethnical group Malay, whose art we can still see, and we can still trace them by their art. Thank you so much.
Друзья, добрый вечер еще раз. Хотелось бы вернуться к тому, что, как говорил Лэрд Скрэнтон об африканском племени догонов.
Good evening, guys. I would like to go back to what Led Scranton said about the Dogon people. It is a very small tribe which lives on the Mali state. They came there near the 10th century, and they lived in such mountain villages. The French scientists studied them. It was Marcel Griol, and the Dogons passed their worldview to the Dogons, and the result of this work was the book, The Fox, for the name of one of the myth of the Dragon. I know that there were also a lot of materials that didn't get into the book, but we would like to talk about the material that they were in the book. Although they had a very simple lifestyle, they had and they still pass from generation to generation for centuries quite concrete knowledge about Sirius star from the dog constellation, and we can see that it's normal. The Sirius is the brightest star on the sky, and many cultures know about that in favorite, and really the Sirius is the sixth brightest star on the sky. The Mercury, the Sun, the Moon is only the more brightest objects in the sky. The main orienter for the observation is the Aryan belt. If we draw a straight line, we see the zone where Aldebaran is located, and to the east we can see the Sirius. If you don't know where the east is, then you can see just the brightest star. So the Sirius is 6.8 light years from the solar system, and the Sirius A, the star which we see, is a very big star. It's 25 times than the Sun, and it is 10,000 times brighter, which really, because of that, we cannot see clearly the other stars of the system, even though we have the telescopes now, and we cannot see it with a bare eye. It is impossible. But there is a second star, a dwarf star, from the German scientist Friedrich Bessel. He found out that the moving path of Sirius A is not straight, but looks sometimes it deviates from its path, and
sometimes this deviation is quite large, so this deviation is 1.3 year seconds, and you can see it quite clearly. So the scientist explained it because there was some hidden mass, and it was revolving around with the sort of time period is 50 years. So Mahinur was saying 49.9 years, so it was quite clearly. Actually, it was seen 18 years later in 62. Then American astronomer Mr. Clark was testing his 18-inch refractor telescope, and he saw next to the Sirius a small star. And later it was confirmed that it was moving just like Bessel was saying. And back then it was considered to be the triumph of this astronomy. And it was such fundamental as the discovery of the Neptune. But it was possible to make a picture of Sirius in 1970. The Dogon tribe had never seen Sirius B, but they claim that they know that it was there. And many centuries ago, they actually knew that it consists of what we call now super dense matter. Of course, they were not using it as this. They were saying that it was made out of very hard metal seagull, and it was made in such a way that all the people on Earth wouldn't have been able to lift it even if they joined. And it is connected to the revolving cycle of Sirius A around Sirius B around Sirius A. Also interesting, for ancient Egypt, the helical rise of Sirius, so it's the first Sirius, the first rise after a solar object is invisible. So basically for the Dogon, it's the beginning of the new year, just like for ancient Egypt, which happens every 365 days. So it corresponds exactly to the earthly year. You can have a look at this image to see what it looks like. And one of the oldest cereals in Africa is Phonia, so it's called some kind of rice. We can call it a superfood now, but it's interesting that Phonia seeds that are eaten now, they are the smallest seeds in the world, even smaller than the poppy seeds, and you can see them in this picture. Actually, the Dogon we're calling them Po, and for them they symbolize Sirius B, which they call the Po star. It is as wide as the grain Po, and maybe for some of our viewers, Po sounds quite familiar. But this is not everything as far as Dogon knows. So they know about the eccentricity of orbits, the Dogons, and they draw it on the sand, and we can compare their drawing with modern astronomical images. And another image, Sirius RDP. So this is like our superfood cereal that I was mentioning. Another image shows the orbit of Sirius B, and it's interesting that there is this figurine which symbolically describes the movement of planets in the Sirius planets. And here there are two stars which we have not yet mentioned. Star number 1 is Sirius C, the red dwarf, the discovery of which has not been confirmed by scientists, despite the fact that two astronomers, Benet and Duvant, in 1995, published a paper, and in it they studied the orbits of Sirius A and B, and they were saying there, and they confirmed it with calculations, they actually had a hypothesis. There's the third star, Sirius C, and the line that is going sideways shows the fourth star with a retrograde orbit. So as the Gons say, this is a usual star. It has nothing interesting about it, but it revolves in the opposite direction in the entire system, and it is located as far from Sirius B as Sirius B is located from Sirius A. And in 1950, Marcel Gruol and Journal Titel, in the magazine Society of Africanists, paid the attention of people on such unusual concepts of the Gon as the Sirius system. They thought it was a triple star, and Sigitola was the main component. Po as a star, and Tola. And here we can also pay attention to the fact that the Dogon divide all the celestial bodies on planet, stars, and satellites. In other words, stars are called Tola, planets are Tola Tanaza, stars that move, and the first is in a family of stars that is not revolve around any of the other stars. The other one goes into this family that revolves, and also they call satellites as Tola Ganosa, the stars that draw circles. And the accuracy of these concepts is amazing. Let's also remember the fact that we're speaking about a tribe that is very ancient, and they draw everything on the sand. And the Dogon also say that around Sirius C, 2 planets revolves, and one of them has living beings. And Sirius B is the source of all life, and without it, nothing would have existed in our part of the universe. And the Dogon also say that Sirius B controls Sirius A, and it transmits messages through Sirius C. Thus, they understand what dependencies and what gravitational pull exists among the planets. Also, the Dagon say that when we die, we go back to Sirius C. In other words, all the souls come from it, and they go back to it after the body dies. And for the Dogon, Sirius C is the star of the feminine nature. It corresponds to the sorghum plant. It's another plant with edible seeds. And the Dogon also draws Saturn with its rings and Jupiter with 4 satellites. Of course, all of this must be seen using a telescope only. And there's another interesting point I would like to draw attention to, because sometimes they say that the Dogons could have been influenced by the Europeans, but actually no. Let's have a look at this interesting thing. Sirius, actually Seneca was writing about Sirius. He was saying that the beauty of this dog star is beautiful, it's soft, and if we tell someone that Sirius is a red star, everyone will think that it is unusual because we see it in the sky as a white bluish star. But based on the Al-Sufi papers, he was a Persian astronomer, it was the same in 10th century. But in 2nd century, Ptolemaeus, an amazing astronomer of that time, included Sirius into the list of red stars. There was also Dmitry Martynov with his paper, and he also considered mechanism how this could have happened, how the star could have changed the meaning, and he came to the conclusion that Sirius B, the satellite of the brightest star in our sky, in one of the first centuries of our of AD, exploded as a semi-supernova, because thing is that if it was a supernova explosion, we wouldn't have been speaking about it. Before that, he was a red dwarf. He had been a red dwarf, and this colored the entire system, Sirius, and this classified it as a red star. And after that, it turned into a white star, white dwarf, and it's very dense. William McCree had the same theory recently, actually. And the only information about the explosion of Sirius B comes from the Dogon, who say that soon after people had appeared on Earth, the satellite of Sirius, Poor Star, suddenly exploded, and then Poor started to get dimmer, and in 200 years it became totally invisible. Dogon noted that, but also they paid attention to the fact that the brightness of star changed, and not Sirius A exploded, but Sirius B exploded. And Portola, this is the name that the Dogon used for Sirius B. I can speak a lot about what the Dogons know, but in the context of the conference of today, I think the most important thing is that the Dogon couldn't have seen or guessed or come up with all these details, but these details exist, and this knowledge is passed from generation to generation. The question is, where could they have learned this from? Well, given all this information that their knowledge is being confirmed still today, I think we must agree that Paleocontact took place some time ago, and the Dogon themselves say it. They say that Noma came to them from Sirius C, and they were transferring the knowledge, the spiritual knowledge, the everyday life knowledge, and the knowledge about the structure of the universe. So if you would like to join please join. We will be happy if you could help us with collecting the information about what we have on Sirius and what the Dogon know about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. No, Alexei, when I was reading about Dogons, I was amazed by the deepness of this knowledge, because even modern humanity doesn't know such kind of information yet, and especially the information about spiral waves and these analogies which they made between micro and micro world, the exact knowledge, what is happening in space, comparing to what is happening in human body. For example, what was they talking about the consciousness of the universe? They were saying that Amma is supreme god of Dogons. He is creator of the universe, and the universe consists from star worlds which are governed by rotate in a spiral. Also, they was talking about that the universe, it's huge and enormous, but it is limited. It's not infinite. They were talking as well that everything is rotating by spiral, and if we take any star, it's like a placenta for them, which gives the galaxy, and such spiral worlds created by Amma. It's almost infinite amount, but it is measurable. And what is also really interesting, that Dogons, it's completely sure that life exists not only on Earth planet. It's natural for them that they say that all spiral worlds have life. And by formulating this world, he gave a movement and at the same time created living beings. And they saying that in other planets as well, there is life and there is abundance of life. There are completely different ways, forms of life. For example, they say that in one planet lives the same human-like people. Somewhere there are horned people, and the third there are tail people. On sixth planet there are winged people. And what is also really interesting is this knowledge is you were talking about, that knowledge was given to them like practical knowledge. Dogon knew about the circulation blood system of a human. They knew it even before, as in the end of the 17th century, it was described for the first time by English scientists. And the Dogon people have a really accurate knowledge about this. And what is really interesting, what I really like from what I was reading about them, is that they believe that Noma will come back again, definitely. And at this moment, in the star will appear in the sky, which will be a sign of resurrection of Noma. And such analogy reminded me about Bethlehem's star, which flared up in the sky in the moment when Jesus Christ appeared on Earth. And it's really interesting to look into the data which was published in Sansai book, when the Bodhisattva Agapit Pechersky came on Earth. There was exploration of a star, so all these events can be collected and researched together. We understand that there are clear laws, and the understanding of these laws will give us more information about ourselves and about this world. And when you read a lot of such different information, you already have this analogy. So why do we talk about that this star is guiding, where this star is guides? Exactly this definition, guiding star, it can be in literal sense, like a star which shows your way between galaxies, and also in a spiritual sense, star shows and gives knowledge about the spiritual path of a human. This is really interesting, and let's search for information together, guys.
The Dogons say they were non-human, their teachers were non-human, but they go a step further.
Догоны говорили о том, что их учителя были не людьми.
They were also originally not material, they were non-material. The Dogon perspective is that a group of knowledgeable teachers were able to take material form and conduct education classes physically, materially with humanity in the material realm. This is not psychic connection. This is not divination. This is not paranormal contact. This is real physical world contact. The Dogon tradition, their teachers were called Numo. That's the Dogon word. The Egyptian corresponding word is actually a phrase. It's Nu Ma. Nu is a term that refers to waves or water, and Ma is the word we talked about earlier. It represents the act of perception. So the name Nu Ma means literally waves perceived. In other words, the Egyptian word is repeating for us what the Dogon say is true, that wave-like beings who existed non-materially suddenly made themselves perceptible to us, and we were able to take action physically.
Also, I would like to mention here about the information which Lars Scranton writes in his books, that Dogons asked Noma if they are gods. Noma said, no, we are not gods, but if it's convenient for you to call us this way, like helpers of God, you can call us this way. And this is really a crucial point here, that as we see in different nations, there were people who gave knowledge, but when this knowledge were lost, people already started to call them gods. Their knowledge was lost about one God. The substitution started to divide people. And for me, the really important point was Lars Grandin voiced here. The meaning of the word Noma is connected to water. As we know, it's already characterized these creatures as spiritually developed beings, because water is a sign, the symbol of spirituality in many legends.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ola, that you focused our attention on the topic of Dagons and the question of gods. And they say that no, we are not gods. It says us a lot because we can see a lot of examples. I don't want to say the word aliens, but people from other civilizations, other races, when they appeared on Earth, he started to call them gods. And the cargo cult is a great example of how ordinary people began to be called gods. So it is called the cargo cult, and could you please turn on the video, and then I'll tell you about the classical cargo cults and a bit more. At that time, many soldiers were descended to the islands during the Pacific campaign against the Japanese, and that made huge and fundamental changes in the life of the islanders. And they saw amazing things, canned food, tents, weapons. They saw people that were landing with the parachutes. They saw the sheep and the plants, and when the war was over, so the military bases, they were abandoned, and so these islanders, they wanted to see this once again, the falling parachute, the planes arriving, and so they started to imitate this. They burned fires, they made planes with wood, and imitating all the ways the soldiers' activities. And when these this didn't happen, people start to they bonded the idea of the dances, and they just started to make some rituals with the planes. And this is the great example how this change can be when more technical technologies or goods can be shown to other people which are not so educated. So thank you very much.
Как зовут бога рептилий? Ну, имеется в виду Анунаков. Мне хотелось бы знать, кто ваш бог или кто наш бог.
I would like to know who is your God or who is our God. God and theirs and ours and everyone's is one. All over the world, throughout the world community, God is called Ra. But on such planets as ours and in such communities as ours, there are also a lot of them, unfortunately, a lot of them. They give various epithets to God. And again, the most ordinary people, children of El, of this world dictator, were also called gods. They were also considered gods, and they were also given these names, and they were worshipped, and like, well, and God is one. And always, from the time immemorial here on this planet, he was also called Ra.
Да, и вот хотелось бы обратиться в Египет, потому что именно оттуда
Right, and I'd like just now to move to Egypt, right? And Polina is going to tell us about Ra God in Egypt. Right, thank you so much that you gave the floor to me. And you know, I've noticed from our conference today that actually we already mentioned this information. And what I can say that from all those studies that we've made together, and we've found out that in ancient Egypt, just during the golden millennium, so to say, it was like pre-dynasty period, and then after dynasty. Right, so and at this period it just brought different divisions between peoples, different cultures, so it kind of one group of people could worship one kind of god, another could worship another kind of god. So and really, you know, it's very typical that when people stop well spiritually to develop spiritually, then of course such a civilization comes to an end, right? And then of course come substitutions for the pure knowledge, and then just come different periods. So because there was creatures, teachers who gave pure knowledge to people at first. Then in Egypt they were called as gods. So right now I'm going to give you right now I'm going to give the floor back to Natalia Pavlova. She's going to talk about the Russian expedition. Thank you so much, Polina. It's so great that we are discussing such topics because you know I have such a feeling that our today's consciousness, right? Today's people's minds, are so kind of imposed by different information that we cannot even perceive true, pure knowledge. So it is exactly about what I'm going to talk about. So being a historian, right, I I got this understanding when I just get to know about this information about the expeditions. So, well, actually, it was quite recently, I would say, so in the year of 2016, and it is right, exactly what we've been discussing today about the Paleocontact. So we can find confirmations to this information in the Dogon tribes information. So people just gave this information from generation to generation, and one well, as such, just evidences. So we could say that one of my colleagues said, told Russian scientists that, so for example, Nagu beliefs, right? They were even before the Dogon beliefs, right? And Dogons have a special spirit, well, in the female kind of form or image. And moreover, further, we're going to talk about the so-called, well, series and so-called female ruling, right? And also, we could say that there are lots of evidences from other scientists, right, that actually God is pure love. And so what is important is that we are talking about Paleocontact, right, today, and we are talking, well, yeah, right, we are demonstrating different artifacts, but if you look at this kind of relationships, right, and attitude towards God as the high, utmost high, right? So they all this myth and all of that, this information, well, it states that God is love, and people have always strived actually to a spiritual life, and the formula for the spiritual development, right, is the striving towards cognition. So, and I believe that the main mission of today's conference is the striving towards cognition. And how is it possible? How can we really learn about this world, right? In this process, a person himself, right, he is a carrier of this knowledge, and he can spread the spiritual information well, in his environment, in his society. And if we look, well, at different cultures, Asia, China, so the scientists state that there was also evidence of the spiritual striving of people, right? And like, well, expressed in different forms, like in creative well works, or like addressing to the utmost high, and even the Russian scientists, well, Egyptian scientists, right, they say that people have always been striving towards the spiritual life, but the consumer format of the society like blocked this striving, right? And so today we're talking about the interaction between different peoples, different cultures, and actually with this core understanding of the spiritual development. So just ponder over how important it is just when you just again come from this survival stage towards creation stage. And why is it really so important to talk about spiritual development? Because it's so important to talk about the unity of spirit, right, all over the world. Right. Thank you so much, Natalia, really, for your comments and what you said about the just search for the meaning of life. And you know, when we took interview with Scranton, and we talked about how these teachers, right, spiritual teachers, how wise they were, that they kind of they put these foundations, right, for the spiritual development, and for 12,000 years ahead, right? But when we were discussing this topic, we just, came to understand that possibly these teachers, they were passing the spiritual knowledge, right? And as one of our participants has mentioned, that it was really, scientific knowledge even, because like about astrophysics, and because teachers, they understood that, human civilization was just at its early stage of development, and right, teachers kind of had to teach people how to grow, how to just plant corn at first, or some other, survival aspects. But later on, they understood that people might grow to another stage, to the just spiritual development stage. So that is very, very, really very inspiring, and I agree with you. As Scranton has shared with us, he said that what is actually a myth itself, right? It is a form of preserving that ancient knowledge, right? And it's just when you recognize this truth, then you can open up. You can start from just learning yourself, your micro world, right, your inner world, and also you can come to learning and recognizing the just macrocosm. And talking about the myth of the devalued tribes, right? Why is it so important to discuss those myths? Because again, we can mention such stages of human civilization development, like the development of the language, development of some skills, right, in this world. But also the Dogon tribes, they were given the knowledge about astrophysics, right? And that knowledge was really like encyclopedia knowledge, and it was comprehensive and very full, I would say. And because actually everything that surrounded people, it would enable them to remember, to constantly remember about the meaning of their life. And also, right, if we understand what is really important in our development, then of course we should pay attention to that. And since we touched upon the topic of Egypt, right?
That he found this deep cosmic knowledge in the Dogon tribe, and he also put the analogy with Egyptian knowledge, and he found the same knowledge that is also unique. And he says that Nephthyd and Isis, as sister twins, they also give us knowledge of Sirius A and Sirius B. For example, the Egyptian word Nephthyd, it was described in order to describe the borders of Egyptian lessons, really similar to the fact that Sirius B, it's also have their borders of this mate. And they also drew this analogy that in Egyptian Book of Dead, they said following, that I go around you in order to protect you. My strength for that forever remains with you. And we also see it as a connection of Sirius B. And also a really interesting point, which was mentioned in the interview, that one of the names of Sirius in Egyptian is Svite, and it's also used Svite Numu, it's what means the stars of water, and Numu, it's also similar to the definition of Nomo, what is also interesting that Isis, as Plutarch says, that Isis came from the land which is rich for moisture, for water, and it's also we see this connection of this unique knowledge. But again, when we talk about this word, it shows cosmogonic knowledge, and behind this we see even deeper layer of knowledge. Yes, exactly. Myth of ancient Egypt and other nations and the gods, as we've already talked about today, they give huge amount of the understanding, this deeper soil, and as you said, this multi-dimensional knowledge. When you make and draw connections, what applied to particular practical knowledge and what is to spiritual knowledge, and you see that they are all closely interconnected, and the knowledge about stars and extraterrestrials and those spiritual knowledge that they brought to humanity. This is really a wonderful shade of our conference, as it was already mentioned today, that it's not only about aliens from the space as a well-known topic, but it's really meaningful event for humanity, which took place before, takes place now, and will be happening in the future as well. And also, I would like to talk about Egypt again, and to say and to refer to such significant personalities as Osiris and Isis. As we know, Osiris was called in Egypt Orion. They was really closely related, and we see this connection in the in pyramids, that they are focused on Orion, and the tombs was dedicated to Osiris as well, which were also oriented to Orion's belt. But we would like to also touch upon the mythological part, that Osiris is the god of resurrection and also god of worshipping souls. And also we see ancient dynastic documents. We see that this was golden era, which we already mentioned. The Osiris is mentioned as the king of Egypt, and Olga is also maybe she would like to talk about this topic. Yes, what Bill Hancock says, that everything was good and effective. It was based on principles which were in these first times accordingly, exactly the golden age, the absolute perfection, and it was a time when there was no death and no diseases. There was only happiness, and this epoch was called the time of Ra, time of Osiris, and only after that, only after these times appeared some misunderstandings. And what is also interesting from symbolic, from Osiris and Isis, we can see exact evidence what we've already was just talking about. Osiris was always depicted as a plant. It's also a really interesting symbol, which symbolize human or humanity. If it's a lot of plants, it's usually a lotus or trees of wine. Sometimes we see grapes in the entire canopy of Osiris, and sometimes he himself being depicted near to the grapes. And we know it as an ancient symbol of abundance of vitality, and we also know that it's symbolized Jesus Christ. And why grapes was also described, because it was associated with the divine blessing. And when we talk about Egypt, it's also symbolized the solar system. As we was talking about, the one god was called Ra, which also associated with sun, which gives light and gives life. And when we talk about lotus, it have characteristics of spiritual purity, because lotus grows from mud, but this substance that covers its peels, the water and dirt repels from the peels and grows in its purity, and we see such a beautiful plant. And what is also should be mentioned about Osiris, that they symbolize high moral values and the purity of this historical person. It's a victory over mundane desires, over passions. It's exactly aspiration to knowledge. It's love to all creatures and to all people. And this exactly what we see. It's not only just symbolism, but it's also actions and words which are described. I completely agree with you. And what I also would like to add is that Osiris from ancient Egyptian is called someone who is at the top. And the hint, what is the top, is that I found information that the French researcher who was exploring pyramids, when he was studied the Benben stone, he made a conclusion that Osiris is, and the stone Benben itself, it depicts the return of the light into this world. It describes a person who came into this world and brought knowledge. And we can make such a conclusions. It's a man who conquered the spiritual height, who conquers the mundane emotions and some. It's a person with high moral styles and spiritually developed person. And what was also mentioned in ancient Egypt myth, that his skin was green, and as we know, green is a color of spiritual world. Yes, exactly. Thank you so much for adding this, mentioning this information, and together with Osiris, the Isis, his wife was also mentioned. And when we talk about Isis, she was also named as Sotis or Sabdat or Sirius. It is also was called, and the cult of Isis was really popular in the whole lands of Egypt, and it is listed for a really long time, and it's also came to Christian era. Isis, it's a really interesting historical figure. So what we could found, there is also obvious confirmation that Isis is we can say that she has justice and maternal love, and those who worshipped Isis, they believe that they will be able to have high moral standards. And in principle, there was such a cult, spiritual cult, cult of love to all creatures. And we would like to ask our technical support to show, and also while we was doing research, maybe someone noticed as well that this creature on the which is on the left, it's a figure, Asteria Lubeta, cube civilization which were living in the Mesopotamian areas before Sumerian. They found such a figure, and what I would like to mention, that we were talking already about one God and one creature of all universes and all worlds. It's Ra. And we see that this extraterrestrial being, that it holds a baby in his arms, it's feminine figure. That's what we also see. And we see on the right side Isis, and now we see the Virgin Mary, and we see the symbol which goes from ancient times to our present day. It's a symbol of God Mother, which was worshipped in all times, and we can make a conclusion that it's worshipped not only on our planet, but it also in other planets. And there's also one more confirmation that spiritual knowledge is one in whole universe, and all developed civilizations exactly had the knowledge about one God, about the unity of all people and creatures who have a soul, and who aimed to love, to creation, and to spreading of life. It's exactly what was doing those whom we call gods of the ancient Egypt. And also, you can mention that the translation from ancient Egyptian into Greek, the name of Isis means throne. And this hieroglyph, it was also shown that the goddess sits on this throne. And it's already mentioned today, is when a person sits on the throne, it means that he overcame his animal nature, that he won and made it higher than his animal nature. Now we see this Isis who sits on the throne. Yeah, here we can see it clearly that this hieroglyph was shown on the head. And this was also depicted in written in principle. Can we see next image? Yes, so here we can also would say in the about activity of Isis in Egyptian. Osiris, when he became a king, he improved the life of peoples and the territory of modern Egypt. And it is also mentioned that Ra left the earth. People couldn't cultivate fields, and they didn't know how to cure simple diseases. They had wars, and Osiris called for Thoth, the god of wisdom, and they together learned. They taught how to cure people, how to build temples, how to cultivate fields, and taught them sciences. He was a god of law and justice, and as it was already mentioned in the text of Egypt, that it was golden age of Egypt. And what is really interesting in the star things in the book of Robert de Buell, it was mentioned that the creator of the universe sent Father Osiris and the Queen Isis, so they would help people. They exactly stopped the wars, and they was able to give laws to people, food and homes to people. And this is really also interesting to mention that not only Osiris and Isis, we can see in ancient texts, also we see 7 builders of Edfu. There is such a temple in Egypt, Edfu. Maybe technical support can show the images to us, and we see in the ancient Egypt of this, it is mentioned that there were exactly 7 of them. Yeah, it's Rosie. A lot of scientists also arguing about whether they saw there is a hieroglyph of a flying object or it's something else. Well, I would recommend viewers to make a conclusion, but you can see it now with your own eyes. So the 7 builders has a special roles, that there were the only spiritual beings who knew how to build temples and holy places in general. Can you please show the picture where exactly you can see in this building there in details? And it has interesting symbolism. Here in the left below, you can see this image. Yeah, it's maybe small, but also you may find this in pictures in the internet of Hram Ek. So these buildings of this temple, they're shown as holding hands, which is also a sign that there was united in his action. And I would like to give the floor to Olga.
And let me just add to what you've said, is that that in Egypt during the hot period of summer, right, which coincided right with the constellation, of Osiris. Well, it was called kind of well, the dogs' holidays or canicula, and so talking just if we take the etymology of this word canicula, so it was like again talking about the hot period. And okay, the speaker just mentions the etymology, different words. And Osiris was also called Orion and or Esach, and and this name was just denoted to the name Orion, right? And Osiris, right, his wallet was denoted as the wallet of Duat, right? And as Faulkner stated from the texts of pyramids, so Duat is not just the part of the sun, but it is part of the invisible world, and as the home of Osiris. Also, Levin Topel also just denoted the road sign, so-called, and it was also just connected with it was also just depicted on the pyramid. So we can make a conclusion that these spiritual beings, right, and they came to us from their homes, from their celestial homes, from constellation Sirius and Orion, and these wonderful teachers, they taught people how to live, how to love, and they taught people how to get rid of negative thoughts and how to live just in happiness and in love. Thank you so much, Olechka. And you know what's also interesting, that as Mahinur, our today's participant, has mentioned that in the Quran, the star, right, was mentioned, Sirius, and as Allah said that Sirius is a very well-known world star, and we can also call it as Nirzam, or it was also very worshipped and revered. And in fact, we have a translation of this constellation, or the constellation of the so-called Big Dog. And Mirzam or Mirzam, well, in the Arabic language, it means like the one who, who speaks, right, who the truth, so to say, the one who brought the knowledge, and the knowledge which could just help the civilization, and such called like herald, right, said that. And as Alexander has mentioned, that the beings who brought the knowledge, they are these beings, right, they again Osiris called just the different sages, right? And now we come to understand all those processes when we started that, right? And we start to analyze all this information. And I would like now to give the floor to Natalia. Right, it's really very remarkable what we are discussing today. And again, let's just focus, right, that we are not talking about the physical state, right, of people, but about the spiritual actual aspect. Because again, if you perceive this knowledge like word for word, well, it doesn't make any sense. But if we talk about the aspects of the features, right, how can we really translate from the just ancient documents that like Isis, was depicted in some kind of form of well, of the creative force, right? And as she was depicted with just 5-pointed star over her head, and she was heading towards Osiris. And why Osiris? Exactly, because Osiris for the ancient Egyptians was an image of the meaning of a person's life, right? Actually, Osiris denoted the spiritual way, right, of a person. So he kind of depicted this, well, maybe male principle, right? But in order for this male principle to evolve, he needed the female principle. And that is why, well, this information stated to be faithful to God. And if you're faithful to God, then you are faithful to life, to true life. And so these highly developed beings, right, they were also depicted, and their main aspects were also depicted. And well, and why do we really pay so much attention to the name of Osiris? Because the ancient Greeks, they were also just called like Aesopus, and it was then translated into Chinese word, and well, actually, it kind of had the meaning of a wolf. And if you look at the screen right now, so you see that Osiris, right? Then it was called then, well, kind of heavenly or celestial wolf, right? So, and here we talk about the fundamental categories, right, and concepts of God. What is God? What is love? What is true love? What is true freedom? So even in Africa, Sirius was called the star of the foundations, of, so to say, and again. So, and they were also kind of paying attention to two stars, to two symbols of ancient knowledge. And that is why I would like to point out that exactly these beings, who celestial beings, right, who came to the earth, they passed down the spiritual knowledge to people. And also, if we come to another, which is cultures, Maori, and it was, they also had this notion of the highest being, right? And they paid attention to, well, his main function, to love, right? And well, I believed like this notion very well. It's like the home, yeah, the highest home, and they saw the connection between the stars of Orion and Sirius. And why did they choose Sirius? Because well, actually, the star shone brightly, and also they connected Nanu people, so it was 11th century BC, and when it was really cold, and when they saw kind of red constellation in the sky, well, they just remembered about the most important ancient knowledge, right? And they remembered the most important way of passing down the spiritual knowledge. And talking about Ushutamash, God, which you saw just on the screen. So, well, it was not important how this, how God was called, or which epithet he had, but what is most important was that what information he symbolized, and so what main principle did they pay attention to? That the spiritual spiritual component was the most important in a human being. So, well, interpreting Sirius in Babylon, right? Sirius already called Shkuda, and it was kind of interpreted like, well, burnt copper. So actually they just began to call it just a star. And also Sirius actually in history, well, it is again maybe of a different gender, right? So male or female gender, right? And what is most important in Zoroastrianism history is the bright great star which moves from the Far East through the way just being put by gods. And who puts or who put that way is of course God, a Holy Master. When they say that a Holy Master, this is the embodiment of the utmost high and of the highest values for a person. So, and what is really important in a person when we say that a person has moral and spiritual values, right? And what a person values most, then right, when he well is when he has good intentions, then of course he's a true person, a true human being. So this quality also of kind of you know, different colors of something yeah, golden or yellow or warm. This, well, there were symbols of those warm feelings which a person white has towards the spiritual world. And again, so we're not talking about, you know, something gold, the value of gold as metal, right? But we're talking about the true feelings which we must appreciate. So it comes that people, really ancient people, they did have this pure knowledge, right? And we can see, right, that this knowledge was in different layers, and they were explaining well different processes, and in the form of myth or in the form of other sayings, that there is information all over the world that the source of all of everything is actually the spiritual world. And so this all symbolism of fish, fish-like beings, right? It was not for nothing, right? But it just passes down to us very important information that these spiritual beings, right? They came from other places and from the spiritual world, and well, this knowledge also just testifies to the spiritual right knowledge, to the spiritual states, like, and also its knowledge tells us about not just possibility, but about the fact of life on other planets, in other galaxies. And it is really the main point of the spiritual development of a person, and it is the main well, it is the most important meaning of a person's life. And when we see parallels how this world right was created in just harmony with the female and male principles, so as Natalia said, as the unity and as just with the most important component, that is soul, then we see that ancient people, they understood all that, they had knowledge of that, and they had experience of feelings. And if you just let me show you just again the sign, right, Nomo, in the form of fish, right, and this, well, as the cones depicted. And next slide, please, right, image, right, yeah, you can see it just like a little bit schematically, yeah, in form of the fish, right? Just human. Then Sumerians, right? They also taught about the aliens and just other beings that came from Sirius. And of course, yeah, the Sumerians, they had great substitutions in knowledge, in the information. We are going to talk about that, but a little bit later. Next image, you can see again passing down information that just spiritual representative, right? They were kind of, well, underwater, that is, well, talking figuratively that they were in another world, right? Here you can see on the picture, as you can see, just what's on the head of this being, right? So this being came from another world, and then these beings were called gods by people. On the other image, you can see this is actually a character of the Persian mythology, and you see that this being is not just in the form of fish, but also carrying a bag, which is which symbolizes just passing down the spiritual knowledge. Well, this being was very wise, and he taught people different sciences, building and other knowledge. Now, if you can see again, pass it down the spiritual knowledge to people in the mythology of Egypt. Right, and here you can just, I would like to pay your attention to the figurine, right? And just have a look at the just ornament of the throne that the goddess is sitting on. So this all also depicting the main point of the processes, right? And we can decode it all. And here you can also see that interesting information that being just spiritual being, right, who is observing kind of from outside, right, what is really happening here in this world. So we can see this sign of the artificial consciousness, and we can see the flying described of the spiritual being, and 6 dots on the right, and we can also see the same bags, and we can see a being who just conquered his animal nature, right? So very important information was passed down to us. And next image, right, we can see the seal that I showed you. Well, it's like schematically depicted, and here again Egyptian right image, and then please you can see Indian, from the Indian culture, right? This is Greek already image, and so you can see that the same knowledge, it was introduced in different cultures. The other one, please. Right, and we've also got another symbol, sorry, sign. It was in the form of fish, and it was it symbolized Jesus Christ, and it was depicted on different and it depicted and denoted a great being, spiritual being who came to our world. So this is really just precious knowledge, dear viewers, and we should be aware of this knowledge, and we should preserve it, and we should be able to pass down the spiritual knowledge to our next generations. Thank you so much. And now I'm giving the floor back to Nara.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for this amazing conference and for all the information we learned today. As for me, I'm going to present about the Tatev Monastery pillar, and that is oriented on the Orion constellation that we call Hike constellation. Starting with the pillar, we should say that in Armenian the word pillar is syun, Sunik, which is translated as heavenly indicator. And by the way, the region is also called after the word Sunik. I mean, the monastery and the pillar itself is in the region of Sunik now. And it's also called Gavazan in other words. And it's one of the, interesting monuments that we have in Armenia, because it's real. The monument was built in 904, 905, and it here we can see that in 2012 a researcher Vazgen Gevorkyan, he conducted research, and they went to Sunik, and at nighttime around 4 a.m. they could see. Can you please show the previous photo where the Orion belt was lining up? The previous one, please. Еще раз назад, пожалуйста. Yeah, here on the photo above, we could see that in August 11, 2012, the researcher Vazgen Gevorkyan could see this image here, that the Orion belt was lining up, and this Sun in Tatev Monastery was pointing directly to this belt there. And it's a really interesting research, because he found out here that also the Orion constellation was also, kind of worshipped in Armenia too. And today we view the Orion constellation as Haik, who is the forefather of Armenians. Even the name Hayastan that we call ourselves as Armenia, we call it Hayastan. That is, if we, decipher the word, it will mean that Hayastan, giving information from Haik, that is Orion. Yeah. And also on the date, it's really interesting to mention that on the date of August 11, in ancient Armenia, Navasart New Year was also celebrated in honor of Haik's victory over Bel. That is, Haik Orion killed Bel, Taurus constellation, with a 3-pointed arrow. And exactly on that day, it was on that day that people were gathering and celebrating New Year with each other. And with the invitation of Vazgen Gevorkyan, who conducted this research, he invited also Graham Hancock to view this and to make his own research. And together with this research, they conducted another one in Karahunj, that is kind of some place that we call Karahunj is something like Stonehenge in England, which is much older than Stonehenge. It predates 3,000 years, Stonehenge. And they could see in Stonehenge, I would ask to show the Stonehenge, the photo of Stonehenge, Karahunj, sorry, here. We can see this small holes on the stones in Karahunj, we should say that there are over 200 stones, you know, huge stones here, yeah, huge stones in Karahunch, 84 of which have these holes. And when conducting his research, Graham Hancock said that this, you know, complex is going back to 12,000 years ago, and it's the oldest observatory in the world. And they also came to the conclusion that this Karahunch Tatev monastery and Göbekli Tepe, that is Port Asar, we call, is kind of complex building that all are oriented on Orion constellation. And when we put all this information together, we can, you know, definitely see that the constellation, the Orion constellation, was really of huge importance in Armenia, and that's also the reason we call, as I said, Armenia as Hayastan. And it's also really interesting that the oldest, our oldest calendar, which we call Domar, is also pointing to the date that I mentioned, August 11, as the new year. And they're showing here the cyclicity, yeah. Let me find the, be more accurate here. On August 11, 2012, the constellation Orion, is one of the part of the research, reached the peak of its celestial gravity, ending a cycle of 25,920 years. Here also beginning of a new era. It turns out that the mythical creation of the date of Mayan calendar is also, you know, based on August 11. All this shows that our ancestors really had this information of Orion, the importance of Orion, and they really gave it really importance, and thus calling also our ancestor with the name of it, that gave all this information to us. And by the way, here is
thank you, Narine. Very thank you for all the research you've done and sharing with us. We really appreciate it. And right now we would like to sum up all the information that we just heard about all the historical artifacts that we saw, all the myths, all the legends. And the evidence is there. Paleocontact happened, and we see it is not a myth. So many artifacts, myths, and legends are found today that point to paleocontact. It is impossible to deny it now. We heard just one case of how knowledge gets distorted in the example of Sabah. And from all the information, we can conclude the importance of Sirius, Orion, the Pleiades, and we understand that those are planets, it's the abode of teachers that come to us and bring knowledge. And thanks to the programs with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov and books written by Anastasia Novakh, along with all the research done with the participants, we're able to separate the grains from the chaff and see the truth. And also we saw so many wonderful artifacts, and we saw so much knowledge that was possibly given to us to show us how our ancestors lived. It also gives us an understanding what is to come. And I know the speakers did mention about cyclicity, about the fact that everything happens as a cycle. So looking back at Mars, and we will actually hear about Mars next, and Phaeton, how do we humanity not end up just like those planets. And right now we would like to introduce our next block. Olga?
Yes, and before I was just say, Олечка, спасибо за такое понимание. И спасибо большое, ребята, ведь правда действительно очень важна для людей. И вот наша следующая тема, она показывает, насколько человеческий ум играет
human mind sometimes plays tricks with people. And this is exactly topic about Apexians and Anunnaki. And it is time to find out who's reptilians and who's spiritual beings.
Thank you very much. This is a very important topic, and I believe a lot will be clear now after we take a look at the research. Please.
Да, добрый вечер, дорогие друзья.
Good evening, dear friends. Now we've heard really this information about how creatures from other civilizations came to Earth, and it was highly spiritual people.
Нашей истории и негативного характера.
Nella nostra storia caratterizzata in modo negativo.
Даниловым. Просим поставить техническую команду ролик с
We would like to show the video with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov about Apexians and Anunnaki.
24,000 years ago, well, a little more, but it doesn't matter. The human race on Earth worked for and was the slave of those who are now called Apexians. Well, people call them like that, but in fact, it is something else. But they are often described by ufologists that they are short, about 1 meter high, so gray men. But these creatures are with an insatiable hunger, and they're soulless. Moreover, they have a very high level of intelligence. And in fact, they are several billion years ahead of human development in technology, evolution, technical evolution. This is one of the most evil races in the universe. And in due time, it enslaved people. And people simply forgot that they were food, let's say, supplement to their diet. This is true. Without jokes, they devoured people. We were just biological food for them, just like cows, pigs, birds, and everything else is for us. But besides, people were their slaves, and they worked in quarries, mines, to mine things and much more. But it is forgotten. The human being was absolutely powerless. Still, people found in themselves the opportunity to unite and together ask for protection from Anunnaki. And on the Mare Council, the Anunnaki were allowed to interfere. Anunnaki, of course, is one of the highest developed civilizations today. These are human-like, animated beings with a huge, so to speak, scientific, even incomprehensible to date evolution. Naturally, they easily removed them, but there is such an understanding as human freedom of choice. And the entire protection of the Anunnaki comes down to the fact that they gave absolute freedom to people and they do not interfere in people's lives. And this is true. During this time, yes, there were contacts, yes, there was help, targeted, rare and minimal. But not a single evil, let's say, race penetrated and captured people for 24,000 years.
А как по-настоящему называется эта планета?
And what is
And
the
how
real
is
name of
this
this
planet
planet?
really called?
Shall we tell them? Well, tell them. Come on, it's not a secret.
Pamphim.
The Anunnaki race has actively existed for about 3 billion years. That is, it means as a highly developed, mind you, a highly developed race, as a highly developed race in the global sense, not the earthly one. To date, there is no race higher than the Anunnaki.
Did reptilians use humans as slaves, and do they still use? Do they eat human flesh?
Yes, they used. In the previous program, we exactly said that those who are called the Apexians, 24,000 years ago, literally kept humanity in slavery, and humanity was working for them. There is plenty of evidence, the quarries that were developed, the mines, and everything else, and indeed, humanity was like biological food for them. Well, that's true. But today, of course not. Thanks to the Anunnaki, humanity was freed from their slavery. Thanks to the fact that people turned to Anunnaki, who made, thank God, a decision, they intervened, and those ones left. Well, again, they intervened only in order to protect humanity from external influences, so that no one enslaved us from the outside. But, according to all the laws, according to the laws of Meru, they do not have the right to interfere in our lives. They do not have the right to decide who will rule us here, how we will build our lives. We must develop evolutionary. It depends solely on us what choice we will make, whether we will live or not. They do not have the right to interfere, to change our climate conditions. They do not have the right to interfere and forbid a nuclear war to us. They have no such right, because this is the choice of humankind, and it wasn't a slip of the tongue. And climate changes are also a consequence of our actions, and this cyclicity repeats itself, and it is also worth thinking why it repeats itself, because we are not changing, while we must.
This is horrifying information that we've heard in this video. It is certainly shocking. And with a team of specialists, we decided to figure out what was happening 24,000 years ago when humanity was working as slaves. And around the team, we have geologists, mineralogists, chemists, and a mining specialist. And we decided to search exactly for such information, where and what people could develop for Apexians. And in the beginning, we've found such information. If you're just gonna look in the internet, you're gonna find articles that whole Earth was a huge carrier. And if you look carefully to such articles, you will notice that there are not so many facts drawn, and it is just described that these objects are similar to carriers, and we as specialists wanted to actually find out which can be actually miners and which can be natural corrosion processes. And looking through these images, can you show them, please, on the screen? The part of these objects can be separated, as you can see here. These images from exactly such kind of articles. For example, the Mount Kailash or other examples can be examples of miners. But in geology, we know that the overlaying, it goes in layers, and different layers will destroy it differently, and thus you will see different ledges. They are not all ledges can be carrier. and some of them can be actually natural erosion, just simply destruction of mountains with different densites. Can you please show next slide? So this also shows the different densites of the layers. That is exactly one of the signs where we try to separate and certainly claim that it's exactly minor. And we should compare several facts, and if we would just take similar photos, it's not really correct. We should look at this in the complex. And here we see Zhangzhou mountain in China. I saw in Google this area, how it looks from above. I saw that these layers and that then they're poured on dumps. Actually, it is natural formations because we see a huge fold, and we see that here layers called naturally. I exactly describe this because you can search by these images logically, but you can find minors logically. The age of 24,000 to 25,000 years ago. Also, we were able to understand if this it has one color, but it has some different ledges. It can be example of exactly minors. We have specialists, minor specialists, and I would like to give him the floor and which conclusions he made as a professional. Romana gives you the floor.
Yes, hello, dear friends. I would like to share my opinion. And yes, we're looking now into the matter of paleocontact, whether it existed or not, how it was positive, negative, and how did it take place. So the conclusions that I have gathered, I will present them now. So my attention was drawn to the regions of Norway. I hope that the technical team will be able to show the slide number 1, Iceland and Greenland, and also the region of Russia, the north of Russia. So here's Iceland, Norway. Let's have a look at Norway. And here we can see snake-like structures. Please pay attention to them. Next. So fjords, like massive fjords, like huge structures that have some that pose some questions actually. Let's have a look next. Again, let's have a look at Iceland, the same branch-like structures, which we can see while looking at them from Google Maps. So these structures, yes, correct. Let's continue. Yes, these structures that we see from space, these sort of ledges that we can see. Also, we can see rock here, and we can visually detect that something was falling down. Please continue. This is Greenland. These are the pictures that typically show the ledges. And we can definitely find them in the rock. If you pay close attention, you can see round formations, which are very not typical. Thank you. Also here, we can see very even round structures with the same even ledges. As has been previously said, if we had different kind of rock, then the ledges would have been different, but in this case they're the same. Thank you. And here we also see these snake-like structures. Again, this is Greenland. And what can we see here? That actually, if core development was made here, then it was huge equipment, huge mechanisms that of course, were much larger and much more efficient than the equipment that we have today. And here we can see Yakutia in Russia and Chukotka, the region of Chukotka and Yakutia. We will have a look at them later, but please pay attention to the typical wave-like formations. We will get back to them a little bit later. Thank you. Let's continue. Yes, and here we can see the system of quarry development, how it is being mined, and that there are certain ledges. So this slide shows the book that says that we are not inventing things. So there are ledges that are being developed stage by stage. So there is a common technology that we have right now, and this is how we do it. But as I have previously said, the equipment for those kind of ledges must have been much more powerful, and the cutting elements must have been much bigger. The next slide. So in the ancient time, we receive such artifacts that actually give us back to the equipment that we use these days. So this is it. Visually, we can see a similar structure, the same structure, the same parts of the equipment. So the teeth on the dragon tail, we can also compare the dragon to the fact that people loved gold in ancient times, and also we see this equipment that is very similar to what existed in the ancient times. The next slide. And we get back to the fact that besides the development, our waste, or tails as they are called in the factories, they must have been dumped somewhere. So, together with quarries, we must also find waste heaps. Visually, they look quite differently. So there is the so-called sedentary rock, and we also see special things that are relevant for it. Please, next slide. Yes, here you can see that they are more typical because the water was affecting it, so which we can see in modern heaps. So these are the modern waste heaps, and the situation repeats, but they are much smaller than before. Please, next slide. So this is another modern waste heap, but it is presented in a little bit different way. And the next slide. And let's have a look at another slide so that we can understand. And this is Yakutia and Siberia, so the north of Russia, where we see hills which are actually rich in deposits, and we see as a natural slope, which we can see in the next slide, please. This is it. So, we actually come to the fact that on the one hand, we can see cut slopes, slope rock, and on the other hand, we see deposits with finely crushed fraction. Let's get back to the slide 3.1. Thank you. And actually here we can see the difference, where we have these typical rocks with the cut edges, and there we can also see the waste heaps. So basically this led us to conclude that probably some quarry development was taking place on these territories. But what I wanted to say on this development visually from space. They show how effective they are. So a lot of simultaneously operating production phases, and also the phase line, which you could use to mine a lot of things, and also the ventilation system, which is quite effective. And it shows huge efficiency, cheap production, and also the interoperability, interchangeability of fences with each other. But this is also a barbaric approach, because huge territories is being developed and then it is being dumped with waste. This shocked me, and this is really impressive, because these volumes of development is just huge. But these are my understandings as a specialist in the mining field, as knowing how ore is extracted to process natural resources. This is what my conclusion is. But how it was used and what happened next to it, we will hear it from the next speaker, how this ore could be used.
Thank you, Roman. By looking at the forms of reliefs which can be significant of quartz and minings, we ask ourselves the question, what exactly Apexians needed? And one of the examples we had, it's such a unique place, it's the Grand Canyon. Could you please show the slides? It is like a huge
And these are not the slides of Grand Canyon, right? But if you can show right now, yeah, from another file, right? And as it turned out to be that on Grand Canyon site, right, there are just, you can see mines, right? And you can see, right, just a landscape of Grand Canyon, right? And it is exactly uranium mines, right? And just when you see that there's just in opposite just the biggest part of this canyon, right? So the uranium mines, right, they are situated there, right? So you can see that why that canyon, right, became so big and large, because uranium was mined there. And so what could Apexians just look for on that place? Well, that's yeah, we can say that's uranium, right? So this is ore, right, on minerals. And right now, I'm giving the floor back to Natalia, my colleague, and she might just tell us what Apexians might be looking for, might have been looking for, right? So, yeah, probably, yeah, well, allegedly, right, there is lots of information, lots of stories that Anunnaki were mining, yeah, large quantities of gold, lots of gold on Earth, right, and exported it to the planet. So this kind of one point, right, concerning gold. And but if we just take a look, right, the figures, right, just about gold in our world, so there are lots of paradoxes. Well, and talking about, right, well, let's look at the figures. So we can say that, right, the production of gold, right? The world's gold production in the last decade has been around 3,000 tons per year, and it is steadily constantly increasing from year to year, right? So over the course of history, about 180,000 tons of gold have been mined. Yeah, right. So this is quite a big number, and there is such a phenomenon like gold seekers, right? There are some special places when people, right, they just came with just simple instruments and they were washing the sand and they could find gold just under their feet, right? So there is a question, if we can just produce gold so easily, right? So there will still be so much gold left, right? And if it was exported, yeah, as it was stated allegedly, but then we looked at geology places, right, and we can see that, yeah, we might see one of the places where gold was just mined, right? So, yeah, and if we look at alluvial deposits and difference between indigenous deposits, right? So there is a difference, right? Because indigenous, right, deposits, they are kind of damaged by erosion processes, and we can say that alluvial deposits, right, are formed when these elements are withered and redeployed from indigenous deposits. So yeah, cold alluvial deposits have always been considered as a direct search right criterion looking for ore deposits. Yeah, and talking of gold, such lures, such natural, so to say, they are not exactly practical. And even there is such a notion in geology as a problem of just these ore mineral places, right? Because why? So alluvial gold places, right, and indigenous right places, they are incompatible, so to say, because if you take the Alaska data, right, and in California, the correlation, yeah, coefficient between alluvial and basic gold production in Alaska is 1.17, in California it's 1.12. And so in all cases, close to zero, right? So which actually, well, we can take just one aspect, right, talk about it. And also, if we can see this correlation, right, between these values, right, of gold production, we can not often, alluvial gold is often situated far away, you know, so this again, correlation between indigenous and alluvial gold places, right, they are far away from each other. And if you come back to another picture image, right, so we had a photo of this production of alluvial, right, and deposits of gold, well, right. And this is exactly right, the production of alluvial gold, so to say, right? So different just ways of some gold particles, right? And this, right, is not well produced. So just come and taking that into consideration, we come to conclusion that how could it really happen that we have lots of gold, right, kind of pure gold on the surface, but in the indigenous places, right, it is much less. So the answer might be this gold, it was really mined, kind of was being mined and was kind of isolated or just left alone, so to say.
It is quite interesting that it is a great number of cases of such places of placer gold mining in Siberia. And one of such places is a place in Yakutia, not far from Deputatsky place in Yakutia. And the places of gold near this place are very huge, and the bedrock and the rocks are not. The geologists didn't find the rocks which they were trying to find. It is a big place where gold used to be placed. However, when geologists came there, they didn't find it. And we also know that there is also one more paradox.
Да, я хотела еще по поводу рассыпей добавить, может быть, тоже, что для большей картины такой, что...
Right, I was also just going to talk, about green gold mine. So let us just assume that in practice, for just gold production, right, we need about 3 to up to 5 kilometers, which is not allowable kind of for other mineral production. And also we just study another. So can I just explain that? Is it really for gold? It's like, did I get it right? That's like 5 kilometer just territory was kind of where just destroyed, right? So yeah, well, it seems very strange. Thank you for just your comment, and also talking about gold, right? It's very interesting to talk about its components. So hard rock gold, right? It was containing more just silver, magnesium, and for green gold mine. And for hard rock gold, we see that chemical elements is like from 10 to 30%, right? For green gold mine, right? And right, we can say just additional elements, right? The proportion is really just different, right? With this alloy or admixtures different. And let us say that just ore and silver, right? They you can meet them on just in high concentration, right? And indigenous places, right, mines, you can often see them, right? So technologically, this process of production of any kind of element, like of ore, so it was kind of, gold was mined, and then what was not necessary, right, it was kind of thrown away from it, actually. These, precious metals, so which people, appreciate today so much. And for, like Siberia, for example, we can see with these mines, right, everywhere, right? But for aliens, they were not that important. Also, with this talking about mines, we could say that with the formation of, some nuggets, would say, right, and or native ores. And so we can say that just if just kind of stone, precious stone is formed, and
this element would have exactly such type of, but when we talk about the nugget, when the gold particularly gets single structure, such a light, and it looks really strange in such kind of formation of such substance. And there is a thought that maybe the formation of nuggets can be possible with the combining with ore, combining of all these melts. Thank you. And we would like to also mention the information of how in future these topics will be investigated. For example, for now, this paradox of these different fields from the point of view of mining, and by separating some exact element which was needed, we don't even consider such a point. And we also understood that in Siberia 25,000 years ago there was many kilometers glacier. Even the fact of this glacier, it didn't stop the developments, the extraction of these elements which were needed. And we understood as well that even though we have specialists from mineralogists and from mining specialists, that all these investigations, all these studies should be studied as a complex and with a range, variety of specialists. And we welcome all specialists to join us and to join the research. Those who can go deeper into this topic and to search for these resolutions of these topics, you may find the email under the description of this video. Write us, and why do we consider why this topic is so important? Why do we shall go deep into this topic? I was shocked how we were wrong in geology, how we didn't have such a huge cluster of information, and still a lot of sciences struggling and can't understand the mysterious of ore deposits because they just don't have information that we have such a dark spot in our history. And just as a human, I understand that this history should be known and remembered by people, so it wouldn't happen again, so it never would happen again, and it what happened with our children and grandchildren, not to any civilized, intelligent creature. Maybe you would like to add something into this topic? Yeah, it's really interesting that it's in practice. Even in my practice, I had such places where I saw it, and I was thinking that it looks as some kind of modern carrier. I understood there is no course where you can put all these dumps, and what I see could be such kind of core. And of course, I didn't have such a thought that it could be some ancient core, because we don't have such a fact, and this fact was unknown to us. Now we can look more widely into these topics, and it would be great if we could discover this even more. And the most important is that we were looking through this information and which exactly information can be emphasized from myths and legends. And what we found, it was the only mention in Sumerian tablets that gods was dragging baskets, some aegis, some creatures. It was really hard for them to carry these baskets. There was digging the rivers by these baskets, and there was digging some underground ocean, and we saw that there is already like mixed and distorted information. And what is really scary, that is the meaning was substituted, because in Sumerian epics there was exactly Anunnaki. It was Anunnaki who forced people to work in the quarries. So not Apexians, but Anunnakis. So someone purposefully distorted this information. And moreover, Igor Mikhailovich highlighted this information that Apexians used humans as like a food used humans, and you can see bas reliefs when this something similar is depicted. And now we can see all these information that exactly Apexians, this is evil creatures who reptilian alike, which were making this horror, but not Apexians, and vice versa. Apexias, information about Apexias, what we found in modern literature, it is shown to us that it's like some light and good creatures, and the meaning is completely distorted. Someone imposed these lies on people, so the history would be misinterpreted. Thank you so much for your attention, and I would like to give the floor to Alina. Yes, huge thanks.
Of course, this huge number of misunderstandings, we can read it everywhere. And I had a question when I started to investigate this subject. Where did these misunderstandings took place? Where these substitutions started? What was the point of their beginning? And I started to search for the first remains about Anunnaks, and the first official remembering about Anunnaks was from Sumerian culture. And starting from Sumerians, this is where the substitutions started to take place. And this is where Anunnaks were said to start from the word An, and An is only God, An is sky, and An are the ones which are close to the sky. And at the same time, there were huge types of characteristics of their emissions, and not only characteristics of Apexians, as we understand right now after the programs with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, where the subject was quite well opened, but at the same time, the substitutions which were related to the El, who actually in the previous civilizations, he declaimed himself as God, and he ruled, and the way he ruled and the way his people ruled, all of this reflected on these negative characteristics which were applied in Sumerian culture to Anunnaks. And in fact, to figure out what is truth and what is lies, without this information, which is given in the programs and in the video which we see right now. So without this information, it is really hard to figure out what is truth and what is lies. But when you have this information, you have the understanding that, first of all, the adobe of Anunnaks as higher spiritual beings in our universe, which consists of planets, and the closest planet for us is the planet where they live and from which we can have the defense, the protection. And the higher spiritual beings which come from Sirius, right now we understand that this is the characteristics of Anunnaks, meaning that Anunnaks are the ones who come from Sirius and who protect us. And the knowledge about one common people which are related to these teachers who brought knowledge in different mythologies, they were explained. The only god Amma, the only god Ra, all these were Anunnaks. So what is interesting is that morphologically, the explanation, the description of Apexians, they had huge big heads, big round eyes, and we understood in the process of our investigation that Apexians, everyone knows how they look like, that this image actually is very popularized, and we are being suppressed this image, and each
representative of our civilization know how Apexians look like, but at the same time, when we understand how they look like and we know the characteristics they have. But right now, after having the facts which we have collected, we understand that the small gray creatures, this is also an image of Apexians. And also what I would like to add to everything what has been said is that about a connection. Right now on the screen we can see how those Apexians look like. And if we look at their characteristics, they are like animals, and they are fierce, and they are aggressive. They have no compassion. They are being programmed. They are driven by the program, and they have no compassion to people. They are not even human-like, because they don't have a soul. And looking at their behavior, at their actions, we can clearly see it. And relating to, and if we speak about the connection of the higher civilizations from the Sirius constellation, from Orion, we can see it everywhere, this connection. Everywhere where we meet information, we see this understanding of the connection of these two constellations and their main role in the life of whole universe. And also we know that higher God creatures, higher spiritual creatures, which are revealed in the material world, time after time they come here, and they are called bodhisattvas. And there is an quite known adobe of bodhisattvas, which is called Shambhala. And we also know from different legends and mythologies that seven creatures which come from God, they are also related to Orion constellation. And with such a way we came to the fact that Apexian characteristics can be easily reached, and we can see where the grains and we can understand what an important role in life of our particular civilization higher developed civilizations play. Civilization of, as it was said in the video, spiritually developed race of Anunnaks. What important role does it play in the development of our civilization? And what an important role they play in the fact that we as civilization at the moment have the right of choice. And I want to pass the word forward to the studio.
For example, again, as I've already said, the Anunnaki race has actively existed for about 3 billion years. That is, it means as a highly developed, mind you, a highly developed race. This is, in a sense, in the global sense, not in the earthly one, as a highly developed race. To date, there is no race higher than Anunnaki.
Did reptilians use humans as slaves? And do they still use? Do they eat human flesh?
Yes, they use. In the previous program, we exactly said that those who are called the Apexians 24,000 years ago, literally, kept humanity in slavery, and humanity was working for them. There is plenty of evidence, the quarries that were developed, the mines, and everything else, and indeed, humanity was like biological food for them. Well, that's true, but today, of course not. Thanks to the Anunnaki, humanity was freed from their slavery. Thanks to the fact that people turned to the Anunnaki who made, thank God, a decision. They intervened, and those ones left. Well, again, they intervened only in order to protect humanity from external influences, so that no one enslaves us from the outside. But according to all the laws, according to the laws of Meru, they do not have the right to interfere in our lives. They do not have the right to decide who will rule us here, how we will build our lives. We must develop evolutionally. It depends solely on us, what choice we will make, whether we will live or not. They do not have the right to interfere, to change our climatic conditions. They do not have the right to interfere and forbid a nuclear war to us. They do not have such a right, because it is the choice of humankind. Yes, it wasn't a slip of the tongue, and climate changes are also a consequence of our actions. And this cyclicity repeats itself.
And in conclusion to what we just heard, I would just like to say that what did we learn just now from the information? The Apexians are the ones who have used humans as slaves and ate them for a snack. And this happened 24,000 years ago. And the Anunnaki, the highly developed race of beings, they protected humans from the Apexians, and they're still protecting us to this day. And we don't even know that there are those who are protecting our planet and have been for ages. But is this planet worth protecting? And how can we humans enter the Intergalactic Council and start developing as equals with beings in our galaxy? And I just also like to mention what was just said, that they do not, that we have the freedom of choice. It is us humans that decide how we want to develop.
Да, друзья, эта информация действительно заставляет нас глубоко задуматься. Так в каком направлении нам стоит развиваться, чтобы не стать кормом бездушным рептилиям?
Yes, and now we would like to enter our last, fifth block of research. And earlier today, we learned that there used to be life on Mars. Now let's find out the reason why life on Mars ceased to exist, and what can we do in order not to have the fate of the red planet, and why the information about the extraterrestrial beings and UFOs is being concealed. And also, how can we change the vector of the society's development from the consumerist-oriented to the creative society? And right now, I would like to pass the word to our next speaker.
Yes, dear friends, when we talk about the reasons why the Mars was destroyed and why Phaeton was destroyed, we need to mention first what is already widely known, that each 12,000 years the Earth faces global cataclysms which are expressed by climate change, increase of earthquakes and volcanic activity, and many other disasters that happen really intensively. And exactly now we're standing on the threshold of such changes. And it is known as well that such cyclicity, which Igor Mikhailovich Danilov was talking about, it is repeated not only on Earth, but in whole solar system. And for Mars, it is known as well that simultaneously with changing on Earth, it happens on Mars as well. 12,000 years ago, when great flood happened on Earth, Mars began to have ice caps, so the ice was melting. And for now, the climate change happening in many planets in our solar system. It is possible that the destruction of Mars was exactly such kind of global cataclysm, which takes place each 12,000 years ago, exactly with such cyclicity. And it is possible that it was accompanied by some even stronger cataclysm, for example, asteroid strike, because the cyclicity which takes place on our planet, it vanishes all the civilizations, and only megaliths remain, but life remains. Mars, for now, it is practically the planet where we don't see anything alive. We see signs that once there was life, and as Igor Mikhailovich mentioned, that it was a choice. And exactly these cataclysms which we observe right now, it exactly happened because of our choice. What happened on Mars, it was choice of that civilization. Exactly when we was mentioning Phaeton, we also analyzed that the explosion of the planet could be provoked only by intelligent civilization who lived in the surface of this planet. It's exactly inhabitants who lived in Phaeton provoked the explosion of this planet. It was their choice as well. And together with this, by seeing such example, by seeing the fate of these two beautiful planets inside of our solar system, Mars and Phaeton, we see an example. An Anunnaki race example, the race which not only possess highly spiritual and moral values, not only high technologies, but it also provides support to other civilizations, meaning by going beyond their planets, it's expanding in order to help to become more given creatures, in order to protect other planets and other living beings. And now we have a choice to become like inhabitants of Mars or Phaeton, or to be like Anunnaki, to go beyond our sphere and begin to care not only about each other, but probably about other planets as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lisa.
And could we please show the small video, small report of how the information is being destroyed right now about highly developed those helpers brought knowledge to people, and how it's actually interconnected to the understanding of choice which our civilization makes. Could you show the pictures, please?
Фотографии из раздела «Как уничтожаются знания». Это 3.4.
The images from the destruction of knowledge topic.
Да, вот на прошлой конференции мы с вами имели
In the last conference, we had an opportunity to observe and to analyze bas-reliefs and artifacts which we have from Mesopotamian and Syrian history. And for now, we have such evidence of how we, Earthlings, preserve this important information of those creatures from the spiritual world who came into this world, come to us always, and here they are here with us now in order to give knowledge. But unfortunately, the choice of humanity is not always worthy of a human from a capital H. And what is going on right now, what's happening with this information, it explains why do we conduct this Kaleidoscope of Facts, why this information is needed to be obtained, and it's needed to be researched, and we literally take it piece by piece. And today what you see, these facts about bags, about cones, they remain in the memory of humankind in the form of images in the internet. And as you know, everything can be erased from electronic systems. And how can we be sure that our descendants will have memories of a history of our civilization? It's not just facts, it is knowledge. It is philosophy, it's culture. It's something what makes us humans. Therefore, when we talk about the choice and the point where we are right now, of course, we all need to think really hard of how we all can consolidate now and remember that we are humans, that we have a common history, have a culture which we should preserve and keep and learn to be humans. I would like to give the floor to the studio.
Thank you very much, Alina, for sharing this great example and for showing us the pictures. And I believe we still have Rodrigo with us here. And if he is, I do believe that one of the speakers has a question for him. No, Rodrigo's not here. Well, we would like to thank him for being with us for almost the whole conference, and we got a great response from the Spanish community from the interview that he gave a couple days ago. And today people were able to hear him in 10 other languages. So it is wonderful to have him as one of the speakers, and we truly appreciate his time and for being with us today. Oh, there he is. He's still here. Hola, Rodrigo. And I believe we have a question for you.
Sí. Muchas gracias, la verdad.
Yes, Lisa,
Thank
please.
you very much.
Adelante.
Did somebody have a question from Rodrigo?
Да, если можно, давайте мы просто попросим Родриго раскрыть
We would like to ask Rodrigo to answer the following question. Why is information hidden? Like, who can benefit from hiding information? Could you please expand on this? What do you think about this? Thank you.
Well, we need to understand in a global sense that we have a hypothesis what is concerning UFO, but we should be very careful with that, also quoting the North America, because their position concerning this topic is very open. Well, we can say that it is necessary to study this topic on a higher level, but the thing is that, and we can see that that these creatures, they are very developed. Their level of development is much higher, so we should concern this also. We need to understand that they have a lot more power and even power to control us, and even all the countries on this world that said that they agree with the existence of UFO. For example, here we have 5 countries that have agreed that it exists, and we can see also that United States are now taking more open position.
This topic is very important. And of course, we had to.
Thank you,
the more
Rodrigo.
we started studying this topic, the more we understood how much we still don't know and how much we need to uncover during this conference, which is what we're doing today. And we appreciate your help because you added another puzzle to this big conference. So we appreciate it very much. And right now we're going to watch a short video.
First step would be for everybody to care about other people and not about themselves only.
People should respect each other, not dependent with the color, the gender.
We must avoid all this confrontation, you know.
The fact that we're all humans is what unites us. So,
but I think you start to think of yourself more as a person from the planet.
The task of the media is to help society find a common language and communicate.
I think friendship and being nice to each other can unite everyone.
I want to live in a society where the people are very conscious, so they make conscious decisions.
Work for the sake of society, for the sake of love, for the sake of connection.
I see that all people want two things: love and respect.
A compassionate society, a society that understands that your needs are validated.
What unites us is being in relationship with each other.
It's about humanizing the human society.
Everybody has to be informed in a proper way.
Let's support each other. Let's help each other, no matter what another person may have.
In the creative society, human life will be of highest value, and the best human qualities will prevail.
Thank you very much for being with us today at this conference. We have heard a lot of important information today. We learned that the consumerist format of modern society is driving humanity towards self-destruction. And now the question arises, how can we people all together, peacefully, change the vector of society's development from the consumerist-oriented to the creative one, while taking into account the existing impeding global problems and challenges of climatic and geopolitical nature? I'm happy to say that already today, millions of people all over the world are implementing the project Creative Society. This project is vital for our civilization, as this is our chance as people to prove that we are deserving to live in a world worthy of a human, where human life is the most valuable. And people all over the world are tired of fighting, are tired of poverty and wars. And today we have a chance to build a world we can all be proud of. We can live honestly, prosperously, we can live happily in a highly technologically advanced, civilized society. And for the past 6 years, the participants of ALLATRA International Public Movement have been conducting social surveys and interviews with people from all over the world. And this was done to find out what people all over the world want and need for a happy life. And people from every single country shared their understandings and gave their answers and vision of the creative society. And as a result of people's needs and necessities, were formed the 8 foundations of the creative society. The implementation of the 8 foundations of the creative society is our chance as civilization to enter a new level of development. we can finally start exploring space and traveling to other planets. And from what we learned today, this is possible, and this is very important. And also the article, Foundations and the Stages for Building the Creative Society on the website ALLATRAunites.com explains in detail the steps for building the perfect future for all. And today we understand that each of us can make that choice, that we have freedom of choice, and that together, if we unite on the moral values and spiritual values, we can truly build a society. We can build a world that we can all be proud of. But we can do this only together. And again, I would like to thank all the speakers. I would like to thank all the researchers for doing such hard work. And this conference was longer than we expected, but with all the information and with such wonderful people that we had here today, we learned so much, we got so much knowledge, and this is important for our future.
Вы знаете, проект «Созидательное общество» действительно важен для всех людей на планете. Ведь что мы сейчас видим?
Creative Society projects is really important for all people on Earth. What do we see right now? That people destructing ourselves. We create the weapon ourselves, and of course we succeed in it, but true science should serve for the benefit of humanity, should make the life of human more comfortable, more happy, so a person would feel just wonderful. And then no cataclysms won't be scare for us if society would develop in such a way how it should be developed, and we will be able to move to another planet, no matter how fantastic it would sound right now. But as we know, everything depends on a human and his choice. Thanks to all who participated in this conference.
And of course, we invite all the people that are interested in these topics and other topics to join us. And we would like to pass the floor to Alexander, who will say a few finishing words.
Yes, thank you very much for this conference. It was really good. I had a lot of understandings, and we really figured out in these topics. And the more you work, the more people join, the more understandings come, because each one has his own experience, like work experience, and its own method to come to, and we have one topic, and together we find much more than each of us could find alone. And from the name of the German ALLATRA participants, I want to say that we have already started the next conference, the Eggs of
In
Faith.
Search of Truth, Holy Grail and the Spear of Destiny. It will take place on October 13th.
It will take place on November 13th, 2020, and it will be inspired by the truth and such topics as Imhotep. So the Knights Templar will discuss many topics that will be interesting for our viewers, and probably there is a video which will tell you more about what awaits us in the next conference.
Friday the 13th, the dark day in the history of humanity. Templars. Why was the most powerful order of the Middle Ages destroyed? The most mysterious and significant relics of our world, the Grail, the Spear of Destiny. What significance do these artifacts have for our civilization? November 13th, the 4th International Conference, Kaleidoscope of Facts. In Search of the Truth, the Holy Grail, the Spear of Destiny. Who has been guiding the course of our history for centuries? Inconvenient facts, secret societies, priestly organizations, and knightly orders. Who are Arhats and Archons, free stonecutters and Freemasons? Gnostics and Cathars, heretics or keepers of the primordial knowledge? The Society of Imhotep's time. Why are the priests still afraid of disclosing the real history? We invite scientists, experts, and everyone who wishes to study these and other questions together. In the international research within the framework of the unique Kaleidoscope of Facts project, live on Friday, November 13th, 2020. In Search of the Truth, the Holy Grail, the Spear of Destiny. Knowing the past, we can change the present and the future. It's time to bring the truth back to people. Initiated by the participants of ALLATRA International Public Movement from Germany.
Спасибо за такой замечательный ролик.
Thank you so much for such a wonderful video. We wait for you for November 13th for the next Kaleidoscope of Facts.
Friends, and thank you for bringing up such interesting and vital topics for the next conference. And again, we invite researchers, scientists, and people of goodwill, people who are interested in this topic, to join us. We would love to hear the knowledge you have, and we would love for you to join us in our research. Thank you so much, and everybody have a great evening.